Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome for today's event. We're super excited to have you all here, and thank you all for making it despite all the traffic and the festivities. I'm going to request you all to please take your seats. We're just going to begin in a couple of minutes. People outside the hall, can I request you to please move in? We'll be closing the doors soon. Can I please ask you to move in? Before we get started today, I'd like to make a couple housekeeping announcements. I'd like to remind everyone to please keep their phones on silent so we can all fully listen to the speakers and also enjoy the program without any interruptions. Just a quick reminder to be please mindful of time as we also have participants who are joining online from across time zones since this is a hybrid event, and we want it to be a smooth experience for everyone. For the participants joining online, I would like to request them to please keep themselves muted unless they're talking. So once again, everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Upasna and I work with Climate Bonds Initiative. For those of you who do not yet know us, I'd like to take a couple of minutes to introduce Climate Bonds Initiative. We are a global organization focused on moving capital at scale to climate solutions. We work very closely with developed and developing economies, with their market participants, financiers, issuers, central banks, and our mission is to create a large, credible, sustainable finance market. Today, we are gathered here for the second edition of the flagship conference of the India Initiative on Climate Risk and Sustainable Finance. The India Initiative on Climate Risk and Sustainable Finance is led by Climate Bonds Initiative in partnership with ODI and Octus ESG. It is a collaborative endeavor with the purpose of supporting the efforts of financial regulators and policymakers at navigating the imminent transition and simultaneously engaging with banks, DFIs, and businesses on disclosures, transition plans, and building the required narrative and supporting them with the tools needed to augment financial flows. This year, we are co-hosting this event with the Indian Banks Association as part of the Asia-Pacific Regional Conference, Climate Bonds Connect 2024. The Climate Bonds Connect is a global series of dialogues that we've had extremely successful editions of at Hong Kong, Bogota, Brussels, Shanghai, New York, and London, connecting the most influential stakeholders towards making sustainable finance a profitable reality. Our event today is supported by AIIB, Amundi Investment Solutions, and Montrose Software. To kick things off, we have someone who's at the forefront of driving policy and strategy in sustainable finance. Please join me in welcoming Neha Kumar, Head of South Asia at Climate Bonds Initiative. In her role, she drives policy, strategy, and partner programs on climate risk and sustainable finance. Neha has been a key figure in responsible financing, has also held several high-level committees, including IFSCA, Niti Aayog, and the Ministry of Finance's Working Group on Sustainable Finance Taxonomy. With over 2 decades of experience, she's leading important initiatives in the climate finance ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming Neha.
Thank you, Upasana, and good morning, everyone. The sofas are still getting placed, but that's all right. That's how we do it. Let me first welcome all of you to Mumbai Connect this morning on behalf of Climate Bonds Initiative and Indian Banks Association, the co-hosts of the second edition of the annual dialogue of the India Initiative on Climate Risks and Sustainable Finance. I know it is a mouthful, but it actually encapsulates what we're going to talk about, and why we call it the initiative, we will let you know. I'm going to use the short form, of course, IICRSF, or simply India Initiative, through the course of the day. It has been a very natural and productive meeting of minds, institutions, and efforts towards embedding these themes in the functioning aspects of financing entities, their clients, customers, and feed the learnings into policy and regulatory developments. For this, I really thank Indian Banks Association. I'm also delighted, like Upasana said, that AIIB, Asia's leading MDB, and Amundi, amongst the top 10 asset managers in the world, to have partnered with us to bring this dialogue together today. India Initiative, which is anchored by Climate Bonds Initiative, has made this journey with its wonderful partners, ODI and Octus ESG, over the last couple of years, which also has put into action, this consortium has put into action our common vision. I welcome you on behalf of all of us. We're delighted to see many of you, especially on the day when there is a festivities going on, so you have all braved the traffic to be in this room. We are gathered today here exactly after a year and 1 month. We were together at this place when we launched and rechristened our work into India Initiative on Climate Risk and Sustainable Finance on a rainy August day last year. And today, in terms of registrations, in terms of participation and interest, we are nearly double that number. Now, that number itself doesn't tell the story. It is the quality of that number, the people who are in the room, that tell you the story. Look around you. You will find senior bankers, investors, businesses, DFIs, and leading voices across the spectrum of policy, regulation, and economics and finance. These are people, a growing number of people engaged in understanding and making green transition lucrative, accessible, and affordable at the same time. We use the word transition most of the time, but I do want to emphasize that what we are actually confronted with is a fundamental and deep structural transformation. We are in the middle of this. It is not something ahead of us. We are in the middle of this. The pace at which it is happening and the simultaneity at which it is happening perhaps doesn't give us a clear picture of the direction, a clear direction that we are headed towards, but the direction of the travel is pretty much set. Green transition, the script of it is already written. From jobs to financial stability, from manufacturing to services, from critical minerals to agricultural productivity, from inflationary pressures to investments, from conflicts to peace, greening of our economies will affect everything simultaneously. Green economy, which will become as big as 10.3 trillion USD in a couple of decades. Globally, it is not on autopilot. It is moving forward, but it is still, a lot of work still needs to be done. It is producing immense opportunities to use for us to innovate technologies and solutions, and calling us to push the boundaries on how to finance it. Pools of capital from global savings in pension funds exist. nearly USD 50 trillion of which is committed to climate transition. How can we increase the flow of these funds to climate action in emerging economies is what we'll be talking about. India's own investment and savings rate will have to increase by a couple of percentage points if we are to maintain the growth rate of healthy 7 to 8%. And those financial savings necessarily get intermediated through banks or our capital markets. If we are to finance this transition, we'll have to get our banking system, our capital markets in tune with the opportunities. How effectively can regulation and policy help to manage exogenous shocks to financial system is what we will deep dive into. What practical tools we would need to meet climate risks and harness opportunities swiftly will be a running theme through the day. And we will also talk about it with the Reserve Bank of India. Last but not the least, India's need to invest in resilience along with mitigation will form a key point of discussion. We will also talk about and engage with institutions about new financial structures that will need to be put into place so that the financing to climate projects, to environmentally sustainable, resilient projects can be made affordable and accessible. We will discuss how and what opportunities need to be prioritized and where to find the money for them in the near term. I do use the word near term forcefully and carefully. 2070 is our net zero target. For that to happen, the action needs to actually happen in the next couple of years by the end of this decade. The way India will peak in terms of its coal use and the decarbonization of its economic activities will be front-loaded because the more you delay the action, it will be more costly for a country like India. It will be costly for people across the board, countries across the board, but for emerging economies, for developing economies whose development transformation is yet to be completed, that expense will be much more difficult to bear in our system and within financial institutions, within businesses. With this, I wish all of you a day of frank conversations and plausible solutions. And with this, I open the conference and invite Upasana again to take us into the course of the day.
Thank you so much, Neha, for setting the stage for today's discussions. Next, we are honored to hear from Gregory Liu, Director General at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. Gregory is responsible for building up AIIB's institutional capacity of mobilizing private capital and investing in equity by expanding the bank's client relationships among financial institutions, private equity, debt funds, and asset aggregation vehicles on a global basis. Prior to joining AIIB, Gregory spent 10 years in Singapore with SMBC in various capacities. With over a decade of experience in investment banking roles across Asia, he's here to shed light on the tools needed for the Asian era in global sustainable finance. Please welcome Gregory to the stage.
A very good morning to all of you. My name is Gregory, as has been introduced. I'm the Director General of Global Financial Institution and the Funds Department of AIIB. It's such a pleasure to have an opportunity to meet all of you today and to discuss the crucial issue, as Neha has already highlighted. I want to take this chance to thank our partner, especially the Climate Bonds Initiative, to give me the chance to talk about the subject, the Asia era in global sustainable finance, tools we need. I know the time is limited, so allow me to delve into the context by introducing a little bit about AIIB, in case some of you have not been fully aware of what the bank is about. As you can see, this is a bank formed by 109 members. I'm actually delighted to tell, when I arrived Mumbai yesterday, early morning, I feel very excited. In 2018, AIIB has an annual meeting in Mumbai in this hotel, this venue. So it brings all the fun memory back when I arrived. The bank has 100 billion committed capital and 20 billion paid-in capital. India is the second largest shareholder of this bank. So in other words, this is your bank, and we are founded to focus on infrastructure and other productive sector. It's a AAA rated. So far, we are headquartered in Beijing and have an operation hub in Abu Dhabi. It's a very lean bank. As you will see, we have a corporate strategy. The mission of this bank is to financing infrastructure for tomorrow. What is infrastructure for tomorrow? It has a few characters. They should be green infrastructure. They should be technology enabled, and it also facilitates the connectivity and the regional cooperation. So that's the main investment theme we follow. As it's shown at the pyramid, we do all these traditional sector. I would like to highlight, so far, India is the largest borrower of this bank. Within 8.5 year operation, the bank has already committed 53 billion investment. Out of this, about 25% is on India. So that gives a context of why we feel it's critical to support the fastest growing economy in Asia to boost the regional connectivity and prosperity. All our investment as of July 1st, 2023 are Paris aligned. We're heavily focusing on green. When in 2020, when the bank set the corporate strategy, we set a target by 2025, we want to see 50% of the finance is relating to climate finance, but we have already exceeded this. As of last year, we have done 60% as a climate finance. So this gives you a flavor of how closely we are linked to climate and sustainability. For anybody who think about sustainability and the infrastructure, we cannot avoid talking about the gap. So I have the luxury to quote our friends in Manila. They have done some research with all these gap, as you can see, 26 trillion gap in infrastructure finance until 2030. This translates into roughly 1.34 trillion per year from 2016 until 2030. To give a context, because it's such a heavily underinvested in infrastructure, so according to ADB's estimation, there's about 459 billion per year gap in Asia in terms of infra. So the challenge we face is there's a huge gap, but how to close this gap? On the right-hand side, you may see there was some prescription have been given. For example, government reform is very important. That could bridge 40% of this gap. On top of that, we also see ever-rising cry for multilateral development bank to step in to help mobilize capital, because these multilateral are owned by governments, but they are a natural bridge between the public sector side and the private sector side. So with the unique role to combine technical expertise and long-term relation with the government, we hope through proper risk sharing and catalyzing private capital, multilateral can play an important role to fill in this gap. This chart gives us some alarming signs. As you can see, in the recent years, Asia actually faced some headwinds in terms of fundraising of infrastructure. The left-hand side shows Europe and North America, the target fund size broadly can be reached at financial close. But in Asia, we actually observe some challenge to meet the fundraising target. Also, over the years, in terms of a total number of transactions and amount, Asia is seeing a decline. That may be because investors are more comfortable with a more bankable project at a higher rated jurisdiction. So it actually urged multilateral to think hard how to react to better help our member. Our reflection is, as a multilateral, we are so used to project by project basis investment. The challenge we face is how to help scale up. And that's over the next few pages, I will walk you through what's our thinking at this stage. I won't touch on the challenges for investors who invest in this area. All know bankability issue is always tough. I want to focus on the opportunity. We do observe we can use some innovative measure to mitigate the institutional constraint. And also, because we are a bank with some gene from the commercial side, so we fully understand the commercial lenders, they also need to alleviate the pressure on their balance sheet under the Basel regulation. So we also pioneered to invest in securitization products to help market making. In addition to traditional project finance, we have a recent reorganization. As a result, this global financial institution and the funds department are created. So we decide we need to spearhead on the on-lending to financial institutions. We need to step up to do syndication so that we can underwrite more. So that's on the traditional banking side. But on the capital market side, we have made up our mind. We need to deepen the capital market operations. Securitization is one of the avenues we are going down, as I will explain later. And also partnership with private market funds is a key to the bottleneck as well. Certainly, I shouldn't forget to mention, we also have a product called Guarantee. For example, we provide guarantee to panda bonds issued by Egyptian government so that the Egyptian National Bank can get access to a slightly cheaper funding source in comparison to dollar. So on this page, I take the liberty to outline three examples. On the left-hand side most, you can see AIB has been working with the Temasek-led vehicle, Clifford Capital, very closely in the past few years. We actually invest in an entity called Bayfront. Bayfront has become a regular issuer of securitized bonds, and we are the anchor investor in all these issuance. Similarly, Hong Kong Mortgage Corporation has done a securitization vehicle called Ocean. So they actually reach out to all the selling banks to purchase these assets and then issue the securitization product. We are the regular investor on all those sustainability tranche of such securitization. I'm actually very happy to report every year these two vehicles have their issuance. that actually help make a market. We hope this can be replicated in a very big market like India as well. The middle example show our investment in Invit. Given you're all from India, so I wouldn't bother to run too much into the detail of Invit. We are a pioneer investor in Invit. We are so pleased to see the market has already been more and more mature, and we do look forward to have a similar product in other Asian countries to help mobilize capital. Last but not least, Kotak is the Kotak Fund is also an example we want to show that we work very closely with the private equity side. So I'm conscious about time, so I would re-emphasize AIB as a new multilateral development bank. We are very lean. We only have 600 staff, but with this 600 staff who have done 53 billion of commitment, you can imagine the speed the bank need to move. That's why private capital mobilization is a key for AIB. We look forward to work together with all the stakeholders. We hope those successful examples can be replicated in more and more countries. And I'm very confident today's discussion will be a very good starting point for all the thought leaders to exchange their views, maybe to spur some new ideas so that we work together for a more sustainable Asia. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gregory, for those valuable insights. Now we have V. Chandrasekhar, Senior Advisor, Corporate and International Banking from the Indian Banks Association. The IBA acts as a representative of over 245 member banks and associate members operating in India and plays a collaborative role between banks, regulators, and governments in improving customer service with a focus on digital banking. Let's give it up for Mr. V. Chandrasekhar.
Good morning, and thanks for this opportunity. I am representing Indian Banks Association on behalf of my Chief Executive, Mr. Sunil Mehta, who was supposed to be here actually, but due to some exigencies, he was not able to make it. So, what is that actually IBA has got, what is the stake of IBA in this whole issue about the sustainable finance actually? See, we have been financiers actually, and we have been financing large projects, and we have observed over a period of time that the nature has got influence actually to a large extent actually on the quality of the assets that we are financing. So it's a realization that has come in actually that we can't be looking away from the effects of the adverse nature events actually. So that is the major driving reason for us actually. And then there is an innate actually a sense of ownership actually for us as a responsible organization that whatever world that we have inherited from our ancestors, we'll have to pass it on in the same, if not better, status actually for the next generation. So that is another this one that is propelling us actually towards our activities. Third aspect of it actually, the economy is getting integrated with the global economy. So the way the global economy sees funding actually towards climate actually, so there is imperative for us also to align ourselves with the global economy and the global regulations actually. That is another aspect that is driving our actions. Fourth one is the investor concern. Banks do need actually funds. Then they are sourcing the funds from the investors, and most of the investors today actually conscious about the quality of lending that is going by from the banks actually in preserving nature. So these concerns from the investors is also driving our actions actually. So that is another factor. So these are all the aspects on one side of it. On the other side of it, as a responsible organization actually who is very much contributing to the growth of the country, we look at that actually a substantial portion of the population is still living below the poverty line, and they require growth for that they can also be integrated into the economy. So that growth, this one is there on us actually. And we have a substantial aspiring youth. Actually, the youth is looking forward to the government to give them opportunities to, for a viable career actually. And this career needs to be sustainable also. So that aspect is also driving our actions. If you look at it, so that's what, on one side, there is a realization actually. So we are, if you look at it, there is a self-realization which is driving us. There is a persuasion from the investors, from the regulator. There is a sense of responsibility residing in us that I have to pass on a better world to the posterity. And also, being sensible, we now realize that we need to adapt actually, otherwise we'll be left behind actually. So these are all the various factors that drive the various actions of Indian Banks Association. Just to give a brief, most of you know about our roles actually, but then we are a platform for the banking system to come together to ideate on various aspects that relate to banking system. And we are also an advocacy group for the banking system. So in a sense, it also involves a responsibility to arrive at a collective wisdom of the banking system on various issues actually, provide a platform for ideating, and then whatever decisions have been made by the bank system to take it up with the appropriate level of authority. Maybe it's a regulator, maybe the government. Actually, that is the role that the banking has been, IBA has been performing. Apart from that, actually, in the last year, actually, the Reserve Bank of India came out with the framework for climate risk, actually, integration of climate risk, wherein Reserve Bank of India assigned the role of capacity creation for the banking industry to IBA. So we have taken up that very seriously. Even though we don't have the internal capabilities actually to guide the members, we have been interacting with organizations like Climate Bonds, IACTAS, and other international organizations who are practitioners to bring in their experience to the banking system, to share the knowledge and to create the capacity in the banking system. That is the role that IBA is playing. Now, as a part of this role, we have organized so many seminars, webinars, interactive sessions. We are also involved with the Reserve Bank of India and the government in terms of policy making, actually, where we used to give the inputs from the banking system. Actually. So we do on every discussion paper that has been published by the Reserve Bank of India, we have gathered the responses of the member banks as how could it be made a better framework, actually, and then we have shared with the Reserve Bank of India for the betterment of the system. So these are the roles that we are playing. Now, the topic for this particular event, actually, how it is relevant, actually. I had an opportunity of attending the SBFN seminar recently in Rio. It was really heartening to see that there are different approaches the banking systems in different countries are taking towards sustainability. There are the investor-led movements are there. On the other side, we have the regulator-led movements are there actually. So there are various models that are available for the banking community to look into and to formulate their own plans actually. So what we feel is actually, all of us should get together actually, look at various models. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel once again, but then whatever international frameworks are available, we need to contextualize to the Indian situation actually, so that we can sit together actually and then arrive at a common ground as to what are the goals, how we are going to approach, and also common approaches for various issues that we are facing. And we can take it up with the regulator as well as the government for formulation of the regulations and respective policies. That is the thinking that we have in IBA. It has always been pleasure cooperating with Climate Bonds. This is the second time we are associated with their international think tanks. Actually. I wish the participants a very fruitful discussion, frank discussion, as Neha said actually. And we have international experts amongst us actually, and many of the experts on the domestic institutions are also there. We wish the conference success and very fruitful interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for explaining IBA's role and for also highlighting the business case for sustainability. Up next, we're going to hear from Sean Kidney, CEO of Climate Bonds Initiative, an international NGO dedicated to mobilizing global capital for climate action, which he co-founded and continues to lead. Sean is a global leader in sustainable finance, and under his guidance, Climate Bonds Initiative has become the gold standard verifier of sustainable bonds globally, fostering a market of sustainable investments. Under his leadership, Climate Bonds has become the top authority for validating global sustainable bonds and also creates green bond definitions. Today, he'll talk about India's potential to lead in financing, transitions, and resilience. Let's hear from Sean now.
Thank you. I hope you can see me and hear me okay. Team can tell me if there's a problem. Look, I'm dialing in from Australia. My apologies for not being able to be there in the room, but of course you have an extraordinary lineup of speakers and participants today. We are very privileged to be able to undertake this conference with the Indian Banks Association and with the support of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, one of our close partners globally, and Mundi Finance and others. Look, you know the challenges. We have an extraordinary development challenge in India, fundamentally. We have to deliver education, health, productive, safe, and excellent living environments in the cities of India, which are growing exponentially. A future in terms of jobs for so many Indians that are coming into the market each year. And at the same time, we have the emissions targets that we've committed to in India, reducing emissions to contribute to the global work to address climate change. And we have two other challenges, which are the challenges I'm most concerned about to put to you today. One is the challenge of the impact of climate. I mean, the truth is, globally, we failed to act quickly enough. We are now seeing 1.5 degrees Celsius warming within the next couple of years, according to the World Meteorological Organization, and we're feeling the heat. You know that. You know what I mean. We've been feeling the heat in southern USA, in northern Mexico, in Sichuan province last year, and above all in India this year, last year. Extraordinary heat, which has become the first indicator, the canary in the coal mine, if you like, of climate change and changes in rainfall patterns and so on. We need to prepare. Resilience is a critical agenda. We can survive the changes, even prosper with the changes coming our way, if we prepare, especially to create environments and cities that our poor and vulnerable can live in. So there's a huge job ahead of us there. We will be launching today our climate resilience taxonomy, which is the first stage of detailed guidance about investments that are commensurate with addressing the nature of the challenge coming to us. This is a century of volatility that has now begun going forward. And, I make a special note of the extent to which the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank has been embracing and dealing with the issue of resilience, as has the Asian Development Bank, who we're working with on this issue, as have other development banks. This is now a development agenda. It's not a separate agenda. It's integrated into the development agenda. But perhaps the other aspect that's more important in a way is the fruits of the work we've all been doing over the last 10 to 15 years, which is the world has started changing. The nature of economic opportunities before us are different now. 10 years ago, certainly at climate bonds, we were often having arguments about the need to act. Now, the argument around the world is, how are we going to act? And as in investors tell me around the world, who's going to be a winner, who's going to be a loser? Why is this? Because we've had a couple of big wins. We've had an extraordinary win the last few years of the nature of upgraded commitments by many countries to reduce emissions, by all the major countries, including India, to reduce emissions by 2030, 2050, 2060, 2070 in Indonesia's case. But the main point is major ambition amongst the biggest polluters of the world: China, Europe, the USA, Japan. In fact, those ambitions, which were first published in 2020-21, have turned into significant policy measures. You have the GX plan, the Green Transformation Plan of Japan, which is a 1 trillion yen commitment to greening Japanese industry and supporting Asian partners of Japan to be able to green their industries as well. And we've already seen the fruits of some of those announcements with Nippon Steel and Adani and Gujarat producing green steel plans and so on and so on. We have seen the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, which is an extraordinary program of supporting green industry. In fact, most of the companies financed under the hydrogen provisions of that particular act will be making a profit before they ship a kilo of hydrogen. So munificent is that program. I'm thrilled by it because it's building an industry quickly. And one of the things we need in all the solutions that we have to roll out on the mitigation side is scale quickly. Of course, the way we have seen the scale in the last few years, which is another win, is in renewable energy. And this is because of Europe's commitment, which has now become InvestEU, RenewEU, and so on. Germany in 2021 introduced the feed-in tariff, which led to a cycle of increasingly large offtake support for solar power and wind energy power across Europe, and then from 2010 onwards in China, which last year installed 239 gigawatts of renewable energy. The scale of demand generated by governments because of public policy, because of state policy, has built such large industries that the unit cost has dropped like a stone. And we now have extraordinarily cheap solar contracts being issued in India, in Saudi Arabia, in Chile, around the world because of that strong action by state government. We're actually seeing another part of that playing out at the moment with the measures taken to promote renewable energy powered vehicles, but electric vehicles of all sorts in China, in Norway, in the US, and in India, leading to a massive growth of that industry. In China this year, more than 40% of all cars sold will be electric. This is such a major growth that the International Energy Agency published a paper a few weeks ago showing that we expect to see this major disruption in the oil industry by 2030 as a result. Of course, in India, we see Ola with its massive two-wheeler electric vehicle plants becoming a global player. And we see the change underway also in electric rail transport, which is part of this revolution that's underway. Look, the key point is there is a revolution that has started. It's no longer abstract. It's no longer theoretical. And certainly every global investor I speak to tells me that they believe now the future has been decided. It will be green. The only question is who's going to be a winner, who's going to be a loser, and how to ride that wave of change to be profitable. That, of course, is exactly the challenge facing India, Indian industries, Indian banks, and Indian cities for that matter. How do we attract the capital amongst this idea that the world is going green? Capital wants to move to what they now see as lower risk investments, higher return investments. How do we ensure that we develop our own transition plans, development plans that address that understanding of what the future will look like and that are not rooted in past conceptions of what industries, what cities need to be? How do we really turn this into the opportunity of the millennium that it needs to become? Now, don't get me wrong. There is enormous risk facing us. We are still, be very clear, on a race to avoid utterly catastrophic climate change. With the policy measures that we have instituted over the last 5 to 10 years, we have, it looks, brought down the likely warming of the planet to somewhere like 1.82 degrees from what was going to be 3 to 4 degrees. This is an incredible achievement, but it's not yet adequate. Anything above 1.5 is dangerous territory because of feedback loops, the potential collapse of the Amazon, the collapse of the Gulf Stream, and so on, which trigger other kinds of activities. We're in an area of high risk. However, we have certainly made progress on bringing in the policy settings across major economies, including India, to shift towards a greener direction. We have changed the likely direction of society. We need to finish that process to ensure that we at least can stabilize temperatures at between 1.5 and 1.8 degrees. It's not certain, but it's now looking way more likely than it was 5 to 8 years ago. That's a win. But we also need to prepare for the fact that 1.5 to 1.8 is already severe climate change. Remember that the emissions we put into the atmosphere in the last 30 years will continue to lead to more and more severe impacts over the next 30 years. If we were to stop emissions totally tomorrow, close down NTPC's coal-fired power stations, close down JSW steel plants, that would only help things after 2050. which we must still fight to do. So it's a big agenda. But of course, I want to stress that it is an agenda where, because of the changes in government policy around the world, we do now have opportunity presenting itself in a way that wasn't there before. The capital flows that we've seen, I mean, for example, just in the green bond market, the green, social and sustainable bond market, we've grown 100-fold in the last 10 years from a few billion to now $5 trillion US outstanding. We see change happening. That's an indicator of the change. I'm not going to say it's the driver. It has helped. It has helped in one important way. And that is that it's made us realize as investors that climate investing doesn't need to be a negative, a haircut, a burden, which was certainly perceived to be in 2010 and 2012. Most investors I spoke to would say in those days, I want to invest in climate solutions because I'm worried about long-term risk, but I'm going to have to take a haircut. I can't do that. We now have green bonds performing better than other kinds of bonds on the secondary market. Every time there's a downturn in the global bond markets, green bonds hold their value. Now that makes them superior value retention vehicles for fixed income investors, institutional investors that are trying to ensure they maintain the value of their pools of investments. Every time, well, we had this amazing moment in 2020 when US Treasuries froze for 2 weeks in March of the beginning of COVID. Now, as you might appreciate, liquidity is the most important issue for any institutional investor to be able to cash in the bonds they need to. I had investors phoning me from New York and saying, do you know I'm still getting bids on green bonds? For a brief moment, we saw that green bonds had superior liquidity characteristics to ordinary bonds. And this has flown on to mean in the secondary markets where we have liquidity, we have better valuations, premium valuations for green bond, which is driven down primary. That, of course, has started appearing in other currencies. And I draw your attention to the Indian government sovereign green bond when it was first issued, got a 6 basis points greenium, as we like to call it, as a result of this thinking compared to ordinary bonds. This is not just US dollar and EUR. The same phenomena is appearing in Japanese yen, in Russian rubles, in Chilean pesos, in multiple currencies around the world, because of the appreciation that green bonds are actually now seen as a better investment, a safer investment, a lower risk universe of investments. That's the sea change we've accomplished with green finance. The biggest problem we have globally is finding enough green bonds to meet the appetite of investors. We've seen this year green bond issuance 18 times, 16 times, 14 times oversubscribed in multiple cases. The demand is absolutely strong. We simply need more. Where is that going to come from? Frankly, it's going to come from India, the largest economy of the future, the economy that has so much to build, to create, to green over the next few years. That will be in US dollars, in EUR, but above all in INR, which will become, through this process, a world currency, a currency that is supported by multiple international bilateral arrangements. We see the beginnings of this now, but we're in the early stages of it. There is a green revolution underway around the world. There is an opportunity for India, of course, an enormous opportunity for India. It's in real economy measures that will attract necessarily capital in a preferential way, in the way we've already seen in renewable energy, in urban and industrial, in green steel. And I just want to make a point that the Ministry of Steel's green steel policy paper that just came out is fantastic. We're incredibly supportive of the policy steps, measures, and understanding about how to transform economy everywhere now. We will see it in sustainable aviation fuels, which will green the global aviation industry by 60 to 80% if we have widespread adoption. And the suppliers of feedstocks are going to be Brazil, are going to be Africa, are going to be Indonesia, and are going to be India. We see it also, the second area of opportunity, in resilience. India is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate impact. This last 6 months of heat and climate impacts across India just give us a little teaser, a taste of what is coming our way. Preparation, investment, and the kinds of things that reduce the risk of mortality, of economic disruption, are green investments, are absolutely part of what we need to do to address the 1.5 degree plus world we're going into. Investors understand that. They are understanding it. They're voting with their checkbooks at the moment. They're being supported by banks like the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank with their resilience policies, their risk mitigation in this area. There is a third opportunity I'm going to suggest, which is that this coming year, India has committed to presenting a new national climate change plan to the UN COP. It's due at the end of February. We are now suggesting to the Indian government, to the Japanese government, to the European government, that it's time to link the investment agenda, the development agenda, the resilience agenda to the mitigation agenda, to turn these climate change plans into transition plans, transition opportunity plans for our economies that are linked to investment plans. In the COP of the following year, 2026, Australia, who will be hosting, has undertaken or is in the process of undertaking to make it a COP of ministries of finance investment plans. India, of course, is the investment nirvana of the future, the investment opportunity of the century, turning the current thinking in the Indian economy into signaling for global investors, into measures to show global investors how they can participate in that change, in the green, in the resilient change that we need, is an incredible opportunity for India and the Indian economy. We hope to support that through the work we're doing to support the Indian government in its taxonomy announcement, through other measures from growing Gift City to cheerleading the Ministry of Steel's Green Steel Plan. But there is a lot to be done. We're about 20% of the way to where we need to be. That's a great improvement on a few years ago, but it is only 20%. While we have seen rapid change in the last few years, our mission now is to speed up that change, to speed up the pace of work in designing a future that's fit for our children, to speed up the pace of work that will mobilize, attract, win capital flows to fuel that change for a world we want to see, need to see. And in that process, to speed up the transition of India from an economy which is struggling to green itself to an economy which is a green leader, which creates futures which are the futures mankind needs, rather than futures that we have had in the past. This is a change point in the history of humanity. India can be a leader in that, well, needs to be a leader in that. This discussion today, while it's about green finance flows, green bonds, the detail of how banks can support their clients to transition, we need to understand as being the front piece of that enormous background piece of work that we're doing, all of us, to shift India onto a sustainable, resilient green path for the future in a way that makes an impact for the whole planet. Thank you for being part of this conference today. Thank you for all our speakers, and thank you for our supporters for making this happen. Over to you, Neha.
Thank you so much, Sean, for joining us today and highlighting India's potential. Can I request you to be on camera for a bit? Now it's time for a significant milestone in our agenda, the release of the India Initiative on Climate Risk and Sustainable Finance reports, as well as the Asia-Pacific launch of the Resilience Taxonomy. So Climate Bonds is unveiling an expanded green bonds taxonomy, which includes new draft criteria for climate resilient investments. The expanded taxonomy provides clarification for investors and issuers both on what constitutes a credible and impactful climate resilient investment. And this taxonomy is set for its global debut during the New York Climate Week. For this, can I call on stage Mr. Sunil Nair, Prashant Vaze, Yanis Daffermos, Neha Kumar, and Smita Hari.
First, we will begin by release of the reports. This has been a work of nearly a year. On stage, you see the lead authors and partners who have really contributed to this report. We have also been closely engaged on the report and its findings with the Reserve Bank of India. This is empirical independent piece of research on physical risks and transition risks and the policy options for Reserve Bank of India. Part of this we will also take up in our session on regulation. Please do read this, it will also be online. And now I request everyone to unveil the report, please. Oh, you have untied. I was also supposed to untie. Okay, that's okay. Let's do that. I also wanted to announce that the India Initiative undertakes research. There are a lineup of papers that will be out shortly. Please do watch out for that. They will be online and we will keep in touch with you. We'll also highly welcome not only just leisurely reading of these reports, but very active feedback. They have been peer reviewed and they have now, like you see, these are limited release in terms of printed copies, but this will be available online on all our partner websites. Do you want people to stay?
Thank you so much, everyone. Moving on from the report and the taxonomy launch, let's watch a video by Dr. Jemima Njuki, Chief of Economic Empowerment at UN Women, announcing a partnership between climate bonds and UN Women. But before that, please join me in welcoming representatives from UN Women India, Kiran Negi, Deputy Country Representative, and Kanta Singh, Lead Partnerships and Communication. Can we have Kiran Negi and Kanta Singh on the stage? Okay, maybe we'll do this later. So, let's just go with the video and we'll call them on stage later. So can we please play the video?
Mr. Sean Kidney, CEO of Climate Bonds Initiative, Shri Sunil Met, CEO of Indian Banks Association, distinguished guests and esteemed friends. It is a great honor to address you today, and I deeply regret that I cannot be with you in person. On behalf of UN Women, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to CBI, IBA, and all partners gathered today for offering me this opportunity to announce a pivotal collaboration. Today, we are excited to formalize UN Women's partnership with CBI through a new memorandum of understanding, marking a significant step forward in gender-responsive climate resilience finance. This partnership reflects our shared commitment to fostering a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable future because there's no more urgent time to address this than now. 2024 has shown us unprecedented extremes in global warmth and climate-related disasters. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is here, and regrettably, it's exacerbating gender inequalities. Women are being disproportionately affected due to their unequal access to resources and opportunities. For example, studies have shown that women lose more of their incomes and their lives due to extreme heat and floods. These risks are particularly apparent in India, where heat waves and water scarcity pose a significant risk to the livelihoods of the 80% of rural women who are employed in agriculture, a sector most vulnerable to climate risks. Our data shows that without immediate action, we could see up to 236 million more women and girls globally pushed into hunger and vulnerability by 2050. Yet, the financing gap to address the gender-climate nexus remains vast. Currently, only 2% of global finance is gender responsive, and just 1% of sustainable bonds align with SDG 5 on gender equality. This is despite clear evidence that addressing gender inequality enhances climate resilience. This is why the partnership we are announcing today is so vital. When women are empowered, they drive transformative change, especially in the face of climate challenges. Our collaboration with CBI is grounded in a shared vision of mobilizing global capital to address both climate resilience and gender equality. Through this MOU, we will work together to develop guidance and rule sets that enable investments in gender-responsive climate resilience, deepen data analysis to track gender objectives within climate finance flows, and enhance policy advocacy to promote gender-responsive climate finance. We are excited to begin by working together to strengthen the climate bonds, the resilience taxonomy, integrating gender considerations to make sure the investments it guides are more inclusive and impactful. In closing, I want to emphasize that this partnership is not just about mobilizing finance. It is about investing in a future where no one is left behind. It is about ensuring that women and girls have access to the resources and opportunities they need to thrive in a climate resilient world. This MOU is a crucial step toward that goal, and I invite you to join us in advancing this vital work. I look forward to our continued collaboration in building a gender responsive, climate resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that inspiring announcement and collaboration. From there, we now move on to our first panel discussion. The first panel discussion will be on from disclosures to transition plans, how are central banks changing their toolkit to tackle climate risks and opportunities? This session will cover central banks' approaches, challenges and opportunities to ready themselves and the financial sector for orderly transition in the face of climate change. To lead this conversation, first, let me call the chair for the session, Neha Kumar. Joining her as panelists are Mr. Sunil T.S. Nair, Head Sustainable Finance Group, Department of Regulation, Reserve Bank of India. Mr. Nair is a career central banker with wide experience in policy and regulation and has more than 3 decades of distinguished service in the Reserve Bank of India. He has attended training programs in India and abroad and has also served on important committees and working groups within the Reserve Bank of India. May I welcome you, sir. Next, we have Joe Paisley from the GARP Risk Institute. As president of the GARP Risk Institute, Joe Paisley helps lead research and thought leadership for GARP and the broader risk community. Joe Paisley's career began at the Bank of England, where she worked in various economists' roles and also ran the statistics department. She left the bank to join HSBC as their global head of stress testing, where she was responsible for ensuring that they met all the regulatory stress testing requirements around the world. Last but not the least, can I also invite Yanis Daffermos from SOAS University of London? Thank you, Yanis. Yanis specializes in financial macroeconomics, climate change, and ecological macroeconomics. His research focuses on climate-aligned development, inequality, and the political economy of the green transition, with publications in esteemed journals like Nature, Climate Change, and Ecological Economics. At SOAS, he teaches macroeconomic analysis and advanced macroeconomics. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Let's enjoy the session.
Thank you, Upasana. And after the first set of speeches, now we are getting into the nitty-gritty and details of the day. I had absolute fun putting this entire conference together along with our speakers. And just to mention a couple of things, when I was talking to Dr. Montek Aluwalia, he said, you know, what you have just summarized to me, Neha, is a wonderful mess that we are in. And then, of course, we were saying that through this conference today, how do we actually begin to understand the good and the bad of this mess, and where do we need to go? And I was telling him today, this morning, he was saying, oh, this is finance sector. It's not going to be, they're going to be very, very serious about things. So the challenge of today is to actually make serious and important stuff understandable, consumable. All of you in the room are practitioners, thought leaders in your own right. The first session, which is devoted to regulation, which is devoted to discussing the role of central banks, and in particular, the initiatives taken by Reserve Bank of India. Our job, Mr. Nair, is to make it, if not extraordinarily fun, but definitely something that everybody takes home, something with them in terms of practical aspects of where the Reserve Bank of India is headed. We have 3 speakers, as you know. We have 1 hour, 15 minutes ahead of us. What I will try to do is to really get the big picture up in front to begin with. Mr. Nair, you remember last year, 8th of August, we were gathered at this very venue talking about when you had only released the discussion paper, and we were talking about what is next. Reserve Bank of India has not only produced a number of research papers, bulletins, and speeches which take into account the imperatives of climate change and how central bank itself finds it extremely important to respond to. But we also have what we now, in the form of draft guidelines, draft disclosure guidelines. I would like you to take a step back and tell us, in this 1 year, and perhaps reflect a little bit even further back, on what have been the key learnings on the way for Reserve Bank of India. You've also now have collected a lot of feedback on the draft disclosure guidelines. What is the direction of travel? Is there any kind of rethink or sharpening of thinking in terms of what you're asking the financial entities to do? Over to you.
Thank you, first of all, and good morning to everyone. To kind of take precisely what you asked about, like post coming out with the discussion paper and having come out with the draft disclosure guidelines somewhere in February, where do we stand? I think I would not be able to open up onto the specifics there. We have got a lot of feedback. There is always, when you come out with these kind of guidelines, there are always 2 extremes. One wanting to go all out in terms of more and more disclosure requirements, and other a conservative set of people saying that we cannot kind of disclose, or we are not prepared. So from the regulated entities perspective, and more so specifically banks, We have been interacting with them, and the sense we are getting is they are not per se kind of opposed to what the framework is all about, but they are wanting some time in terms of the disclosure, because basically two components there, the qualitative and the quantitative part. Though it may appear to be qualitative, like to give an example like strategy, if somebody was to, a bank was asked to disclose about the strategy part, they could very well say that it's something which is internal or with organization decides, and they may not be very comfortable kind of opening upon that count. So initial thought process was qualitative would be very easy and quantitative would be very difficult. But I think the sense which we are getting basis the discussions which we had and the kind of feedback we are getting is there is some kind of hesitation and reluctance in terms of sharing their strategy or sharing their thought process or the way they are going to navigate these particular journeys concerned. So that I think is a pain point which is coming out. But having said so, I think we are not kind of delaying that. But the form and shape it takes, it's kind of difficult to kind of comment upon as of now. I think I'll stop there as far as disclosure is concerned. And there are again glide path related issues, whether we should make it applicable to NBFCs and cooperative banks. Those are kind of secondary issues. But the larger issue remains is how do you kind of approach this problem in terms of the qualitative and quantitative part. So as I told earlier, there are extreme kind of feedbacks there, so it will kind of be little difficult for me to kind of open up. I think only time will tell the form and shape it takes, but maybe a couple of months or 3 months down the line, we should be out. It's taking little more time because given there are certain issues in the feedback which we have got, so we need to kind of think about it and mull over it as to how we kind of take it forward. So that's one part of it. And the second part of it is, I think we had, of course, as a fallout of the discussion paper, we came out with the green deposit framework, but the feedback we are getting is it's not kind of taken off. There are certain issues there. We are trying to examine that aspect. We are interacting with the banks and trying to understand the pain points there and see how best we can take it forward. So that is another aspect which we are kind of deliberating upon. The third is the guidance note on scenario is almost kind of done kind of thing. It's a matter of time when it comes out. So that is a document which has already taken a shape. It should come out at any point of time. Again, I'm not able to commit on the timelines. Another aspect which we are working upon is, though it was not part of the discussion paper, we are working on the Basel principles, the June 22 principles, which was followed by the FAQs. We are trying to come out with some kind of a document, more so the 12 principles which are the part of that June 22 document. Again, trying to do it little differently. It would not be exactly what it looks like, what the Basel principles look like. So we are trying to do some kind of hand-holding or maybe kind of maybe tailoring it to the Indian requirements. So that document also we are kind of working upon, and again, it will take a couple of months kind of, though it has got that basic shape is in place, structure is in place, but we are trying to kind of refine it further. Another aspect I think which we are trying to work upon is the data part. I think again, a lot of feedback we got from the discussion paper that data is an issue in terms of the uniformity. We are trying to internally kind of develop something so that we have a platform in place whereby people can access the data will be uniform as far as the major data points I'm trying to say. So we are trying to work on that part. Again, preliminary stage as of now. And I think the last thing which we are trying to work about is, not last but the least, I think we are working on the second scenario analysis edition that we did the first one. So we are planning to do the second one, maybe again in a couple of months' time. So there we'll try to do it a little differently than what we did the last time. And I think last but not, again, the last item, I think what we are trying to work upon is, again, that is a fallout of the question which will be coming out later, but closely into that, in terms of coming out with some kind of a framework as to what all kind of bouquet of products the banks or REs can offer. So that again is some kind of document which is in work in progress kind of thing, but that will take some amount of time. Maybe it is not something which is found across globally in terms of the other central bank offerings, but we are trying to kind of, because the kind of feedback we got when we try to interact with the REs, there is a specific demand in terms of can we come out with some kind of a document. May not be very hard-coded kind of thing, but a very broad-based, a very principle-based kind of a guidance document which we could think of. So these are some of the things which are in the pipeline.
Just the last one, could you just explain a little bit? This is the document on new product offerings?
Yeah, it's basically about the financing part, because you have the SLLs, you have the SLBs, you have got all kind of products. But then the understanding or the when we interact with the banks and the REs, we get a feedback that there is a need to have some kind of a guidance document. May not be a directive kind of thing, but can you kind of come out with some kind of, so again, we are kind of mulling about it and how to kind of, how the form and shape it takes. Only time it will tell, but we are seriously working on that.
So these are, of course, early days, and it is quite an interesting conversation, I think, that happens between regulators and the entities, the balance between prescription and guidance. So where is Reserve Bank of, I mean, from what I'm getting from you is that you're more in the line of providing some kind of guidelines, and you will stop short of prescribing things. But that said, the draft disclosure framework that we have had, a major feedback, and that came to us also, and when we were looking at it in terms of comparing it with what other central banks have done as well, and there is all in a stage of sort of maturing in the course of the journey, is that issues like time horizon and business models and business planning of banks, issues like scenarios, which ones to refer to, so that the climate stress tests can actually be carried out in a methodical and a comparable manner. These are big issues. So what do we expect from Reserve Bank of India? How far would you go in terms of suggesting to the Indian regulated entities, what should they be, what should the methodologies be, what should be the basic reference guide be when it comes to scenario analysis?
I think I'll try to break the question into two parts. One is, I think you raised the issue about the principles-based versus a rule-based kind of a thing. So I think one needs to accept the fact that this climate is kind of an evolving thing globally. Even if you look at the central banks across the globe, nobody has tried to give a prescriptive. They have kept it very open-ended so that this, the entities kind of grow and progress and they evolve as time takes, as time progresses. Having said so, I think in the disclosure part, I think we are kind of looking at a template. Number one, though not linked to the scenario part, but when you alluded to whether there could be some kind of a very specific, a very prescriptive kind of thing, I think we are trying to design a template. So that template, again, will form part of the disclosure. Again, a very broad-based kind of thing. We will not get into very specific part of it, but just to do that hand-holding there, we are trying to develop some kind. That's first part of it. Second part, when you mentioned about the scenario part, I think that aspect is being taken care of by the guidance note on scenario. It will kind of indicate the kind of scenarios which could be kind of taken into account by the banks and the REs. So that we are taking care of, and that it will be connected. And the document will kind of refer when you come out with the disclosure. I think we'll ensure that first the guidance comes out and then the disclosure comes out. So we are trying to link it in such a way. We'll be cross-referencing that. So that part is being taken care of. And I think, again, there is the debate about the short, medium, and long term and all those kind of things. We are trying to kind of see how best to resolve that part. Again, not able to open up on that account, but we'll definitely kind of see how best to handle that part. I hope I answered their question. So one is, in the disclosure will be coming out with the template part, and scenario will definitely give some kind of a guidance as to what all scenarios can be kind of, because that will be a document which will cross-reference the disclosure will cross-reference the scenario part.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. I think templates is what financial entities are most comfortable with, some kind of a checklist, some kind of big rule sets being broken down into. Brazil has done that. Brazil initially was pretty open-ended, and then it has created a template. SEBI itself has done a template form of disclosures by businesses. But Yanis, let me just stay on the point of scenarios and the risk part of it, of course, because that's absolutely critical to understanding the extent and the quantity of risk that can sit on the bank's balance sheets. You have been working with various central banks in different economies, both advanced and emerging. What kind of guidance is coming out? Quickly, if you could just look at that. But also, what we are doing precise in India is right now microprudential regulation kind of approach that we have taken. But equally important is the macroprudential aspect. So can you just reflect on why this is necessary? Maybe we are not at that point today, but going forward, what should be the considerations in the minds of Reserve Bank of India and the wider community?
Yeah, thank you. Let me first say a couple of things about how things have evolved over the last 5 years or so. So most of the banks that have engaged with that topic, I mean, they use what we call climate stress tests. So the idea is to extend the traditional stress testing analysis in order to analyze two types of risks: transition risks and physical risks. And NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System, has played a very significant role in that. Why? Because they have provided some scenarios that central banks and commercial banks can use in order to do their own analysis. So in these scenarios, we have different futures. Some of them refer to a future where we have very high physical risk because we have, let's say, 3 degrees warming at the end of the century, and we need to take into account the financial implications of climate-related events. Other scenarios show that we might see a future whereby the global economy makes a transition quite quickly or a little bit later, and then we need to understand what this means for carbon-intensive industry. So we have this as a starting point, and when, for instance, Banque de France, ECB started doing their scenario analysis, their stress testing analysis, they relied quite a lot on NGFS. And one significant difference between, let's say, what we see in high-income countries and what we see from central banks in emerging market economies is data. So the ECB has a lot of data at the micro level. So what they did was that they started from scenarios and they tried to translate some macro developments according to these scenarios into risks at the micro level. So they tried to translate macro developments, for instance, into probabilities of default. This was their purpose. Now, they did that for 2 reasons. One was to, first of all, understand if the exposure of the financial system is high to these risks. And the second was to also give a kind of guidance on how perhaps banks have to think about this. So for them, it's very important to know that banks have some models to understand what can change the probability of default. So this is the way that they did that. Now, there is a key issue which is about data and models. And when we look at what central banks have done in emerging market economies, we see that there is more emphasis on doing this at the sectoral level. And doing this at the sectoral level is a good starting point. I would say it's not enough because there are significant differences within sectors in terms of how they make the transition. When you take into account that some companies do more, they are in different environments compared to others in the same sector. But it's a good starting point. And then the question is how you go into these details. And I think now central banks are trying to do more in terms of collecting data, understanding how banks can do more precise work. And it's important to make this second step. Now, in terms of RBI, I think I would like to highlight a couple of things. The first one is that NGFS scenarios is a good starting point in terms to conceptualize the problem, but they have developed primarily for high-income countries. This is my view. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the underlying models behind NGFS scenarios are mostly models for high-income countries. And we need to take this into account quite significantly when we look at the application of these models in emerging market economies. Just to give you an example, in these models, the main policy that is considered to be used in order to make the transition is what? Carbon pricing. I don't think it's realistic to use the carbon price scenarios of NGFS for India. So we need to do something that fits the policy context of India. And the other issue is that in NGFS scenarios, there is a quite significant assumption, which is that in most of these scenarios, the world moves together into the green transition when we have high transition risks. And I think there will be differences in terms of how the green transition is going to happen. So for me right now, one key challenge is that we see that the high-income countries like the US, countries in the European Union, they try to make the transition. Sean mentioned before the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. We have in Europe, for instance, the cross-border adjustment mechanism that penalizes carbon-intensive exports from emerging market economies. And I think because of the fact that there's more policy space in high-income countries to do the transition, there can be some spillover effects to emerging market economies. And we have to take this into account in the scenario analysis, because if the transition happens at the global level and then you have some steel companies in India that might be affected in terms of their exports, this is quite important to know from a financial stability perspective. So we need to adjust the scenarios. For me, it's a good starting point, but then we need to make them fit the Indian context. The other feature that is important is that the Indian macroeconomy is different, right? If we make the transition, for instance, and we need to rely quite a lot in green materials from other countries in India, this means that the current account balance is going to be affected. Some companies might lose their market share. So we cannot just say, the transition is going to happen and these macro effects will be insignificant. We need to take them into account in the analysis. And now, two other things that are important. I think data gaps, yes, it's a quite significant issue. My way of thinking about that is that it's important to have a kind of a plan about where you're going to be, let's say, in 5 years from now, and then try to think how you can fill in data gaps. I think this is also what central banks in high-income countries have done. I think this is also what, for instance, BNM, Bank Negara Malaysia is trying to do. They try to understand, they created a mapping of data that they need. They provide some data to banks. They try to have a kind of a target in terms of the long run. And I think it's important to know where you're going to go and how you will get there. And of course, the other issue is that it's important to provide guidelines in terms of what type of data your banks can do, what methods perhaps they can use, but take also into account the heterogeneity that we're having. So we need to know that there are different banking models. We cannot apply the same approach to all banks, of course, but we need a combination of these two things. And finally, you mentioned the macroprudential issue. Just to say that when climate stress testing is conducted, there are a specific assumption that you have to make about how the balance sheets of banks are going to evolve in the coming years. You can either say, we really don't know, let's assume that the balance sheet structure will be more or less the same, and then you extrapolate this, but the problem with that is that banks are going to adjust. So if you have a transition, they are going to change perhaps their business model, or some banks will do that and perhaps will win from that process. Other banks will not do that and perhaps will be losers. And you have to take this into account. Why? Because then you have some feedback effects. Okay, the banking system is there, but it's part of the system. And this is when we do what is called dynamic balance sheets. Now, the problem with dynamic balances is that we don't know. What some central banks have done is that they do quantitative analysis using static balance sheets, because this is the easiest way to do that. But then they have some qualitative questionnaires to banks, and they ask them, if we have a transition, how are you going to react? And one thing that I would like to say about that is that it's very interesting that you see very different responses. I think in the Banque de France questionnaire, there were different answers from different banks. I mean, some banks said, we're going to do the transition. Other banks said, we're going to stick to our carbon-intensive borrowers. We're going to support them. So this has implications, because if you support borrowers, you still have finance. If you have some type of divestment, which is quite tricky, we need to discuss this in more detail, then this creates side effects. So we really need to take this into account. And the other thing that is important is adaptation finance. When they asked, for instance, the banks in the UK about how they would react to flood risks, many of them said, I mean, if this happens, we will stop giving mortgages to people who live in areas with high flood risks, which means that there might be a kind of a feedback loop there that we need to consider. So it's complicated, it's different between countries, but it's something that you really have to take into account.
Thank you, Yanis. I mean, I have a lot of questions in my mind, but I will bring Joe to answer some of the questions that I think talking to you raised in my mind. It does seem that there is an enormous need of new kind of technical skills that will have to be brought within banking system, as well as I think within the central banks. It is not something that either the regulator or the bank ever did before. So when you go to these conferences, and I attend quite a lot of them, the traditional risk management conversation about that the chief risk officer is engaging in has all the elements that I could just add climate to. But I think what is different is the nature of risks. It is completely forward-looking. The probability and occurrence of a risk when it comes to physical risks is difficult to determine. And transition, of course, is happening at different, and these are all scenarios, right? There cannot be exact projections. Joe, you have been an ex-regulator yourself. You've worked with Bank of England, and now you head the Association of Risk Professionals. Just tell us, where are banks when you work with them globally? Where are they at? And what is your assessment of what kind of capacity support would the regulators themselves need?
Brilliant. Well, at GARP, we've been doing benchmarking of financial firms, their capabilities for many years, actually. We started in 2019 and did 4 years of climate risk management benchmarking. Back in 2019, you know, it was just beginning to get going. The NGFS had been formed in 2017, but it was really quite early days. The PRA in the UK was the first regulator to come out with formal climate risk management expectations, and then the ECB followed quite soon. So it was right at the early days. And what we did, we basically score the firms. We look at their governance, their strategy, their risk management, and then we look at the more quantitative aspects of, do they use metrics, targets, and limits? Do they use scenario analysis? And then we also look at their disclosures, not as an indicator of risk management per se, but it's quite a useful cross-check, because what we find is that the firms that are good at disclosures tend to be good at the other aspects as well. So we had 4 years of doing climate risk management benchmarking. And what's the beauty of that, although it's not the same population of firms throughout, there was a kind of core sample of firms that did do all of them. But nevertheless, even if you just control for that, you know, you do see real progression, and you also see the pain points. You see the bits that are really difficult for them to cope with. So typically what you find is that the first area that a bank will sort out is its governance. You know, it needs its board to be thinking about this, to be debating it. It can't just be a sort of tick box. The first year, actually, we found quite a lot of the boards had formal oversight, but they hadn't even seen any papers on climate risk. So it was that kind of backward. And then over the years, we saw increasing engagement from boards, partly, I would say, as a result of the regulatory, in fact, maybe largely driven by the regulatory interest, but also by increasing interest from investors and stakeholders for good disclosures as well. So they start with governance. They have to review their business areas. How will climate risk affect different parts of the firm? The risk management area is typically the area that's kind of leading to begin with, at least. Over the years, you tend to find then the risk management area will sort of step back a bit, and actually it becomes more integrated into the first line, into the business areas. And that's where, once they've done all of this work, they start to find out that there's actually commercial opportunities to be had from embracing climate change, as part of your business strategy, because, people are going to be affected by it. Their companies, their clients are going to be affected by it. They can design new products to help them. So, and that's when you get a real interest, because it's not then just a regulatory compliance exercise. It's actually something they can make money out of. And so if I step back and think, over the 4 years, we saw a steady upskilling across the population. You see some of the key challenges that banks find is, to start with, even getting internal alignment can be difficult. So different parts of the bank having different views on what's important. Getting staffing, getting adequate staffing, the right kind of knowledge internally, and even regulatory uncertainty can be a bit of a problem as well to start with. So you find that firms embark on a series of training and education, ideally throughout the whole firm, maybe with different levels of education for different parts, of the firm, a bit more quantitative, a bit more in depth, maybe in the risk area, and then, even HR, procurement, they all have to kind of understand how climate's going to affect their firms. And then the areas that are more difficult for all of the firms, not just banks, but insurance companies, asset managers, asset owners, is the more quantitative aspect. So like using metrics, targets and limits, doing scenario analysis, that tends to come a little bit later. The biggest challenge is, though, data. By far it dominates everything, and a related challenge is actually having the right models and the right methodologies. So what you tend to find is initially banks will look for outside help, be that from consultancies, and consultancies, of course, they can be expensive. But the benefit of having a consultant in, if they're good, is that they've gone around all of the other institutions, so they can tell you kind of, where you stand relative to the others, and they can help because they're more advanced like that. A lot of firms use universities, though. They work with universities, and some of them form cross-industry groups. So that can be really, really helpful. So, for example, when the PRA ran the first stress test, it was a scenario analysis exercise, actually, not a stress test. GARP held a monthly roundtable for the banks that were taking part, and actually it's still going today. And we did some benchmarking for those firms. So they didn't know, for example, whether they were being prudent or not in their modeling. So we benchmarked their probabilities of default in a particular scenario, and then they could look at it. It was all anonymized, but they could see, if they were like 15 standard deviations away from the mean, they go, okay, I think we've probably got this, we're overcooking it. And once they've done that and had a go, and they've learned from their consultancies or their, cross-industry groups, they then want to build the models in-house, and that's the next natural progression. Now, in terms of data, this is a real challenge, and I know it's a particular challenge. I've been reading quite a lot about the Indian banking system, and particularly getting freely available data sets, or even just data sets, because a lot of firms aren't even measuring their carbon footprint or whatever. So you do find, though, that ecosystems develop over time, particularly when there's a regulatory mandate. It can be very difficult, even if there is a free data set, it can be very difficult for a bank to ingest that into their data management. So there's a lot of work to be done on that. And you just kind of got to be sensible. Maybe you use sectoral averages or whatever, and then you finesse over time. You just have to start somewhere. And then you asked me about what are the regulators and supervisors doing as well, I think. And I think here, the NGFS has been incredibly important as a sort of coalition of the willing. You can see them learning from one another. You see the vast number of different outputs they've come up with. They've looked at scenarios and nature, transition planning. They've looked at risk premium in green and brown assets. That's a fabulous kind of resource. It's also really important for the banks to keep up with what they're thinking. And then some regulators have a sort of domestic agenda as well. So in the UK, where I'm based, the two regulators, the Prudential and the Conduct regulators. They co-chair or they co-convened something called the Climate Financial Risk Forum. And they bring together banks, insurance companies, and asset managers into this forum. And then underneath that, they've got these working groups. And I know quite a lot about it because we've been secretariat for 4 years now. And that's been very, very powerful. They bring together practitioners who write guidance for practitioners. So it really is kind of the institutions themselves sharing what they know. So it tends to be the more advanced companies within this forum, within these working groups. But they've written about risk management, about scenario analysis, about adaptation. There's some more things coming out in October. It will be about nature, about short-term scenario analysis. So that's a way that the regulators can learn and the industry. Someone like the Bank of England or the RBI or whoever, they have great convening power. So if they want to put a conference on, people will come, they will share their knowledge. And they also, a number of central banks are doing their own TCFD disclosures, or, soon to be ISSB, presumably. And they're very honest, they're not perfect, but they're clearly learning. And that's really good because they set a standard and then the rest of the industry can see, well, if they've had a go, we have to have a go. And I think the final thing is just to say that when a regulator runs a scenario analysis exercise, they learn a huge amount because they see what the banks are doing. They can, read the documentation. And I think that's probably the best way a regulator can learn, actually, by seeing everybody's, efforts when they submit their results. Hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. That helps a lot. And I'm tempted to say something. Data is the new oil, pun intended. So we would require more data, and this is what we hear from banks and other financial institutions also. I think what you've said has a lot of sort of examples that the Indian ecosystem can be alive to. For example, Indian Banks Association, what can they do in terms of putting some of the data as public good? So we don't have till now, and I think Mr. Nair will tell us a little bit more about that, but even in the exercise that was done by RBI with 15 banks, the bankers tell us that actually they were not capturing the data on physical risk on the assets, the exposure of their assets. So there isn't been that kind of collection of data, but there are various institutions which are modeling physical risks, and how does that come together in some sort of a public platform, in a public good manner, is also, I think, an ecosystem level question that some of the actors present in the room should be thinking about. But staying on this and taking this a little bit further, on the question of transition plans. The title of this discussion is From Disclosure to Transition Plans. Some of the data limitations are, they say that if you have good transition plans, you are not completely dependent upon the data present today, because this is a planning exercise. You can actually somewhat mitigate the data challenges. But Mr. Nair, I'm going back to you. The disclosure framework has one line which says, if banks have transition plans, please tell us what are the assumptions that they made. And there's that one line only. We also know that systemically important banks in India are exposed to a greater amount of risk. This is the public sector bank, State Bank of India, HDFC and ICICI. Until the portfolios of these banks are realigned, we would not see substantial and material progress in lowering of risk on their loan books and balance sheets. So do you think that transition planning or transition plan can be a good tool for banks and can also be a good tool of supervision for the RBI going forward?
So here I think we need to be very careful in usage of words in terms of transition planning and transition plan. transition planning is an internal kind of thing, which is a strategy developed by a bank itself. And transition plan is an outcome of a transition planning. So that is an external document for the world at large, with what they see in terms of what the bank is trying to achieve. Having said so, you mentioned that in the disclosure, I think we only have mentioned about the transition plan at one place. So that doesn't mean that RBI is not cognizant of the fact that transition plan is an important component. Having said so, if you look at globally and if you look at various standard setting bodies or central banks, of course, some of them have done good work like Monetary Authority of Singapore, or for that matter, EU and UK, and to some extent, I think US has done some work, even Canada, I think. But in terms of the work done by standard setting bodies, I think it's work in progress as of now. But there are two parts to it. Number one, when we talk about the transition plan, first thing is there is a need for a taxonomy, there is a need for a sectoral pathway, and then you have the target. So the real economy and the financial economy have to move together. So unless there are well-laid target, well-defined taxonomy, the sectoral pathways or transition pathways are in place, the financial economy can't help. If these things are there in place, then you can talk in terms of portfolio alignment. And then you can look at the transition plans which have been developed by banks, and that could be an important tool as far as supervisors concerned. And if there are gaps in terms of the transition plans which banks have laid out vis-a-vis the sectoral pathways with the sovereign lays down, then that portfolio misalignment could be there, and it could kind of lead to financial stability risk. And there is wherein the supervisor or the regulator, supervisor will come in. But I think as of now, it's early days as far as we are concerned, because we do not have a sectoral pathway. Of course, a lot of work is happening behind the scenes, like government is working on the steel and the cement sector. But having said so, we don't have that. So unless we have that, I think it will be too early. And another part to it is this scenario analysis can be a very important tool once you have a transition plan in place. So when you have the transition plan and when you do a scenario analysis and the outcome of that, it's a kind of feedback loop, and it helps you kind of look at like whether you are going in the right direction only. But from a supervisory perspective and from the financial stability perspective, if you have well laid down paths in terms of the sectoral transitions, and if you have the transition plans which are developed by the banks, it can kind of help us understand the portfolio misalignment, if at all it is there, and if there are financial stability. But having said so, I think it's work in progress as of now. Globally, people are trying, because what is a credible transition plan? What is an authentic transition plan? To what extent it could be relied upon? Having said so, I think we are also kind of thinking that whether we can, as has been done by other central banks, can we come out with some kind of a document in terms of what is a transition, or what a transition plan could look like, and what are the major components there? And yeah, I think, but it is too early as of now, but we are kind of thinking on that.
Thank you, Ms. Nair, and thank you for using the word credible, because I think that's integrally important to this exercise. Yanis, comment on this. I mean, what are the challenges and what are the features of a credible transition plan? And can there be some unintended consequences, especially in emerging economies, when you conceptualize a transition plan which is more loose, perhaps? So can you just dive into a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So just to say that we started talking seriously about transition plans perhaps 2 years ago or so. I mean, the idea was there a few years before, but I think now it has become quite mainstream in the discussions, and I think that's great. But let me say a couple of things about some guidance that is now being provided by the European Commission on that, which I think is quite useful to have in our mind. And then I will talk a little bit about the side effects and the challenges. So the European Commission has said that it's very important to make a distinction between the factors that companies can control and those that they cannot control. Why is that important? For two reasons. First, it's important because if companies overpromise by saying that they are going to achieve something great, but then if you look at the environment within which they have to operate, this doesn't make sense, you can evaluate the credibility. And it's quite important to do that, otherwise we have greenwashing. So we first need to understand this distinction. And it's also important to understand the distinction in terms of knowing where the company is within the national plans about the transition. And it's quite important because if we start comparing companies across the world based on transition plans, we need to know where they operate. We need to know the supply chains. We cannot just say, like the problems that we had with ESG, let's have an ESG score and compare companies. We really need to understand the context. And I think now this is very much highlighted in the discussion. Now, the other issue that the European Commission has worked on is how public authorities can help companies to make the transition announcements, to make their commitments. And what they have said that if they understand these external factors and they provide some data to companies saying, you have assets in these geographical areas, these are the challenges in these areas in terms of climate-related events, in terms of skills of people, in terms of who can be your suppliers, right? Because in most cases, we are talking about selecting suppliers for companies that are, at the high level in the value chain. And if you have that public authorities provide some broad data about these issues, then it becomes easier for companies to say, okay, let me now focus on my own business model and understand better what I can do within this environment. So this is now something new that we have seen in these discussions, which I think is useful. Now, of course, the other challenge is about the differences in emerging market economies. And I think that two very significant issues here. The first one is the social aspect, because we know that if we do the transition quickly in many countries in the global south, including, of course, India, we're going to see a lot of social effects. And companies have to take this into account. We cannot just say we focus on climate mitigation and we forget about this. So the transition plans should incorporate that aspect. There's also an aspect of how, let's say you have a company in the power sector saying, we're going to invest in renewables. You need to know who are going to be the people who are going to work there. Do they have the skills? What is the plan about that? So this should be taken into account quite significantly. And the other one is climate adaptation. So far, the discussion about transition plans has focused on climate mitigation, but we know that the challenges in India in terms of climate adaptation are quite significant. So, and we got also to understand, I suppose, through transition plans, how companies in the non-financial corporate sector, but also banks, intend to support adaptation. What types of investment they would like to make, how banks can engage with their borrowers to support this process is much more significant here compared to, let's say, the UK. So this is the other aspect. And let me also say something in terms of scenarios. TCFD made this distinction at the beginning of the discussions. Whenever we are talking about scenarios, we can make a distinction between scenarios about what might happen and normative scenarios. So companies might say, I want to see how I can protect my businesses depending on what is going to happen. And then they have 2-3 different scenarios, and then they evaluate the risks and they explain how they will respond to these risks. But there's also the normative scenario where we simply say, this is where we're going to go, let's say 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees. And then we have, for instance, the sectoral pathways that Mr. Nair mentioned. And then we have companies have to explain how they're going to achieve the targets. It's different. In practice, banks and companies have to do both. But it's a different thought process, right? If you're going to say, I want to achieve that, you need to have a plan. If you're going to say, I want to protect, depending on what is going to happen, then you need to explain how you will respond to risks. So sometimes I think we confuse them a little bit, and I don't think it's so useful if you're going to be very concrete.
No, thanks, Yanis. And I think this is also what we find in our conversations. Companies, the direction that they set for themselves is like, oh, we are going to move to either 1.5, they're looking at 2050. Some companies have actually set targets which are ahead of India's net zero target. But when you ask them what they're doing, the response to that is not related to that trajectory. It is about what can company do to mitigate the risk that it will face in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, right? So there is a difference in both the normative and the other aspect that you mentioned. And equally, I think the pace of change is so fast. There are new things coming up. From climate, we have already moved into things like biodiversity, things water, nature-related risks. And Joe, you can probably tell us, and I don't want to bring this up in a manner that there is going to be much more to do. Of course, there are going to be much more to do. Banks in India have been looking at some of these things, but perhaps more systematic approach would be required. Tell us, Joe, on these other types of risk and what are the very particular, peculiar challenges which you will have to probably confront when you start taking this into account. And why should these be taken into account? Why can't we kind of sequentialize this process?
Yeah, no, thanks. So, yeah, the focus has definitely been on climate kind of first, and you can see that even just in the scientific community. The IPCC was formed before it bears. There was the Paris Agreement before the Global Biodiversity Framework. So nature's doing a bit of catch up, I'd say. And when it comes to transition planning, one of the best sources I've found for looking at this kind of question in the whole is the NGFS. Actually, they did a package of work looking at transition plans, and it was back in April, I think, this year. There was 3 documents. One thing that they looked at, which was quite interesting, was how transition plans differ between advanced economies and emerging and middle income economies. And you find that the advanced economies, the focus is very much on climate mitigation, as we've heard, so on decarbonisation. But in emerging economies, where there's going to be greater physical risk and greater nature-related risks, you found that there's much more of an emphasis on those aspects as well. So that's one dimension where across the world there are different emphases. Even in advanced economies, though, there is an increasing realization that nature and climate are so closely interlinked. You can't really think about one without the other. They make each other a lot more risky. So degradation of ecosystems, for example, it can non-linearly amplify the impacts of climate. And you find that what's confusing, of course, is that climate change also contributes to the loss of biodiversity and ecosystems. So people are already arguing, actually, that nature-related risks and opportunities need to be part of transition plans. I mean, just take carbon offsetting, for example. If they're not done properly, they can do massive damage to biodiversity. If you're planting monocultures, for example. And that raises all sorts of reputational and litigation risks for a company if they're involved in offsets that do damage nature. And biodiversity, ecosystem services, they play an essential role for climate regulation. And the truth is we can't get to net zero without a robust and resilient nature. So there's still quite a bit of debate about how you incorporate nature into transition plans. I was looking at HSBC's transition plan, for example, and they're quite explicit on saying, we want to incorporate nature, but we're thinking about how to do it. It's actually a really good document. It's very thorough. Why we need to think about it, though, is, obviously some of these ecosystem services pose massive risks and opportunities, massive risks for companies. So just think about water availability. That can be absolutely devastating for some industries if they're struggling to get the right quantity or quality of water. I mean, agriculture, energy, chemicals. I mean, there's so many industries that rely on water. That can be a real problem. One thing I'll just end on is I did come across some really interesting analysis by the ECB. They've done quite a lot of analysis looking at banks' exposures to ecosystem services. And they look at which of the ecosystem services are necessary for their economic activity. And they also look at supply chain dependencies as well. So they find that the most important ecosystem services are surface water, mass stabilization and erosion control, groundwater, climate regulation, and flood protection. So that's a nice bit of, you know, quantitative analysis there by the regulator. And so when you start to see that sort of analysis coming out from regulators, you think, right, okay, it's only a matter of time till people are joining the dots and people will want to put nature within their transition plans. Now, it's still a matter of debate whether you put it in the one document, or whether you have an adaptation plan and a transition. I don't know. Who cares really? I think you could have too many documents, frankly. So it'd be quite nice to have the one. But yeah, it's a very live debate, and I think it's a really good debate because it's pretty obvious we do need to think about nature, and we need to think about it holistically.
Thanks, Joe. And I think you put it quite well because on the one hand, from regulators' point of view, and I don't like the word compliance, but I'll use it. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 different kinds of things now that you have to comply with, right? But at the very business essence of things, resources are, some of these resources are externalities that we haven't factored into. They will define whether the business can run or not. And that is why this is such a huge risk. So it has to come as part of the business strategy, as part of the how you will even continue your operations, and that gets linked into, has feedback loops into the people who are lending you finance to run your business, and also, of course, what Yanis mentioned, then the probability of default of a few firms or a collection of firms, or the concentration of risk within the financial system. We do have 15 minutes left with us, and I would request and urge everybody in the room to think of some questions that you have. I already have a question with me, but before we get into a conversation, the last point that I wanted to touch was about opportunity. That yes, risk, both in terms of prudential risk, financial firms' profitability, and financial system risk is definitely a major challenge for which everybody, each one of them on this panel said, we have just begun, we need much more in our hands in terms of skills, knowledge, collaboration to be able to deal with that. On the opportunity side, I would again start with Mr. Nair. To what extent can a central bank actually, well, if I could say that, tilt the playing field towards opportunity and financing of green transition? I mean, there's a lot of debate about how monetary policy tools can be put to use. How SLR can be adjusted towards green. Is there something that Reserve Bank of India per se is looking at in terms of incentivizing and defining where it will stop? What is the role of Reserve Bank of India and other entities in the ecosystem?
A difficult question, but I'll make an attempt. Monetary policy is not my domain, so I'll not get into it. I think you mentioned about specifically, I think you are directing a question about exempting the reserve requirements, be it CRR, SLR, whatever it is. And another kind of debate which we keep, another kind of point which keeps on coming is about the priority sector lending in India, which is something very novel kind of thing. So these, I think, are the two kind of things which we keep on hearing, but I think internally when within the bank, this aspect comes up. The thought process has been that there is no question of kind of giving any kind of exemptions or kind of stuff, because that may not be the right approach is what the thought process. Because it could kind of so happen that by doing those kind of things, you end up kind of the money flowing to that sector, and then you have kind of another set of problems. So that's where it is, because if you look at again, because I again spoken at some other forums where this aspect came up. Had it been the case, it would have been so easy to kind of look at the pillar one kind of a requirement where you kind of tweak with that and do that. But it's not so simple and not so easy as it appears to be. So there still kind of debate goes on whether that capital is a right instrument kind of to play around to kind of see that money flows to this sector. So I doubt that could be, and having said so, I think it is a risk reward kind of a thing. If there is a reward and if the kind of the risk is kind of okay, banks on their own will do it. So there is no need of kind of, I think, tweaking for that. If you look at like electric vehicles, or for that matters, renewable energy. Now, if you see our regulated entities have been kind of coming out with products and money has been flowing to that sector. It's not that because of the exemptions which the central bank has given. And again, stretching the argument a little further from the fiscal side, if you look at the EV side, what you started off at a FAME, the popularly called FAME scheme, now over a period of time, they have scaled it down. So handholding is required up to a particular point. Beyond that, it can't go on. It can't be an endless kind of thing. And God only knows where you land subsequently if you try to do those kind of things. So I think that's a call to be taken by a bank and or the regulated entity. I don't think internally, at least the central bank feel that these are not the instruments which we play around and try to ensure money flows through. So I doubt that's going to happen unless, of course, people quote examples of Lebanon and China. They are on the right example, saying that they do with those kind, they reduce the reserve requirements. And so, and that, I think, again, ultimately, it has to go into the pricing part of it. It's a pricing part of it. If you feel the borrower is good enough and when you can lend to that entity, I think that's a call to be taken by the banks. So I doubt it won't take us anywhere, and I have serious doubts or serious kind of not reservations, but I have serious doubts in the sense that whether something is going to happen on that front.
Thank you. Joe, I'll go next to you and then I'll come to Yanis. Just your views on it also, because you have been a regulator yourself as well.
Yeah, so it's always been a bit of a hot debate. Should the central bank or the regulator kind of tilt the playing field a bit? Now, I think it's quite difficult because the regulators there, for prudential purposes, they're thinking about micro and macro prudential policy, the stability of the financial system. And unless it's explicitly in the central bank's mandate, it's not the central bank's role to tilt. I mean, we have a risk-based capital regime, and I know the NGFS undertook some work examining whether you could say that brown assets were riskier than green assets, and they couldn't detect it at this stage in the data. So that makes it very difficult for a central bank to differentiate on the basis of risk. And the truth is that, climate risk is only one aspect of risk, isn't it? So, green assets can actually be riskier, say from a credit risk perspective. So, take a bank lending to an oil major. They've been a good client of them for many years. The truth is the probability of default on that loan is probably very, very low. Whereas the probability of default on a green startup probably a lot higher. So you have this world in which there is actually a little bit of conflict, certainly in the short term, between the risk perspective of green and brown and actually the longer term perspective. So I think whenever I've talked to regulators in the UK about this, is there a role for you to tilt? They're always very nervous. They say it's not within their remit, and also they worry about unintended consequences, and I can completely understand that. So I think just stepping back, probably find the tilting is best left to the government and fiscal policy So they should be taxing the harmful activities. They should be subsidizing the good ones. And then, the banks, the finance will follow the real economy.
Thanks, Joe. Yanis, I know that there is going to be a session in the afternoon, and perhaps you will take this question up also from the fiscal point of view. But here on this panel, do you think these strategies have worked anywhere else? And what has been the driving force of those central banks when they have tried to introduce a green supporting factor and things like that? And just your comments on this conversation, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually no central bank that has used a green supporting factor, but let me say how I approach that issue. I always make a distinction between risk at the micro level and systemic risk, right? And I think this is important because it's one of the key lessons from the global financial crisis. If you look at the probabilities of default related to securitization, all the credit default swap products before the financial crisis, time series were quite good. I mean, they were saying that this is low. And then when you have a structural change, and suddenly you have an increase in risks. Why? Because you need to think about that from a systemic perspective. Now, related to that, we have this discussion about single versus double materiality. Okay, so we have financial materiality, which is how financial institutions are affected by the environmental crisis, broadly speaking. And then we have the way that the financial system affects the crisis. So if you have that there are many big banks around the world that provide a lot of carbon intensive finance, this contributes to the problem, right? Because they contribute to emissions indirectly. So we need to think about how we can change that. So when we look at this issue from a systemic perspective, the next question is who can reduce the systemic risk? And I think I agree that governments, regulations, I mean, these are the main tools that we can use in order to make a change and reduce systemic risks. But from a double materiality perspective, there is also a role for the financial sector. I mean, we're talking about how we're going to finance very significant amounts of investment in the coming years and how to reduce financing for what we consider to be bad for climate. And this means that private debt, the structure of private debt has to change. We need to have a lot of financial initiatives. So there is a role for the financial sector. And then the next question is, are financial institutions going to do this alone, or do we need to coordinate somehow? And I think you mentioned that before, that we need to see a structural change. And I think we have seen a change also in Europe and US in terms of that. Everyone is talking about industrial policy. And if you have that the government has industrial policy, if you have a government commitment to change the types of investment, to change the power sector, then the question is not for central banks to step in and do the work, it's about supporting. And let me just say that what the ECB did was the following. They said, our primary mandate is price stability, but we have a secondary mandate, which is to support government policy. So if governments in the Eurozone say we want to have net zero by 2050, we just need to support that. What they did, as just an example, they went into their quantitative easing program and they said, we bought a lot of bonds from fossil fuel companies that don't have serious transition plans. And this is not so much in line with the government target. So they decided to introduce some climate criteria, right? Which was also about transition risk, but it was also about supporting government. So for me, the way to think about that is how to be aligned with what the governments have set in terms of targets and contribute to this lower systemic risk that I'm talking about. Okay, so it's about support, not to take the role of the government. This is how I think about that from a more macro perspective, let's say.
Thank you, Yanis. And I think at this time, we will open the floor. I know Dr. Montek Aluvalia, you have already sent me that you would like to ask a question. Maybe somebody can give the microphone. And if there are others, please raise their hands. Yes. There, please.
Thank you. Well, let me first of all compliment the panelists for actually bringing out what are very diverse things in a very complicated subject. And of course, I mean, I think we should all agree we need more data, we need better modeling and all that kind of stuff. But I want to step back a little and say that as far as the subject is concerned, which is how do we tackle risk in a financial system, I mean, my understanding is that the primary objective of the central bank should be to ensure the stability of the financial system. And I think both Mr. Nair and Ms. Paisley rightly, I think, said that we shouldn't be using the central bank to muck around, put some more credit here because it'll help. I mean, that's a fiscal role, and the government can do that through subsidies. But if you look at factoring for India, I mean, one of the interesting things will be not the CRR and those kinds of things, but really risk weights. I mean, technically, if you find that certain sectors are vulnerable to climate risk to a greater extent, then the RBI could say, well, we're raising the risk weight on these sectors, and through the requirement of capital adequacy, that will actually discourage credit from going to where it's more risky. Whereas in a lot of the public mind, the notion is, yeah, investment to protect climate change is risky. That's why we must support it. Fair enough. But then you should support it through a subsidy. So I think this is something that we need to be very clear about. Are we going to use, and I'm not speaking for Mr. Nair, but I read him rightly along with Joe as saying, well, that's not what central banks should be doing. And the moment you accept that, two things follow. First, if they do reflect climate risk in the instruments that they're supposed to be handling, which is really risk-weighted capital adequacy requirements, then credit will move away from what is deemed to be risky, which, by the way, would include green hydrogen. I mean, what you might call the climate financing community around the world is completely gung-ho on green hydrogen, also in India. There's equally large amount of evidence going around the world that while it's a wonderful new technology, it just isn't commercially viable. So it's a real issue. And in our case, the problem is, since a lot of it is in the public sector, it's subject to government direction. That's okay, they're responsible for the profitability. But are we quite clear that banks will actually apply risk weights in order to make judgment? Second thing is that, from what little I've seen, and I'm not really at all knowledgeable, and there isn't much work on the within country difference in vulnerability to climate change. I mean, there are a lot of districts that are highly vulnerable, and there are other districts that are not. Logically, bank credit flow out of the highly vulnerable districts into the ones that are not vulnerable. Are we happy with that? If you're not happy with that, are we going to have a fiscal instrument that will offset it? These are the two questions I have.
Thank you, Dr. Ahluwalia. And let me just collect a few more comments and then we can come back. Yeah? Okay. It'd be better to complete now from the response. Oh, you will forget. Okay. Why don't you then? Why don't you then just respond?
I think I like Montex's question. The immediate thing which struck to me, sir, is about if you look at the priority sector lending guidelines, what was happening is the credit was flowing to certain areas in excess of what was required, and there are certain areas where the credit was not flowing. So what we did last time was we gave higher weightage where the sectoral credit was less, and where the sectoral credit was more, we give it the lower incentive. Meaning if 100 is going there, you give the incentive of only 80, and at other places, if 100 flows, you get an incentive of 120. So that's one thing which we can explore from what you kind of asked about, whether we can kind of disincentivize where we don't want money to go. Second question, I think you asked about the certain areas which are vulnerable. Now here, I think the dilemma would be like from a financial inclusion and exclusion perspective. Like India being a country where, like to give a very simple example, I happen to be from Kerala. Every year there is a phenomenon where you have floods, and like recent Wayanad incident, the entire ecosystem suffered, the credit flow. Now if tomorrow, if we are to decide that government, if a mandate or bank decide that we don't lend to those areas, then there is going to be a problem. I think we need to address the problem from the perspective of adaptation finance. We need to kind of lend to those areas which are, I think Orissa is a classic case where whenever these kind of events are happening, but they are able to withstand nowadays because of the disaster management kind. That's one part of it. But can we kind of look at from the adaptation finance perspective where these areas are prone to these kind of natural disasters? Can central banks think of something? I think priority sector lending could be one way. Like if we kind of nudge the banks that money flows, and if it is in form of adaptation finance. And the second kind of aspect which I touched upon earlier, whether higher credit could be given or higher risk weight or whatever it be like. So that's the way not central bank's opinion, my opinion, but I like those two issues which you flagged, sir. The first one I really liked. I think that is something food for thought we need to kind of think about. Thanks.
Thank you. Joe and Yanis, do you want to come in on what? Okay, we can collect.
Yeah.
Joe, you want to?
Yeah. No, I think it was a very well made points. You got to be very, very careful of unintended consequences from all of these kind of regulations. I was talking to somebody based in the Philippines who was trying to get some blended finance vehicle to fund the early retirement of coal-powered power stations. And they had a major bank involved, and it was all going really well. It was going to have massive future reductions in emissions, not current. But when the bank looked at how brown the lending was going to be, they backed out. They didn't want it on their balance sheet because they were worried about how it would look to their, regulators and consumers and everything. That was a massive unintended consequence because actually the truth is that we need quite a lot of finance to go to brown initially, which will then transition to green, and it gets very nuanced. And the thought, as a former central banker, the thought of trying to pick winners and losers and trying to direct finance is it just wouldn't, I don't think it would work. And the other point is on the conduct side, I agree, there are a lot of conduct implications from climate risks. In the UK, for example, the biggest climate risk is probably flooding. There's also, we get heat and but nothing like India or whatever. But if all of the banks stop lending mortgages, to certain areas, you're going to have these kind of ghettos where people, they just can't live there. Maybe that's right. Maybe we shouldn't have built properties there, but it's got to be managed. You can't just leave communities with no financing. And I know a lot of the banks really think very deeply about that, and they're very concerned. So they actually kind of lobby government to do something about it, to enforce planning restrictions more carefully and to think about how we might manage that transition. It gets very complicated very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very quickly to say that, just to mention an example maybe. So over the last 2 years, there was a significant increase in interest rates because central banks want to deal with inflation in many countries around the world. And then there was this discussion about the side effects of that for the green transition. Because when we are looking into the renewable energy sector, the interest rate is a very significant cost. Why? Because you need to make upfront investment. And then there was this discussion about having differentiated interest rates. Again, from a more traditional central banking point of view, it doesn't make any sense. But if we know that it's necessary to have more private debt in order to invest in the green economy, of course, the government has to provide subsidies and all this stuff, but the interest cost is also an issue that we have to deal with. And then the question is whether, again, central banks can do something to support that process without compromising their primary mandate. And there are ways to do that by reducing the side effects. So for me, there is room there to see some fiscal monetary policy coordination, taking into account the side effects, of course. And just to make a correction, the green supporting factor has been implemented in Hungary, but we haven't seen very concrete evaluation of how this went. And it was about green mortgages in particular. They tried to reduce the interest rate on mortgages. And again, depending on the country, sometimes it's quite important. If people can get loans to make improvements in their houses and have low interest rate, it might be helpful. But I agree we need to be very careful with the side effects. And for me, this is a second step. If you want to implement something like that, you also need to see the side effects and then take a decision, depending on what the side effects could be.
Thank you. Yes, could you please introduce yourself and ask the question?
Thank you. Hi, Prateek Kumar here, Senior Consultant with Amba Global. Just want to thank the panel for the discussion, specifically highlighting the importance of data on climate risk management. Just wanted to kind of reiterate the importance of having a consistent and credible methodology too, because there are multiple methodologies out there for different use cases. Say, I think we discussed about TCFD, use of scenario analysis, but that's an organization level. But you do also have the methodology for climate risk and vulnerability assessment at the project level. For example, the DNSH framework, the German Environmental Agency provided a guidance on that. So, but all of these frameworks are based on for the ISO standard. But for country specific, there might be a need to, as discussed, clear understanding of the scenarios, the hazards, which say, for example, in Australia's case, the Department of Climate Change and Environment is actually focused on providing a clear guideline where a company can, at the organization level or at the project level, focus on identifying hazards, templates to identify the transition and physical risk, and also adaptation solution that can be integrated. So this can be a valuable tool. I'm not sure if it's the central bank's role or a regulator's role, but having a clear methodology can provide users, both the companies and the financial institutions, to do that climate risk management. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prateek. And I think financial institutions will love a template. Yes. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah. The only thing I think when you think about the question that I would have for you is when we think about India versus UK or US differences, the impacts of climate change in the near term, we think are probably much greater than they're likely to be in the northern countries, much higher in the southern countries. And a central bank, informed by that assessment, when it comes to regulatory changes, you're already incurring a certain level of risk by sticking to the finance structures that you already have. So not doing anything is actually very costly and high risk. And so I wonder how you deal with that. Is the central bank looking at specific impacts when you're running the scenarios on the physical risk, and what does it do to your regulatory actions?
Last time when we did the pilot exercise, it was a very limited kind of thing. And I think, to be very frank, it was very crude and very elementary kind of thing what we did at that point of time. And the impact when we kind of saw was not so much. Of course, sectors were very limited. We did look at the physical risk aspects also. But having said so, I do agree that there has to be a feedback loop kind of thing. The outcome of the scenario has to be kind of ingrained into the policy, the regulatory framework. But I kind of feel that sovereign will be the person who will be much better placed as far as any actions have to be taken. And the regulations can kind of supplement that. Regulations cannot take a lead, because I think that's the kind of general concern. And even I stick to the view that regulations, or the central bank regulations, cannot take a lead here, and it has to be a sovereign who has to take a lead there. And the central bank can play a role in terms of supplementing kind of things. But I do agree that scenario analysis does kind of give you a sense in terms of the outcome, in terms of what impact it has. But again, kind of be guarded here. When we did, it was about banks. When you talk of scenario analysis, it has to be a holistic kind of thing where you have the insurance and all other entities to be involved. Then you know the exact kind of impact which it has, which has been done in case of other central banks. But in our case, it was merely restricting it to banks. But having said so, I do agree, but still I stick to the point that central bank cannot be leader there. If you have kind of a sovereign taking lead in terms of the sectoral pathways and transition pathways, the regulations would be of help. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. There was one question there, yes.
One question to, my name is Abhijit Srivastava from Azalia Capital. One question to the regulator again, sorry. The question is that, look, when we talk of decarbonization or any kind of transition, the efforts need a lot of capital, which is long-term in nature, 12 to 15 years. Now, say for example, the urban transportation, which is now mandated under FAME, that you have to convert your IC engine buses to electric buses. Now, this sector per se is not covered under the harmonized list of infrastructure as defined by RBI and Government of India. Now, 15-year money, where is the money? All your developmental financial institutions, domestic, are barred from, which are infra financing institutions, are barred from lending to this sector. Requirement, probably around 3 lakh crore, where this money will come from.
Harmonized list, if I'm not going wrong, it's a central government kind of thing and it's RBI kind of follows. It's not RBI kind of taking the lead. So I beg to differ there. And second thing, I do agree that financing requirements are huge, and but you do have the 7-year kind of thing, but it is in the housing. It is not there in the the transportation part. But having said so, I do agree where the money comes from. But now you have entities like NAPFID and who are having the focus specifically on the infrastructure part, and they are not, but again, I need to go back and kind of, I can't respond immediately, but I'm very sure on the harmonized list part, I think it's a central government's call and then the central bank comes in. But point is well taken, the resource requirements are huge, and can the financial institutions play a role, or is there a need for kind of tweaking the regulations whereby some kind of an enabling kind of thing? I do agree there. Thanks.
Just to add to what Mr. Nair has said, that actually the linkages with capital markets will play a huge role over here. So the financing institutions can also raise money through bond issuances from capital markets, offload those assets and free up your loan book to actually project finance where it is needed to go. So in India, what Sean was talking about, the global markets, but the green assets class within even the corporate bond market has been rising. It is nearly 8.91% of the total corporate bond market. In a span of 10 years, $46.1 billion issuances of green bonds, sustainability bonds, etc., have happened. Now, this linkage also has to be utilized by financing institutions to also avoid both asset liability mismatch, the upfront cost that will be required, plus also the sector exposure limits that the banking industry is faced with. So I think that is why we have to act like a system. And not only then the Reserve Bank of India, I think there is a role that SEBI is playing in this field as well. But somewhere connected is the question about information symmetry. So investors, your financials will require more and more forward-looking information, data substantiating your plans going forward to make the flow of finance more transparent and easy, I would say. And that's why disclosures, not only from RBI, but from SEBI will also have to play a role. I think we've come up on time, and I would just conclude by giving our panelists the last chance as well to say that in the near term, what will be your 2 priorities of action? I will begin with Joe and end with Mr. Nair. Joe.
When you say priorities for action, you mean what we expect central banks or the market in general?
Also, perhaps even for some other ecosystem players which can actually play a part in this.
Right. I think one of the big priorities for all of us is to understand how to link nature within our ecosystems, and not natural ecosystems, but the financial ecosystem. It's been increasingly obvious that nature's played, a lagging role here. And so understanding, even in scenario analysis, bringing nature into that as well will be a really important focus. And then similarly, understanding how nature fits within financial regulation as well. Because I do worry that just focusing on climate will bring the wrong results, and we won't get to net zero unless we bring nature up to the same kind of level of understanding. So that's probably my 2 penny worth.
Thanks, Joe. Yanis.
Okay, so for me, one key priority is to do more work quickly on capacity building and data. And in terms of capacity building, I would like to highlight that there is a kind of a gap right now. Why? Because we are also in the period of transition in terms of education on climate finance. So if I think about my students, I mean, now they do climate when they go to a university and they do economics, so they are more prepared for what we're discussing today, but there is a gap and we need to deal with that. So for me, it's very important to look more systematically at capacity building, understand what banks, for instance, need in order to do these types of analysis that we discussed today, and provide support. So this is one priority. And the other one, maybe I would say something which is a little, again, it's about the system. I think in finance, we haven't discussed a concept that is very important in the negotiations about climate change. It goes back to 1992, the United Nations Climate Framework Convention, which says that we need to understand that there are differentiated capabilities and responsibilities. So it's about climate justice. And I think we're talking about financing, where to find the money. There is a risk that even if we have more private debt or public debt to support the transition to a green economy, then many countries in the developing and emerging market world will see higher debts. They will be downgraded by credit rating agencies, and this will not be good, right? It will not solve the problem. So I think we need perhaps to insist a little bit more on that also in finance. We need grants from countries that have the primary responsibility for the problem, and they have a financial capacity to do that. So yes, we need to think about all the solutions at the national level, but don't forget about the global perspective. Otherwise, we're going to see a lot of instability in the global south in general. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Nair.
I think I look at a little differently from an India perspective. I think a lot of things happening in silos. It's high time we integrate and we sit together and deliberate at a country level as to in what direction we need to move, what is the resource availability and how much we need, so that we can kind of navigate, so it will be easier. And second thing, as a central banker, I think we would like the banks to kind of at least cultivate that climate philosophy within the institution at the board level, at strategy, in a form of strategy, and it needs to percolate down and look at themselves as to what their books are looking like. And in case of this physical or transition risk happening, what could be the maximum impact, so that they are in a much better position to withstand it and they can continue to grow. So meaning that if they are like having an X is a balance sheet size, and if they are intending to grow at a rate of 15 or 20% for 3 or 4 years, have they factored that climate risk component? And if that was to happen, will they be in a position to grow at that pace? I think that is one aspect we need to think of.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. And I think that's a very, very good note to end on. Banks in the room, financial entities in the room, how do you move from risk to finance through a plan of action? And irrespective of what the regulator will ask you, of course, that will give you a method to do that much more systematically. But climate risk, opportunities, finance is beyond compliance. It is very much a part of you, how you want to grow your business. So with that, thank you so much for being such an engaged rapt audience, if I could say, for something that I was thinking that will be a very, very dry, dreary session. But I enjoyed speaking to our panelists. Thank you so much, Joe, for joining us from the UK. Yanis from coming down for this conference. Mr. Nair, as always, being very frank and very objective in your assessment about everything. Thank you once again. Over for lunch. This will be 1 hour break from now. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to announce that we'll begin the second panel at 2 p.m. sharp. Enjoy lunch, everyone. Yeah, people outside the hall, can I please request you to move in? Hi, people outside the hall, can I please request you to move in? You can do the photo session later, guys. Come on in. Please take your seats, everyone. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. We're diving right into our next panel, which is seizing opportunities and mitigating risks in the era of climate crisis. How can industry accelerate action? This session will discuss drivers that are instigating action, kinds of steps entities are taking and will need to take individually and in collaboration for realigning portfolios and investments for green transition. Our chair for this session is Rupa Satish, Primary Advisor Markets South Asia at Climate Bonds Initiative. Rupa has been a career banker for over 30 years in domestic and multinational banks like BNP Paribas, ABN AMRO, and IndusInd Bank. She brings with her rich domain expertise in specialized areas like project and infrastructure finance, debt capital markets, and real estate finance. As an avid green thinker, Rupa set up the climate and project finance unit at IndusInd Bank and financed over USD 2.5 billion of debt in clean energy across 50 projects. Join me in welcoming Rupa. For our panelists,
welcome back. Picking up the conversation that started earlier today morning. So this session is going to be a little bit more, perhaps, free-flowing. We have a very eminent panel of panelists here, panelists representing senior bankers, senior investors, and market makers. The issue is, when you look at India, and we've been discussing India's decarbonization plan, but traditionally, India has hardly contributed to the emission problem. That is what we hear oftentimes. In fact, between 1870 to as recent as 2019, only 4% of the global emissions are contributed to by India. And we do have a very big development agenda as well to fulfill. Having said that, we are also today amongst the world's larger emitters. So if we continue the way we are in our trajectory without making structural changes to the way we grow, then we will accelerate the climate change issue, causing problems both globally as well as ourselves. And that is where the government of India has taken up, ambitious goals on net zero and put forward a plan for a transitioning economy. But having said all that, what we are really here to discuss is, does the market believe this? Does the market believe that there is value in doing climate finance? Is it the prerogative of a few climate funds who are actually allocating capital towards this sector? Or are large systemically important capital providers, both from banks and investors, are they allocating capital towards this sector? So that is a hard question that we will be hopefully discussing, and we will get some clarity. Equally important is the corporate action. We have with us from the steel industry a very eminent a panelist who will be shedding some light on how corporates view this whole decarbonization plan in India and what it entails to be in an industry which is undergoing this transition. Along with that, I would also invite market makers like Climate Bonds to shed light on the global developments and how capital is flowing. So please put your hands together and help me welcome our panelists here. Mr. Ashwini Kumar Tiwari, Managing Director of SBI. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Mr. Rajiv Anand, Deputy Managing Director, Axis Bank. Thank you for being with us here, Rajiv. Alice D. Bazil, Global Head of Institutional Business Development Support, Amundi. Thank you, Alice, for being with us. Alice has flown in from Paris, so thank you for that. Swayam Saurabh, CFO of JSW Steel. Thank you, Swayam. And Sean Kidney, CEO of Climate Bonds, who's joining us online. So I'll go get seated there, and hopefully we'll get Sean online and begin the conversation. Is he there? Yeah, welcome, Sean. Nice to have you back.
Thank you, Rupa.
Hello, yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Tiwari. So I thought we will start the questions from you. We're broadly dividing the session into three main parts. The first part looks at broad strategy. The second part is specific on market opportunities, and the third on the climate risk. And we'll be, focusing on how organizations are really addressing these three aspects when it comes to climate finance. So, sir, SBI has always been in the forefront of helping India in its development agenda, contributing to a very big share of the market requirement. So how do you see now your role, considering that you need to now equally play an equally important role in the transition, in helping the country transition towards a lower carbon economy?
Thank you, Rupa, and good afternoon, everyone. So as rightly pointed out by you, SBI is playing its role in this area as well. We are working both with regulators because there is a lot of action which has to be done at their end, and the climate risk framework you see, which is a draft framework, and the implementation will start sometime next year, is also a consultative framework which we are involved along with other players as well. Similarly, with the Government of India, again, we have been engaging with the Department of Financial Services for various things, focusing attention on this, and in particular, the taxonomy part. The last budget did come out with this thing that this will be done soon, and with the Department of Economic Affairs. So that's on the overall ecosystem side. The other part which we have done is that as a leading bank, we have been measuring our scope 1 and 2 for the last 10 years as part of sustainability report. But in terms of scope 3, which now becomes mandatory from 2025 as per the BRSR latest version, we have already identified partners who would help us do this. This process took longer than we thought because there was no clear methodology as to how this is to be done in India. The scaling factors were not available. The comparative numbers were not there. So all of that, we ultimately have finalized partners, and hopefully in the next 3-4 months, we should be able to do this. Of course, it will still be a little bit high level, but we have partners like the JSW Group who already have done a lot of work in this area, and they have also shared information. And similarly, all large corporates have this information shared. So we hope to complete this. On the risk side, I know there is a separate question, but again, we have identified a partner to help us granularly measure our risk. Done a few pilots in this area, but clearly that's a big, big risk area for us. And considering the fact that India is very much exposed to the climate risk, and therefore, even as it continues to strengthen and protect its energy security and also the developmental goals, it still has to work on this simply for its own sake, apart from being the fact that it is one of the largest countries in the world with the largest population. So it needs to play its role, but it also needs to do it for its own sake. So considering all of that, we are doing a lot of things. In terms of renewable energy, we are already the largest provider among banks, and we have been doing this for a long time. We have set up many industry-leading financial benchmarks in this area, and this segment has become commoditized, which means everybody is now easily participating. Of course, a lot of support came from SECI and other providers. And now we are moving to other areas. For example, pump storage hydro, again, is a very new area, but we have already initiated work in that area, and we are starting to support people who are into this. Very few are there, by the way. And similarly, round the clock power. So energy side, a lot of action. Then again, the electric mobility, again, we have been supporting people, and still a relatively newer area. So these two areas are attracting a lot of attention, and we are supporting them. But there are related areas where we are, again, working with corporates like them to see how this can go forward.
So can I just ask one follow-on question? So when you look at both, so there is a green sector, which is, the sectors that you articulated, and then there are sectors which are transitioning, which also requires a lot of heavy investment. So has SBI sort of set itself some kind of a target saying, I will do X $1 billion or X rupees in crores of investments for ourselves? Or do you think it's a good idea? Is that possible?
So we are committed to having our own net zero by 2055, which is below India's number. But by 2030, we are committed to 7.5% of our book being green.
Fantastic.
Including adaptation and all the other projects. Of course, it's a very small number right now. But if you look at our book today, about 36 trillion rupees, and assuming it grows at whatever 10% plus number every year, and even today, this number, 10%, is about 3.6 trillion rupees, which is almost 7 or 8 times what we have today. So therefore, the commitment is there, and we have a dedicated climate finance unit, which has been set up. So that is really working, and it has given budgets to all business units on green. And these are gradually being escalated as we go along. So we have already taken internal targets. We don't disclose it in public because first we have to do it, and rather than talk about it and not do it. So we follow the other model.
Very nice to hear that, sir. Very heartening. So what you're saying is within your, there is a management level oversight on what this book is, and you are observing right from your desk how this book is growing and how it will grow over
there are targets given to all business units.
Fantastic,
on this,
sir.
so which have to be met.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, sir. So I'm moving on to, Amundi. Alice, as a leading asset manager in Europe, how do you see, this whole sector? How do investors look at this for India? Is this Again, like I said, is it a fad? Is it with a few development organizations or large commercial investors? Are they interested in this sector and in overall the emerging economy of India? And again, is it more in debt or is the interest more in equity? So if you can, share some perspectives.
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of perspective here. So first, I would take as a proxy European institutional investors, because I know them first, it's easier, but it's a good proxy. When you look at their allocation to emerging markets, so it's still pretty low. So it's 5% for equity, 3% for debt, but it's growing. And when we look at the flows, so when it comes to emerging equities, so at the first quarter of 2024, we had the same flows as for the whole 2023 year. So it's a growing market, and this is quite impressive. But when it comes to active strategies, it's negative, except for Indian equities. So this is, I think, something very interesting to look at. It's a market that it's being quite sophisticated, quite matured, so it goes to pricey. But Indian equities are still a very good opportunities for active investors. And when we look at the size of the Indian equity market for international investors, so ex-Indian investor, so it's a market that is 90 billion now. So it's pretty interesting to see that over just the last year, it gained 27 billion. So it's a really growing market. And now 50% of this market is passive. So we see also a change of dynamics here. When it comes to investors, you have mostly Asian, North America, and Europe. So you see it's pretty well diversified. So there's really an interest everywhere in the world for Indian equities. And approximately a third of those strategies are within responsible investing tilt. So 1/3 is pretty huge, to be honest.
Do you see that share improving in future? 1/3?
Yeah, of course.
1/3 is a big share. It's a big share.
Yeah, it's a big share already, but it's going to improve because let's face it, more you will see regulation, you will see new frameworks appearing everywhere in the world. So Indian equities and Indian strategies will have to abide by this. When it comes to emerging debt, so the flows are a bit different. It's smaller flows. It's around 41 billion for the first quarter of 2024, and the whole year of 2023 was around 130. So we're aligned. We don't see exactly the same growth pace as for emerging equities. And something that is interesting is that we see outflows from Europe, especially due to the China's short-term perspective. And India is again more appealing than other single countries. And the market size is still small, and of course we know why, but it's still a 3 billion market for international investors. But it's growing as well, so it gained almost 500 million year on year. And here, again, interesting, top investors are from Asia Pacific. So we see there's still a whole big crowd to convert to Indian debt. And of course, the change that we were expected started last June with the inclusion in the JP Morgan benchmark, and we'll have additional benchmark. I think it's Bloomberg in January. So it's going to change. And it's a story that we believe in at Amundi, and we have actually been early believers because we started our first strategy of Indian bonds in 2013. Maybe too early, this one, but still, we were believers.
But you have a SBI bond, SBI India bond, right? Yeah, if you can, share some.
Sure, and this one, so it's a renewal of the 2013 strategy. So we relaunch it in a vehicle that allows all investors, all international investors to invest in. And to us, it was really because some variables have changed. So, of course, the integration into the benchmarks, but also the stable outlook. It's monetary, it's fiscal, but it's also political, which was about the macro outlook of India. It's also the improved access to the markets, and it's also a very good diversifier. So when we look at the correlation between Indian debt and other emerging countries, it's super low. So it's a good thing to have in your portfolio, and this is the only thing we know to do in finance, and it's diversification. Otherwise, there's no magic trick. So yes, so this is why actually we've been believing in this.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So I'm just, I was looking at the steel transition report that the Ministry of Steel has issued. And it's so heartening to see that you have taken such a lead in the green steel or in the transition planning within that industry. I also saw that strategically you have taken a commitment towards net zero as well. So wanted to understand a little bit from you, how does this fit in within the overall strategy for steel? And what kind of challenges do you face in a sector which is transitioning? Are there, is it competitive? Because there must be large investments that you would be required to make. Does that affect your competitiveness? How do you see this play out?
So you've asked 4 questions in 1 question. But what is most comforting is being surrounded by all the people with a lot of capital supply.
This is your opportunity.
No, so, the new green steel framework, which is being proposed, is extremely forward-looking. It's too early, but the way it is constructed is exactly what industry would need if this problem has to be solved. Because it's a very large problem of transition. I mean, steel as a sector contributes under 4% when it comes to GDP, 12% when it comes to total emissions. So it's indeed a large one to solve. But the way the think tank has structured it, essentially, into 3 broad pillars. The first is about enablement, which is essentially, moot questions like what is a green steel? So creating a taxonomy, creating right demand environment. So it talks about things like, can government commit part of public capex, steel consumption to be green? So a lot of that will boost demand. And a monitoring and a measurement framework. The second one, which is most critical, where we are directly related, talks about all the enablers of this transition. So pillars, which would include energy transition, energy efficiency, process efficiency, use of alternate fuel, and so on. All of this would require, capital intervention, policy intervention, for it to, make economic sense. And, then there is, of course, this whole set around how do you enable it by creating right, let's say, capital availability and other fiscal supports which corporates might need to, go for this transition.
I saw a number of $283 billion that the industry requires for transition.
It's actually more, in our view, depending on, where you want to transition to. So just to use, data point in reference. Today, a ton of steel in India translates into a carbon dioxide emission of 2.4 tons. To make 1 ton of steel, 2.4 tons of carbon dioxide gets produced. The way we are seeing it, and I'll come to how we are seeing sustainability and transition for us, the path from 2.4 to, let's say, 0.7 is far less capital intensive, far more economically viable. But path below 0.7 would require, for example, hydrogen as a fuel, electrolysis as a process, where a lot of innovation is happening. So, that number actually talks about low emission steel, which is what I personally believe as a country we shoch first aim for.
It's a practical approach.
Yeah. Now, coming to, our sustainability, JSW Steel as a company, we started much ahead of, before ESG was the buzzword to talk. We actually identified 18 areas because we saw that, this is not only coming, but being leading steel producer in India, we have to have commitment as well as responsibility to drive this change, which also, subsequently allowed us to do our first, sustainability linked bond. We were the first company in India to actually do it. The way we are seeing it, we have basically set out an ambition to become net zero by 2050. India as a country wants to get there by 2070. But we also have a short and medium term goal to go to 1.95 ton of carbon dioxide by 2030. So this short and medium term, next 5 to 6 years, we have a very clear plan. And most of what we'll do around, so for example, we will completely move from traditional form of energy to renewable energy. And we'll do it because it's the right thing to do. We'll also do it because it's economical for me to produce.
Absolutely.
Then we are looking at other innovations like our new blast furnaces. So for example, the very large unit in Vijayanagar, one of our locations which has just gone online, has significantly better fuel rate. So the larger blast furnace translates into that. We are going to be using more of scrap. A lot of that will get us to 1.95. But the big question here, and I'm sure we'll get some answer, is how do we get to 1.95 to 0? Because while it's clearly a path we have to aim for, I think, as a community, but there are more hurdles today which needs to be resolved before we transition sustainability and responsibly.
Right. Thank you. So Rajiv, that comes straight onto I think it's a very nice stage which is set, because in your strategy you have clearly articulated that you will grow your exposure to green and climate positive sectors and also reduce your exposure. That's something that I have not seen any bank in India call out so clearly. You have actually said in your disclosures that you will reduce exposures to sectors that emit emissions. So how do you think are customers reacting to this? If Axis is a large bank in the market, so how do you think this will help you in the short term, in the medium term with your market share?
Firstly, thank you for having me here.
It's a pleasure.
Delighted to be here. So as a large organization, we have a responsibility to build an inclusive, sustainable economy and at the same time ensure commercial viability and meet our fiduciary responsibility to our depositors. So that's the sort of the overarching considerations that we have. We created a ESG committee at the board level in 2021. So therefore they guide us in terms of what needs to be done, etc. We work with IFC Washington as well in terms of meeting the requirements. And I think as a bank, given the fact that this ESG as a bank is less of an issue, it's more of an issue in terms of what we're doing with our with our customers. And so therefore it's really in that context that the initial commitment was to do 30,000 crores of lending to green over a 5-year period. We finished that in 3 years. We have renewed that again over into 2030. We also recognize the fact that perhaps some of the execution risks, the tenors of these loans is getting longer and longer. So I think I must emphasize here that commercial viability is key. And you've been a corporate banker as well. It is super important to us that every project is commercially viable, and it needs to tick the green box. It's not the other way around. It may or may not be commercially viable, but it's green, and so we are meeting our commitments. It doesn't work. So I think it's important for us to emphasize that, and that's on the corporate. We also do, for a certain level of size of term loans, etc. We do environmental and sustainable due diligence as well. It's a 2-page report in each of our credit memos, goes to the board, to our board committee. The board committee comprises bankers, and the chair of the ESG committee sits on a credit committee as well. So they do talk to each other quite extensively. I'm quite delighted to also say that while we have done ESDD, for let's say the BSE 1000, companies, no company comes to mind where we have actually turned down a proposal because of environment and sustainable issues. So the point I'm making there is, I think responsibilities to the environment are well understood by corporate India, and I think each company, maybe perhaps to various degrees, but certainly, are meeting their requirements and meeting their
But have you said
responsibilities.
no to a hard emitting sector?
Sorry.
Have you said no to a company which is emitting? That's a tough question, right?
No, it's not a tough question at all. I think ultimately, if you are emitting, it's really about what you do with the emissions as well. There are some chemical industries, for example, there will be effluents, but it's really about what kind of effluent treatment you have
How do you mitigate
to be able
that?
to mitigate
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
And I think I think we also need to recognize the fact that India will continue to produce coal, grow coal production into 2045.
Absolutely.
Even into 2045, we will be predominantly a thermal economy. And so therefore it is very important for us as large lenders into this economy that we do what is right for us here in India, rather than meeting the requirements of Berlin or Washington, as the case may be. And so therefore we do work very closely with the governments as well to be able to meet our requirements. To the point that you were making about what we've said is that we will reduce the proportion, i.e. the glide path into transition. We will reduce the proportion. So it's not as if we're not saying that we will shut down lending to the dirty sectors, but we will reduce the proportion over a period of time.
No, but congratulations on that, because it's a great commitment and a great guidance to the market, from a very large reputed institution like Axis Bank. So it's a phenomenal step, I would say. I think you would be the first banker in India to have, articulated a strategy so clearly there.
No, my business guys are very upset. So I talk to my relationship managers, they don't talk
Your
so nicely
investors,
about it.
but your investors will be happy.
Yes, they do. No, but I think, ultimately we've got to do, like I said, as a large organization,
It has to be
we have a
balanced.
responsibility to do this. And on the retail side also, we've, obviously we've made commitments in terms of increasing our affordable housing book, increasing our, two-wheeler, the proportion of two-wheeler loans being EV. So therefore, it is both not just on the wholesale side,
Certainly.
but on the retail side as well. And I think it's important for people who don't work in banks in the audience here to recognize the fact that from a sustainability perspective, banks in India have been meeting sustainability requirements forever through priority sector lending. For those of you who are not bankers, 40% of our loans go into priority sectors, which is basically agriculture, small and marginal farmers, MSME, etc., etc. So I think sustainability and inclusivity in that sense is embedded into everything that Indian banks do.
Absolutely. Mr. Tiwari, sir, based on what JSW and, sorry, huh?
Yeah, so go ahead.
No, based on what JSW and Axis and, Amundi are all saying, my question to you is, among all the sectors that are coming in, obviously you mentioned that some of the green sectors are very much in your focus. And you have resorted in the past to, green issuances. So do you see this as a good opportunity for access to, the right kind of money at the right cost, right tenor, those kind of, you see there's a good market getting created here, both as an investor and as issuer?
So we've been issuing green/sustainability/climate bonds, pen paper and loans for some time. And climate bond initiative has also helped us in some of those. So more than $5 billion been issued, but it's still very early, still scratching the surface because the overall opportunity here is very, very large. So if you are a $500 billion plus bank, then this 5 billion doesn't count over a period of 5-6 years. So therefore, my sense is that we obviously want to do much more. especially since our international book itself is 70 odd billion. So there's a lot of potential here. The only question is that this question of greenium, etc., which is hardly there.
Absolutely.
And we have seen in the green deposit space, which we launched the product, the compliance costs are pretty high as laid out by the regulator, but there is hardly any traction. And the only reason is that if we have to offer a lower rate, nobody wants to take that.
Sure.
So nobody wants to take a green deposit just because and accept a lower rate. So I think we have to think through this, and we have been engaging with the regulator to see if there could be some dispensation of CRR or any other reserve ratios on green deposits. So far, it hasn't happened, but we hope that this has to be pushed. And we need many more instruments like this. I think there's some dispensation is in order, because otherwise to expand this just on the basis of people's commitment to green would be asking a lot in a rate sensitive market like ours. So therefore we'll have to watch out for that. And of course, on the other side, as you mentioned, all these sectors we are looking at, many have become very commercially viable, and all of us will look at viability for sure. And the opportunity is so large. I mean, there are various numbers. There's a McKinsey report of $10 trillion, which talks about over a period of 2070. And some numbers ultimately boil down to some investment requirement of around $300 to $400 billion per year. Now, this number again is not very crystallized, but if this is the order of requirement, I think there's a huge opportunity. We have to select, of course, which sectors we will go first and which not. There will be certain sectors, like for example, agriculture, where maybe a government intervention, etc., is much more needed. But then we other sectors which commercial bankers and the private sector can surely lead. So therefore, it's both. It's an opportunity, and as an issuer also, we see a lot of opportunity on these sides.
So Sean, I'd like to pull you in here. You heard what Mr. Tiwari was saying, that the market is really there for SBI to grow its book, but the funding through bonds is challenging because the compliance costs are high, and there is hardly any differential pricing which is available on a green book. So you've been around the globe, working with several countries and meeting several investors. How do you see, the money flowing? Any broad trends you would like to share? And specifically, can you help SBI?
Well, look, we've been helping SBI in the past, as Ashwini said, and we're very keen to help SBI more. In liquid currencies, the pricing is very clearly a greenium. We publish pricing reports every 6 months or so, and Indian issuers are issuing in US dollars, so EUR are getting that benefit. Of course, the challenge is in INR. Although it is worth noting that the Indian sovereign, green sovereign, when it came to market, did get a 6 basis points price benefit for the green format, according to the Ministry of Finance. I'd be interested in Ashwini's views on that, actually, and replicability of that. But that was worth noting in the sense there were clearly some benefit here. My general view on the greenium is that where it occurs, it's because of liquidity when we get liquidity in the market and price discovery, and generally people sell off their ordinary bonds before they sell off their green bonds. Until we get that consistently, we don't get consistent price discovery. But when we get that consistently, we do get consistent price difference. We get premium in the secondary market, which translates into a greenium in the primary market. Typically, the difference is split half and half. With AAA bonds in Europe, they get about a 5 basis points premium in the secondary market pretty consistently, and they get roughly a 2 basis points greenium in primary as a result. And that's something we see happening more and more in other currencies. There are currencies like Chilean pesos where this has become consistent now. We need more issuance to be able to get a consistent secondary market price signal out of the INR market. But pricing isn't the real reason most people do these sorts of things. They do it because of the nature of investor engagement. And probably, Ashwini, I'd say that's why SBI has been doing it, really. It's the depth of investment, the stickiness that comes with investors who like the green format and come back again and again. And, you know, any treasurer worth their salt knows that if they've got stickier investors or more investors in their book, they might be able to extract a bit of price benefit. But only if someone like Amundi sees a benefit and still sees a relative benefit for that. And so there's an arbitrage between those two. Clearly, we have to manage. One thing that is absolutely certain is the global track record about oversubscription rates for green bonds.
Right.
You know, in France, we've seen some enormous success recently with the French sovereign getting 14 times oversubscription with its January issuance, which Amundi participated in. And then the Société Grand Paris, which is a rail company in Paris, getting 18 times oversubscription. These are not actually unusual stories. This is happening effectively. It varies, of course, from country to country. Will we see that level of differentiation in India in the near future? Not sure. We're not seeing enough issuance to be able to assess it. We are seeing improved issuance, that is oversubscription rates, and therefore investor appetite. On the odd occasion we see INR issuance. We're very keen to grow it. We also, by the way, now have much more access to credit uplift opportunities in the Indian market. We've got development banks or green guarantee facilities willing to support lower rated to become higher rated. You might be aware Life Insurance Corporation of India and insurers have minimal rating requirements to have to achieve to fit in their portfolios. There are now tools to allow people to get a credit uplift to make the portfolio requirements of insurance companies. There are things we can do, but the bond market is modest in India. We all know that. Green bond market's been leading it. What I will say is that globally, the demand keeps growing, and we're going to see $1 trillion issuance of green bonds this year, a huge increase from last year. We're on the rise again post-COVID as bond markets recover. Pretty well everywhere, we see a growth sector or growth factor, especially public sector. You know, the sovereign issuance is going crazy, a bit like because of that French sovereign bond issue that I mentioned earlier this year, same sort of principle. We now have 50 governments around the world issuing them, and now we have a lot of provincial governments issuing. And, you know, in India, an example of a fresh market, which I think we're going to see growing next few years, is the Vadodara bond, issued in, was it January? 14 times oversubscribed, the green municipal bonds from Gujarat. We haven't seen much of this in India, but we know that Indian municipalities have enormous capital investment requirements, that they're not going to be able to get all that money directly from the centre. Because of the scale that's required, it's in the centre's interest, as well as in the interests of citizens of India, to see municipalities develop their capacity to raise capital for the infrastructure needed to allow them to grow faster and better. That's an example of an area that we will see grow. So I think the opportunities are actually going to grow very fast, despite the sense of the cost of transaction. And that last point, that's where the taxonomy work that the Ministry of Finance has announced will help, because that's clarity of guidance, simplification of reporting. And I do expect that to actually address Ashwini's points about cost of transaction to make it a little bit easier.
Right. No, Rajiv, what are your comments on this? You know, you've also done some issuances of green bonds. Any added benefit that you see, access to a different investor base, or, you know?
We didn't see any. I mean, we did a green bond. We did a 81 sustainable bond, about $600 million about 3-4 years ago. Firstly, it got us bragging rights. I don't think we saw any benefit in terms of pricing, but I think it did open up new markets or new investor bases for us.
Right.
If I remember the numbers right, about 46% of the money came from ESG funds, which under normal circumstances wouldn't have been open to us.
Very nice.
We're also working with multilateral agencies, Guaranco, for example, to be able to do overlays, guarantee structures for some of the stuff where we want to pass down, some of that risk to, entities like Guaranco. We're having similar conversations with some of the other multilateral agencies as well. It is, working with some of the multilateral agencies is well slow.
Yeah, slow,
so
but good
takes,
pricing.
It takes time.
Better tenor, good pricing. So the patience is well worth it in the end. What about you, Alice? How do you see this whole market for large player like Amundi?
So the first green bond fund we launched was in 2015, I think, and since then we have keep on creating different vehicles, different support. And what is probably the most interesting recently, it's those private-public partnerships we've been working on. They are interesting because these are one of the way to build a functioning, sustainable, local financial market for certain instruments. It's very interesting because it's really based on the complementarity of the different players. So you have on one side, the DFI that are bringing their credit enhancement capabilities. It means that they're able to take more risk on their balance sheets than basic investors. You have the technical advisors. So back in 2017, when we launched our emerging green bond fund with the IFC, so actually the emerging issuance, the emerging green bond issuance was really burgeoning. So not all issuers were in capacity of issuing such bonds. And so these technical advisors were here to help the issuers, training them in order to have instruments that were sellable on the market. Then you have the different investors participating to those different initiatives, and here they're bringing like the scale, their capacity to actually mobilize enough capital to fund those strategy, and then you have us, so at the end of the value chain, the asset managers, so doing the fundraising and the investment part. But this complementarity of players is absolutely critical, and again we started in 2017, and then we replicate that with several players, and we're still working on different cases, every time adding to something that is not existing, to new instruments, new markets, to new players, and I think it will continue. And we mentioned green bonds, but it goes beyond that. So it's recently with the IFC we launched a project on so sustainable recovery post-COVID. So it was about green bonds, sustainability bonds, social bonds. So you can actually expand it to many instruments, but the complementarity will be still much needed.
So very nice. So partnerships, you're saying, has been a unique Amundi style of approaching the market, so that you complement each other and you're able to meet the market needs.
Yeah, and those partnerships are actually at the very beginning of strategies that we can offer to all investors after that. So when we had this APA Go fund with the IFC in 2017 about emerging green bonds, a couple of years after, as the market was taking off and we had enough issuance of green bond in emerging market, we launched a plain emerging green bond fund for all investors. And so it was a way to create this market and make it accessible to all investors.
Very interesting, very interesting. And so Swayam, you must be smiling now with so many investors keen to support transitions. So you've yourself launched perhaps globally the first steel bond. Or,
SLB, yes.
Yeah. So how has that experience been? So can you just explain to the audience? So you are the first steel company globally to launch a sustainability linked bond. Is that it? Yeah.
Correct.
So what is it? What was so special about this bond, and what were the challenges, and why are other steel companies not doing it, and why is JSW, what is JSW getting right?
Okay, I'm not going to comment on other steel companies. But I started by saying we are largest steel producer today in India. That also automatically comes with more responsibility. And I think this transition responsibility is common. It will happen. We took this path many years back. We started preparing. SLB as an opportunity came, and we keep looking at different sources of capital. And at one point, way back in 2021, we realized that this is actually an opportunity to tap on. To be very honest, then we did not know, how would it go. But to our surprise, it was actually oversubscribed. There were a lot of positivity, about, a steel company from India coming with a sustainability-linked bond. I mean, I go back to what Rajiv and the other panelists mentioned. In terms of pricing, there is hardly any delta. But what we did get is a number of new investors coming to capital. We saw people who would not have otherwise, have been, let's say, funded us in any form. So I think that relationship which you build in this process is plus.
That's a great benefit.
That's obviously one benefit, but it also comes with a commitment. Of course, we have committed to get to 1.95 by FY30.
Right.
We are confident we'll get there, but I mean, I'm glad to hear all the perspective in terms of how much of excitement this market is maturing in terms of the capital which is available. Would also be heartening to see if there are more tangible benefits. Companies like us, because steel is a extremely capital intensive sector. When you're talking about $1,200 to $1,500 a ton of cash needed to create a capacity. So it's going to be a very large transition for us. So would be really open to see some more positivity coming in terms of capital availability and also the cost at which it comes.
Yeah, it was heartening to see Sean say that if the issuances are more, we'll start to see some, pricing and greenium coming in. I thought it would be the other way around, that whatever greenium is there will also disappear if the issuances increase. Any comments, Mr. Tiwari?
Yeah, just two more follow-up comments. One is that the point made about diversification of investors is surely right, which otherwise would not have come. One takeaway from today is that I'll go back and tell my treasury to actually start issuing more on the green side.
So include climate bonds in it?
They are one of the leading providers, so they will anyway be in the consideration. And of course, they were also sustainably linked loans. So let's not rule those out. Those also were received.
Domestic market also
domestic market as well. So they were also received well. So that's another thing. The other thing is that in terms of other activities, and this is relating to the first question which you made, while the PM Sauraghar, the solar on rooftop came out last year or this year earlier, but we had already been into this for a long time, and we had actually identified all the challenges related to sector, whereby which are the contractors to do that, because you have to do this end to end. You can't just say that I'll provide funding and that's it. So we were working with a lot of players, and there's a lot of good traction seen in that kind of area. The other point is about multilaterals, like Rajiv mentioned. So we have a lot of lines from all the multilaterals, and we've been telling them to look, the money is welcome, but more important is the best practices. And so therefore, that is what they've started sharing now. And so just to give you a very small example, this rooftop, which if it takes out as planned and it becomes 30-40% of all roofs, we will have a challenge with the huge intermittency, which will lead to the grid fluctuations. So we have to build that right now. Localized battery-based small mini grids, which will take care of intermittency. That is what has been done in Australia, which we saw ourselves when we visited. And therefore, we have to plan ahead by looking at the examples around the world, how people have handled this, because we need to go there as well. So therefore, working with all of this together, and like Swam was mentioning about the steel sector, very hard to abate sector, as all of us know. But there are still a lot of steps which can be taken. We talk about scrap, but scrap is just not available in India. So therefore, how do you make scrap as one of your main inputs into the electric arc furnaces? So it has to go alongside the scrappage policy for vehicles, etc., which now it is being put in place. So it has to be a whole of system approach, government, financiers, industry, retail, people, all of it. Then only this is going to work.
Point well taken, sir. That's it.
So a couple of points. I think the point that Swam made, I think availability of capital is not an issue. I mean, we can always argue on, do we need more? But I think, broadly speaking, I think availability is not a problem. The point that you made on cost of that, as Mr. Tiwari made the point as well, there is no benefit that banks get when they raise money, either through depositors, which is currently a non-existent market, and so therefore we are using the traditional pools of money. or if you're using green bonds, there is no benefit that is available. And so therefore, our ability to pass on, better pricing for transition in that sense does not exist. Therefore, one of the things that governments across the world are doing is to be able to provide subsidies to be able to do that. We've seen that in UK, we're seeing that in the US as well. And I think, and rooftop solar is a great example. And I think ultimately we will have to use the government to be able to finance transition as well. Second is, I think it's taken banks a fair amount of time now. It's reasonably evolved. Funding for solar projects, or for that matter, wind. It was a new technology maybe 10-15 years ago. Now it's business as usual. But I think there are new technologies that are coming up. Hydrogen is a case in point. Maybe the technology itself is not new, but commercialization at scale has not happened anywhere else in the world. That's not the kind of risk that commercial banks will take. And so therefore, being able to work on blended finance, the point that I made, with Garanco, or getting venture capital, private equity money to build the first phase of the capital structure, I think is important as well. But with this money, there is a higher expectation of returns as well. And whether the project will be able to deliver those kind of returns is moot. But I think being able to create that capital structure, private equity, straight equity, venture debt, venture equity, and commercial banks is critical to be able to fill the large gap that we are seeing going forward.
Actually, the pathway with solar is very clear. It started with a short offtake by SECI, and the power rates for 14 and plus. Now they are now today 2 rupees to 3 rupees in that band, lower than the thermal. So the initial push of assurance plus a higher pricing has to come from maybe partly state and, as he's mentioned, venture.
Just to replicate
then it will
that,
commercialize and become.
Absolutely, to build. And Swayam, just to add to what Rajiv was saying, I think the corporate expectation on rate, I don't know how to handle this issue, because as a banker, I have often faced it, and I feel that rate or pricing is linked to risk. If one is able to establish that the risk is lower, then you can ask for a pricing. You cannot ask for pricing for green. So I don't know, because every corporate seems to, in green, seems to feel that, I can understand the CFO's KRA is clearly linked to a lower price, but just to explain the banker's point of view, there. And sure, your comments, and then Sean, I want to quickly move on to you on municipal bonds and the opportunities coming up there.
From what JSW already gets.
That's not a fact. It can always get better. No, so Rupa, let me, I think the broader problem to solve, rate is probably just one small incentive.
Right.
When you have, today a blast furnace of 5 million ton, talking about $3.5 to $4 billion of capital investment.
Right.
If we say 10 to 15 years from now, and blast furnaces has life of 30 to 50 years, these will have to be scrapped, maybe gradually. But then you are talking about an accelerated need for capital, which will be far less productive, because the new capacity, green capacity, would have to offset the current dirty capacity, and that has to go.
Yes.
That's one problem.
No, the need is right, but to expect it
Can
from
you just,
banks.
Yeah. No, let me just maybe take just 1 minute here.
Right, please.
Second is cost of producing that steel.
Correct.
In today's technology, it's actually costlier. Even, a transition path where I could use natural gas. Now, if industry has to transition, many things need to happen. And if you read the National Green Steel Policy Framework, it actually addresses almost all of them. It does talk about, incentives for banks to do priority lending, RBI doing potentially intervention to, support these transition. It talks about driving demand up, where government committing part of the volume of green steel in its own procurement.
Right.
it talks about setting up ecosystem of, let's say, fund which is available. So, I apologize if the cost of fund comes as a small point, but it's a much bigger problem to solve.
Absolutely.
And till everything comes together, a country like India, it'll be difficult to execute as fast as we want to do.
No, point is very well made. Absolutely, Swam. Thank you for that. Sean, I wanted to, throw the light on a different opportunity. We spoke about green and transition, but I read a recent BCG report. It spoke about resilience. And we launched a report on resilience today morning. So the report says that, that there is a growing market for financing resilience. So which means protecting value of investments rather than cash flow, which has been the traditional perspective. Lenders and investors often look at ROI as return based on cash flow related financing. Instead, if there could be a possibility of a good opportunity building up where investments are more for protecting our climate risk, protecting the assets from climate risk. Is that a market which is developing, and are governments playing a strong role here, or how do you see this emerging as an asset class, resilience finance?
In fact, Rupa, I'm speaking at a Boston Consulting event at the United Nations on Monday about this very topic. It's new, it's early, because the appreciation of what needs to be done is still nascent. In the green bonds market, the one that's about $4-something trillion outstanding, about 7% is allocated to resilience and adaptation so far. In other words, it's there, but it's still small. And that's largely in things like water investments or coastal protection measures. But we clearly need to grow the capital flows in those areas. Some of that for new investments. That might be polder development in the Brahmaputra Delta, for example, or it might be a coastal protection in Mumbai, which is going to get severe typhoons and more severe flooding in the future. But a lot of it will be changes to existing investment practices, and that's what you referred to about the protection of assets. It's risk reduction. I mean, resilience is easy in one way. The world is changing. The nature of the risks we face going forward from a climatic point of view and the implications or effects of those kinds of climatic things are going to become very serious, very severe. So we have to prepare if we want to ensure we have maintain low default rates or reduce our default rates. It's simple as that. We already have in the ratings methodologies of the international credit rating agencies. Coming soon in India, by the way, CRISIL is now looking at this at the moment, supported by the parent international rating agency. But certainly Moody's, S&P and Fitch's have started incorporating vulnerability factors into their credit ratings of governments or corporations that are working in areas where they might be impacted by storm surge, drought, floods, these sorts of stuff. We're getting downgrades, in other words, already. So a resilience agenda, from the point of view of an issuer or an investor, is a way of having people address those risk factors and improve their risk rating as a result. Moody's is not going to come out and say you should do this to get a better credit rating, but they are sitting on the observer committee for our climate resilience taxonomy work going forward, as an example of the discussion that's going underway. So it is all about risk, but we kind of need to understand that the impacts we face are going to be very severe. For JSW, they're going to have some challenges around water, or some of their plants, which are next to waterways, are at risk of significant storm surge and flooding in the future. That plant near Mumbai, for example. So is that going to be 2 years or 10 years? Well, let's get some climate scientists in the room to work it out. The main thing is we have to start addressing that risk and making sure that we're ahead of it rather than swamped by it when it happens. And the classic one is building on floodplains. In the last 50 years, all around the world, from Australia to India to the US, we have built on floodplains on the basis of 1 to 100 year floods being all we have to worry about. That 1 to 100 year risk of a flood has changing pretty universally quite quickly to 1 to 10 years in living memory in my lifetime. And that, but we haven't actually caught up with it necessarily in terms of our planning law. We often have in our insurance liability law, reinsurance companies have been addressing this, but classic one is in Florida, where the government refuses to recognize increased liabilities on the coast. The reinsurance companies have withdrawn from the market, and so therefore the state is taking on reinsurance risk. Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's home, is reinsured, as far as we know, by the state of Florida, not by the private sector, because of a lack of appreciation and acceptance of risk factors. Now, in India, it's a slightly different thing. There's a lack of capacity, a lack of access to information at a municipal level around the place. And then, of course, at a corporate level, I'm sure JSW is on top of that. Swayam can tell us in a minute. But certainly every corporation in India has to start addressing these factors, including heat. We had a taste this last summer or over the last 6 months, and we now need to start learning from that about what it is that we have to do. Grid transmission lines, for example, have to be hardened. There is a significant risk of outages going forward, which impacts on industry and economy as well as people, because of high levels of usage compounded by very high heat over a period of time. Grid transmission companies are getting around it, but we have seen failures in different parts of the world where the grid has collapsed and stopped power going to people. What does that mean? We'll more distributed energy, more batteries. There's a whole bunch of things we've got to do. It is also social and economic measures. The extent to which healthcare is available for ordinary citizens in Bihar will make a huge difference to whether the next pandemic goes quickly and is addressed properly, or becomes a major problem because people in Bihar can't get healthcare, can't get support, and keep working and spreading the disease. These are measures we have to start thinking about as economies, not just as private companies. So, I'm not going to say that this is a great return on investment that we have to invest here. What I'm going to say is this is a critical risk reduction measure, given the future is now very different to what the past has been. It is going to get more and more severe. Climate impacts in the next few years are going to get more and more severe. We've got to prepare straight away.
Right. Understood. In fact, I read JSW's disclosure and I saw that across your various plans, you have articulated very clearly short, medium, and long-term risk. And then you have pointed out 3 high-risk areas, if I get it right. You said water, market risk, and regulations are 3 high risks that you face. So would you like to just share a little bit about it, and how do you mitigate these risks, and what does the group think of it?
Right. No, so mitigations steps are also there. Look, company of our size and complexity, and the growth path we are at, these risks are natural to have. Policy risk more specifically refers to restrictions around high carbon intensity steel, for example, CBAM, which is likely to come.
Right.
But as a company, we also believe that for all these risks, we have a fairly well laid out mitigation plan. The positive is acknowledgement of a risk and a problem, but of course there are residual risks along the way. For example, water. If I recall right, last year our specific consumption of water was 2.39 meter cube per ton of steel. Now 2.39 sounds small, but it's a lot of water. But this is 22% lower than where we were 5 years back.
Very well done.
And we have set out a goal for us to go closer to 2 by 2030 as part of our sustainability goals. So there are no specific risks which really pops out. There are, of course, critical risks for us. Also, the fact that we are a commodity company.
Sure.
But we have a clear mitigation plan, and we are confident that they will remain under control.
Sure. And Alice, how does Amundi integrate ESG risk in your investment decisions? Is it like fully embedded? Is there a thorough assessment of all risk factors?
It is fully integrated. We have different levels of integrating ESG. We have some basics that will apply to all of strategies, like the no-goes, where the companies will not invest anymore. So, for instance, coal. The coal sector is a sector we do not invest anymore. And then we have a graduation. We have a graduation and we have some thematics. And this is really something that is done at the strategy level with the portfolio managers, with our ESG team. So we have plus 60 people now in the ESG team looking at all the stocks, all the instruments we're invested in. We have more than 850 billion of assets with an RI integration. So it's something that is deeply incorporated in the way we operate.
And do you remember the case where you have said it's very attractive commercially, but I'm saying no because of ESG?
Oh, these are our conversations we have, I would say, on an almost weekly basis with our portfolio managers, which are very hard conversations where we have moments of disagreement, profound disagreements. But the company has commitments. Amundi as a company, we have committed to improve and increase our ESG coverage, our ESG integration. We have added a net zero commitment. So it's something that is deeply rooted in the culture of the company. So if it's no, unfortunately.
Nice. Something that this panel would love to hear, certainly. Rajiv, I saw in your disclosures that you are doing a pilot on ESG risk. And you're taking large exposures and running a pilot to see how well you can integrate ESG risk into your lending. You have integrated it already in your ICAP policies and climate risk policies, I think. So are you like facing serious data challenges, or are there several other challenges here that because are bankers able to understand what we are talking about, evaluation of this qualitative, risk factor? What kind of challenges is the institution facing here?
So firstly, this is independent of credit risk.
Independent,
so
yeah.
At one level, we are seeing ESG risk is embedded into credit risk. For example, we've seen, road projects which have got impacted because there's a temple along the way, the road hasn't got completed, and therefore has created credit costs for the banking system. So the fact that you've got to recognize ESG from a credit perspective is critical, but we're also evaluating ESG risk itself. It is just that it's just a pilot at this moment. Data availability is obviously a key issue. We spoke about the fact that taxonomy is not consistent. Two is there's no obligation on borrowers to capture and share granular emission data.
Yeah.
Large corporations are able to do that. Relatively smaller are still struggling with that. Greenwashing by borrowers. I think because of the fact that we don't have consistent disclosures, that is something that we need to look at in a calibrated manner. Ultimately, real challenge is how we can gradually weave this into decision making as we go forward. Still early days, but I think it is important. Regulators are also pushing us towards looking at climate risk independent of credit risk as well. So therefore, we are well down this road.
So for the, this is not specific to SBI, but for the public sector banks overall as well, you'd be able to comment. This whole issue of financing development, what we started with, and at the same time needing to take cognizance of climate risk, because there would be pockets of climate risk embedded in a thermal plant, for example, which Amundi is very easily able to say no to, but perhaps those decisions are not so easy, being a leading banker in India. So how do you balance this? This is the most perplexing question for a sustainable finance professional like me. Do you see this becoming mainstream at some point in time in the future, or will this always be like a, like a plus regular financing plus sustainable financing?
So good question, Rupa. So two parts. One is, let me just first lay out the other conversation. We always used to look at ESG from a compliance lens earlier. So if a project has got an environmental clearance, that's it. We are not going to go into details of the qualifications put there, or are they fully aligned to the risk part of it. But I think we have come to a stage, and now that since the regulator has already asked us to identify the risk and then start measuring it, and then next step would be mitigations or provisions, because that's the way regulator deals with risk. It asks us to make provisions for prospective losses. So since that is also on the horizon, therefore all of us need to measure those risks everywhere. And to my mind, wherever there is physical collateral, whether it is the mortgage properties or whether it is the factories or any other buildings, clearly they are exposed, as Sean was explaining, to whether storm surges or landslides, etc., etc. So we have to now start looking very closely as to what are the building codes of that area and whether they apply, whether they've been done or not. This is something we never done. If a map is passed by the appropriate authority, that's it. It's a compliance issue for us so far. So now I think to protect our own assets, we'll have to start looking at those things. Secondly, the insurance part was again more of a compliance thing, that yes, every property needs to be insured as per the regular policy. But by populating the climate risk on different PIN codes, and which we have already done, and looking at which are more risky, then there is a case for a better insurance cover or a more specific insurance cover in those areas. And therefore the cost, unfortunately, might go up for certain segments of borrowers. That's one thing.
Solution.
How do we bridge that by way of a government subsidy or something? Something we worked out. The last point on the trade-off between the risk and development, I think there's no trade-off. Development has to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then clearly the rest of all is all theory. But at the same time, can we have a slightly more nuanced approach, which we are already starting to do with our borrowers, whereby we say that, okay, this is the thermal plant you have to put in because India needs power and you see it as a commercial opportunity. But why don't you implement the flue gas desulfurization alongside? We'll fund that as well, and maybe at a slightly better rates, obviously subject to the overall risk. And of course, similarly, coal washeries for the thermal power plant. So various host of steps, the energy efficiency by of heat exchangers, the flowing back into the system, all of those steps are available, which are commercially viable. So we start to talk about those as well. If the customer has not planned, we ask them, can you consider this? But this is a conversation we're having so that we continue to fund it, but how do you reduce the emissions to the extent possible?
Fantastic, sir. So, but this will require huge capacity building in banks because very few people understand this at all.
We're doing a whole lot of things on that, from various base level to tying up with a lot of organizations for advanced trainings. So all our relationship managers mandatorily have to go in for a 5-day course on climate risk and finance, where they are told taxonomy, the risk part, all of that. The corporate relationship managers.
So Sean, this is the last question to you, and then we'll open up the panel to the audience on taxonomy, right? What Mr. Tiwari was just saying, just to simplify this whole issue, because it's filled with jargon and different people understand climate very differently. And there's so many countries developing taxonomies. Is there any, and climate bonds has been in the forefront in case of working on taxonomies, etc. Will any standards emerge? Is there any, is it converging towards some global standards here? How do you, India is also planning to, release its own taxonomy soon. That's what the budget announced. So how do you see this space? And then over to the audience, please.
Sure, there are two very clear standards. One is, it's about the science. What we've failed to do in our policy measures and our guidance for the last 35 years is channel the science and do what the science says. With resilience, for example, this is now becoming a matter of life and death for a lot of our citizens. If we can get the science as good as the science is, which is now pretty strong in terms of predictive capacity, we have a chance of saving the lives of a lot of people and saving businesses. And while we're at it, saving SBI's loan portfolio, I hope, because that's what we need for stability. To do that, we need to have the scientists in the room telling us what's likely to happen if the hydrology of the Ganga, what's likely to happen when storm surges or storms in Chennai, and so on. So the taxonomy is about bringing the science into the room to work out what we need to do in the future. It's a shopping list for the future. In that process of developing a shopping list, there's work to be done because science is complicated. And honestly, if you get 20 scientists in a room, it takes you about 3 days just to figure out what they're saying half the time, unfortunately. So that's the work that's involved in the taxonomy, distilling the science in a way that is usable for the financial sector and provides minimum safeguards in terms of risk factors, both mitigation, both resilience, and also opportunity factors. There are judgment calls to be made, of JSW, for example. Clearly, the issue of the level of mitigation that can be achieved is a judgment issue. It's not strictly speaking science. But we have a whole lot of global work going on in that area, including the International Energy Agency that JSW is very familiar with, about what we need to do in that sector to make changes. So we need to bring that into the conversation too. But just to be very clear, taxonomy is a shopping list for the future. That's a sustainable future for us all. And we just now need to get one that applies and works in India and is tailored to India. To give you one example, Europe has failed to agree on agricultural criteria. So while Amundi is operating under the European taxonomy requirements for its European investments, there's a blank spot. Of course, agriculture is enormously important in India. We need to make sure NABARD needs help, let alone other Axis Bank with its loan portfolio and so on. So we need to work this out and provide some guidance. Let's call it minimum level, not perfect, minimum level guidance for what needs to be done that's sustainable going forward. And I certainly expect and hope that India will be able to contribute to the global conversation and contribute to the improved understanding that we need to get in Europe in the next couple of years. Because, of course, agriculture is the largest source of emissions in Europe, as in India. This is how we can elaborate globally. The discussion between different taxonomies, which are not that far apart, they just miss chunks because they're not so important to that economy. The capex and jobs in agriculture in Europe is quite small compared to India. Is interoperability. So we're talking now, for example, about interoperability between China and Europe. We've developed this thing called the Common Ground Taxonomy. In our case at Clump Bonds, working on behalf of the European Union. That's being adopted by Hong Kong, for example. Singapore is trying to make their taxonomy work with the China and European taxonomy. Australia is joining the party too. There's all of these countries that are now working to make sure that taxonomies can mesh and interoperate, but also be particularly relevant to their own country. And that's what will happen in India going forward. But I just want to stress that for Access or JSW or SBI and Amundi, the objective is simplicity. This hasn't always been the case with EU taxonomy, but just note that Ursula von der Leyen has taken up the presidency with a promise to bring in a Director General of simplification. So we can expect to see some improvements in the taxonomy going forward, and we're part of that process. Everything will become a lot easier in the coming year. The main thing is it will become easier for everyone to know what are the right things to do for the future at a minimum level. And that's the point of it all. And that should free up a lot more capital. We expect the global green and sustainable market, which is loans, bonds, and equity for that matter, to be into the tens of trillions of dollars very quickly as we get guidance simplified around the world. And that will flush out increased investor demand and hopefully deliver many, many more investors like Amundi, for the same reasons as Amundi stated, to the mixture. And we're having conversations in Japan as well as in North America along these lines. But everyone needs clarity because no bankers understand the environment as much as a scientist. I think that's a fair thing to say, my friends. What would you say?
Thank you, Sean. So after that session, I hope there are no questions. So I'm sorry to see many hands go up. Time is up. So I'm taking approval from Neha to continue the session for 5 more minutes till the panel answers the questions.
Hi, I'm Rahul, founder of Valuable Capital. We are India's first climate and inclusion focused venture debt fund. Rajiv Boss, hi, it's a pleasure to meet you after a long while, and it was extremely humbling to have ideated and delivered Guarantco partnership under your leadership. Following points emerged out of the panel discussion. One, green transition is inevitable, and it's phenomenal to see how corporates like JSW are stepping up towards this. Second, cost of financing is where it is, and government subsidies are required, but of course it has its own nuances. India has always been constrained by its rating, which has always affected our ability to raise capital at a particular price. But we are also at a point where, at the back of partnerships like Guarantco, we have tasted and we have gone up the curve on mitigating credit risk and improve the rating of the overall instrument. Is it now time, and are we all ready? And Mr. Tiwari, again, SBI has done a phenomenal job under these partnerships to deliver rooftop solar. Is it now a good idea, given FX can still be controlled to a particular level, we explore offshore market at the back of multilaterals? We have AIIB here as a sponsor and others, who potentially can underwrite at the back of execution capabilities of institutions like SBI and Axis. And there are strong corporates like JSW, but we are able to tap into this low cost at foreign markets. So how ready you see is global markets to underwrite these risks with the help of multilateral guarantees at a blended better credit ratings?
Rahul, I'll give that question to Rajiv because he spoke about partnerships with multilateral agencies. So
I think we'll have to look at, like I mentioned to you, I think it's one of the solutions that is possible. On the one side, banks in India are, at least for more established technologies, solar, etc., are quite comfortable to provide balance sheet. I think the issue comes, where the technology is either evolving or has not got commercialized to scale. That's really when sort of blended finance, etc., will come in, particularly in the early stages of evolution. But it is still a small part of the larger problem. I think maybe this is the beginning, and over the next 3 to 5 years, we will see much larger transactions, or at least we can hope to be so.
So my request to audience is to please say who the question is for, and please keep your questions short and to the point. Mike, please.
Hi, my name is Manikan from Radiance Renewables. This question is for Swayam from JSW. 2 questions, two short questions. One is, you mentioned about not getting premium for the bond issuance. Is there a possibility to get higher price for green steel in the market domestically or in the export market, which then covers for that in some form? Because if no one is willing to pay for it, then how is the banks going to pay for it? So that's one. The second part is more from a technology and long-term perspective. How do you see the steel market evolving? Do you see that there will be more transition towards creation of green steel through electric arc furnace route, or there will be a combination of using hydrogen shaft furnaces for moving into green steel, or this both will evolve over time based on how the mix is? Because like he rightly pointed out, the scrap is not available. At some point it won't be available, or even sponge iron is literally becoming difficult because of the gas not being used. So this is a couple of questions I had. Thanks.
So the first question is around green premium. I would love to build in my spreadsheet that there is going to be a premium forever. But reality is we don't know. It's demand supply. So right now, if you look around, there are global companies who have their own sustainability goals. and they are willing to demand and commit a premium, right now supply is very limited. As more and more companies transition, supply will match. So if you ask me, my personal view, I don't think there'll be any green premium 5 years from now. And that also makes this whole problem very moot, right? If there is no incentive, there is no, additional inflow to compensate for your investment, how do you transition? But we discussed it. So let me go to your second question. The second question also is demand supply. So while I again think that with time, we will see scrap availability improving in India, but India is a physically very large country. So, the scrap collection, management, shredding has to work economically for it to happen. But first, the volume need to come. I think that will take still 10 to 15 years. What could happen in between as part to transition, other than the fact that, we are doing a number of things, let's say a company like us, to bring our total emission down. There are new technologies which could actually make traditional way of making steel significantly low carbon intensive. So I'll use an example. There is a trial running in China, and we are trying to do it here, where top gas, which is this gas which comes out of blast furnace, part of it gets flared, part of it gets used in your internal electricity generation. If you recycle that top gas, not only it reduces, or let's say demand of total coke as a fuel comes down by 30%, but in a blast furnace, coke is basically a solid fuel. So you release that solid fuel space, you actually produce more steel. A lot of that is in progress right now. So we will have to wait and see. Of course, on a long-term perspective, we will move to EAF equivalent. But I do think that a lot can happen in next 10 years. Some of this technology, I used a number of 2.4. If this works, 2.4 from a traditional blast furnace route will go down to 1.5. So we will have to wait and see what are the ways we could transition. What we know is what we know today. But we are confident that as an industry, we will eventually transition out.
One last question only, huh? That's it. That's the last question for the panel, please. Please keep it short. I'm requesting the panelists to also keep the answers very short. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Otherwise, we won't have tea. So.
Thank you, Rupa. I'm Jayan here, and in my 29-30 years, have done a lot of infra financing, including structuring and executing green bonds in country. My question to Amundi and to Son is there any analysis which suggests that corporates or institutions who have done a fair bit of journey on their financing being done through green sources, or have done a lot of travel on a green path, their market cap or market valuations have seen the benefit out of a demonstrated journey on green transition? Thank you.
It's a very good question. You want to go first?
Yeah. Thanks. No, it's a very good one. I was thinking about the different papers we have wrote recently, and no one is especially on that. The only thing I can say is that a company that has done its fair share of the transition is a company that will still be there in the 10 to 20 years to come. So I guess market capitalization will come from that as well.
So you're saying it's now not evident. In future, it may become evident.
It might disappear otherwise.
Yeah. Sean, any comments? So I'm 1 second. Please.
Yes, there's been academic research in Europe where green bond issuers get a share price lift. There's a direct correlation. When they issue green bonds, their share price goes up and it stays up. And I can't remember the name of the academic offhand. Actually, he spoke at our conference a couple of years ago. So we've seen that there. I don't have any data at all about other countries. That was a European-focused study on that, but that's very clear data.
Let's do that study for India, Sean. What say?
Indeed, exactly. And I'm sure we're going to see that JSW's share price is higher than it would otherwise be, given their aggressive plans. But maybe we'll sit down and look at that afterwards. What I would say is the tide of capital that's interested in green in institutional markets globally is absolutely enormous. I mean, I think Alice spoke a little bit about that earlier, certainly in Europe and in Japan, where I was doing a lot of work with the government, the Green Transformation Program, Nippon Life's Transition Investment Fund and so on, and in the US, is very strong. So let's just say at this stage, the market for Indian issuers, if they want to get access to preferential capital, that is more investors, then this is a simple, easy, clear way to do it. Doesn't mean it changes the underlying dynamics of the steel industry. In the short term, there are a lot of factors involved in that. But we all know which way change is going. It's not going to get less green, it's going to get more green. That's demand, that's policy measures, that's capital engagement. So, and green doesn't just mean mitigation. It does mean nowadays, I'm going to say resilience. So we just need to prepare and start working accordingly. So the conversation day is a taster of the sort of things involved in doing it. But the world is changing and it will change with more speed going forward. That is something that every corporation and frankly government needs to now take into account in their future planning.
Right. I think that's a nice line to close the panel. So thank you so much for your time. It was absolutely a pleasure talking to such well-read and knowledgeable panelists here. I'm sure the audience would benefit immensely from your input. So thank you, Sean. It was a pleasure having you. We'll break for tea now. Yeah, thank you, please.
Yeah, we're just going to start the next panel in the next 5 minutes. So as Rupa mentioned, we don't have much time. So I just request everyone to get their tea, coffee, and their snacks to this room. There are snacks in the room where we had lunch. So everyone can just grab something and just come back soon. Thank you. Can I request everyone, please, to take their seats? We'll just start in 2 minutes, so please get settled.
Okay, request everybody to please move inside. We'll be closing the doors. Request everybody to move inside, please. Okay. I think we have to keep longer breaks. Sudha? Yes, 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 yes. Oh, nice. Oh, yes. Very, very nice to have you. Yes, of course, of course. Please, yes, please come in. Yes, yes. Well, they want to stop you doing the meet, so whenever they finish the conversation. Thank you everyone for taking a quick break and for being back into the room. Our next panel discussion will explore India at the cusp, priorities for India's exclusive and orderly green transition. This session will cover macroeconomic impacts of climate change, plausible transition scenarios, trade-offs, and the availability of affordable and preferential capital to help steer an orderly and equitable climate transition. This session will be chaired by Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, who we all know, is a distinguished fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress. He's also one of the most respected economists. He is a civil servant and was former Deputy Chairman of Planning Commission, Government of India. He joined the government in 1979 and as economic advisor in the Ministry of Finance. In 2001, he was appointed as the first director of the newly created Independent Evaluation Office of the International Monetary Fund. Mr. Ahluwalia has been a key figure in the Indian economic policy. For his outstanding contribution to economic policy and public service, he was conferred with the prestigious Padma Vibhushan in 2011. I welcome him on the stage. Our panelists include Dr. Indermeet Gill, who is the Chief Economist of the World Bank Group and Senior Vice President for Developmental Economics. Before starting this position, Gill served as the World Bank's Vice President for Equitable Growth, Finance and Institution, where he helped shape the bank's response to the extraordinary series of shocks that have hit developing economies since 2020. Between 2016 and 21, he was a professor of public policy at Duke University. We also have Mr. Deepak Das Gupta, who is engaged with the Earth Science and Climate Change Division of the Energy and Resources Institute as a distinguished fellow. Please welcome him. Next we have
Next, we have Professor Nick Robbins from the Grantham Research Institute. Nick joined the Grantham Research Institute in February of 2018 as Professor of Practice for Sustainable Finance. Nick leads the Sustainable Finance Research team. In 2024, Nick became the Executive Director of the Institute's Just Transition Finance Lab. I think he's joining online. Welcome him. And as we all know Yanis already, please welcome him. Last but not the least, we have Suranjali Tandon, who is an associate professor at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, where she leads the work on direct taxation and sustainable finance. She's also a visiting senior research fellow at the Grantham Research Institute, London School of Economics and Political Science. Welcome, everyone. Hope we have a great panel. Thank you.
Hello, well, let's get the show off the road. I don't know if that thing is working because it says 80. That means 80 minutes, I guess. But there's nothing on the zero, so we're getting some free time. In order to make sure that we have a chance for the audience to ask questions, because you have a very distinguished panel, both here and those from outside. Hi, Indermeet. Hi, Nick. Good to see you. I'm going to ask each panelist to limit themselves to something like 10 minutes. Maybe we'll allow a minute or so if you're really indisciplined. So that way, I think we should finish the actual presentations in 1 hour. And that would allow a reasonable amount of time for questions. Now, I'm going to go in a slightly different order, which reflects what people have requested. Indermeet Gill will speak first, and he's promised to give us an overview of what he thinks is either going right or going wrong in whatever proportions he thinks appropriate for India. Then I'm going to ask Deepak Dasgupta, and he's done lots of work on issues of the size of flows, gaps in flows, guarantees. Maybe you could take 10 minutes on that. Then we'll have Suranjali Tandon from the NIPFP. She's written a paper, very interesting one, which talks about what the fiscal impact of the transition is going to be and its implications. Then we have Yanis Tafemos, whom we heard in the morning, and he's going to look at macroeconomic, macroprudential issues. How does the financial sector react to all of this? And then we'll have Nick Robbins. Nick, I'm sure, will talk about the private sector. And again, Nick, if you could focus on what you think in India would be the most important things that are either going right or not going right enough. And finally, I want to bring Indermeet Gill back in for 2 minutes, because I want to ask him that in the light of what he's heard, what does he think the World Bank can do about it? Because the World Bank, very frequently, it is regarded, and correctly so, as the apex of the MDBs. And you've heard in the morning lots of people saying MDBs can help finance the transition. So after hearing what everybody has said, we give Indermeet 2 minutes to tell us what the World Bank is going to do, and then I throw it open for questions. So with those words of introduction, Indermeet, your overview.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Montague, and thank you, Neha, for inviting me. The other person I want to give a shout out to is my student Sanjana Kapoor, who actually works at Climate Bonds. She was a student of mine at the Kautilya School of Public Policy in Hyderabad. That's going to be one of the best schools of public policy in the world very soon. So I'm going to show you a few slides, Montague, if you don't mind, but please cut me off whenever you want to think. I think I'll need somebody's permission to show you these slides.
You have mine.
Because it doesn't allow me to click. Yeah. But in the meantime, actually, let me just start. If you give me permission, I'll show you a few slides. But so first, actually, I don't think there's going to be anything new that I'll say. But I guess the big advantage of participating in to actually participate in discussions like this is that people at the World Bank have to pay attention to the important things that are happening in India. So if I could show you the slides, I would show that India is actually pretty well positioned to meet one of the two targets of its NDA. The first is first NDC has to do with the emissions intensity target of 45%, and India is well positioned to meet that. So 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. So India is on track there and may even overperform on this one. The second one, which is a target of achieving 50% cumulative electricity power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy sources by 2030. On that one, while that capacity share has been increasing, it's now around 35%, and it does not look like India is going to get to 50 by, so India is not going to get to that by 2030. The other thing, of course, is that when it comes to net zero, the main problem there is going to be not so much whether or not India is going to get there, because that's a long way off, but how orderly will be India's transition to there, how smooth will be that transition, and so on. Now, again, let me try again if I can show you my slides. I can't show you slides, can I?
Hi, Dr. Gill. If you press the share screen button, there you go. That should be working now.
It should work now? Okay. Here you go. Conference. Let me show you this, right? So I'm going to skip this slide. Basically, what it says is that there are these three risks that will have to be managed. I'm sure you've been talking about that today. The first is a financial risk. The second one is a fiscal risk, and then the third one, of course, is an economic risk that has to do with managing the regional effects of a rapid coal phase out. But we also know that an orderly transition will actually bring several both climate as well as non-climate related risks, right? And I'll talk a little bit about that, but in the interest of time, let me just start to show you the slides. So here are the two goals. The first one is the emissions intensity of GDP. And as you sort of see there, India is on track. The second one on the right is the share of electricity generation capacity that comes from fossil fuels. And you sort of see over here is that still dominates India's mix. And that's the part I think that really needs attention. And I'm sure that a lot of the discussions today were really about that. This is the third thing that I mentioned, which is India is pledged to become net zero by 2070, and it sort of has to get to that small dot on the right there. The main issue here is how can India make this transition smooth instead of bumpy, right? So I'll just quickly go through these financial risks. So the first one is actually, the first says that there are considerable transition risks for the financial sector. But we also know that coal power is actually 4 times costlier than renewable energy from new units in India. Right? If you look at that small chart there below, you see that coal power is about 4.2 times as expensive as so coal and other fossil fuel power is about 4 times as expensive in India as it. But if you look at the US, for example, and Chile and others, there you sort of see that fossil fuel power is actually not that much more expensive than renewable power, mainly because of gas, I guess. Okay. Now, if you sort of look at this, the second part, of course, is the fiscal aspects of it. And if you look at the first small chart below, you see that the ownership of coal power is dominated by the state sector. and the ownership of renewable energy is dominated by the private sector. You all know this. What struck me was that when you look at the chart above, you see that India, which is the pink bar, so India would have pretty much the largest amounts of stranded assets in 2050 at the current pace. So this means considerable fiscal risks because of the ownership structure in India, right? So I was comparing it, for example, to the US, it's much smaller, comparing it to Japan, much smaller, and so on, right? India is the biggest there, even compared to China, right? Now, if you, the third risk, of course, is that you have a fair amount of employment that is generated by by coal, and so I think both fortunately and unfortunately for India, there are about 10 districts that are ranked most vulnerable on both the indexes that implies multidimensional poverty as well as multidimensional vulnerability to this transition, right? Okay. Now, if you look at this, of course, there are these big benefits that come from accelerating the fossil fuel transition. The first one is import dependence, and these charts on the left show that import dependence on fossil fuels has been increasing over the last 2 decades. And if one accelerates this transition, one can actually put a lid on this. It doesn't have to be a lid on all three of these things, coal, oil, and gas, but perhaps overall it should. But the other part, if you look at the slide on the right, you actually see that there are significant economic costs that come from particulate emissions, and India actually is among the highest there, right? So even though that's been coming down, India still has the highest amount of damage that can be attributed to particulate emissions, and of course, coal is a big part of that. Now, this is a chart that actually surprised me, and I spent just a minute on this one, which has to do with taxes on fossil fuels. And the story that comes out very, very clearly here is that India actually does rather well on taxing fossil fuels, coal and oil and gas. So these scales are not the same in the charts for taxes as well, the taxes and subsidies. The scale is much higher on the taxes side, right? So essentially what you see is that India has about $110 billion worth of taxes on coal and oil and gas, and India spends about 15 billion on subsidies on oil and gas. So like a scale difference, right? But the same thing is true on the other side, which is in the case of renewable energy. You actually see that taxes on renewable energy are about 3 times higher than the taxes on than the subsidies for renewable energy. And of course, this is something that should probably be flipped as well. But the main point is that India actually does pretty well in terms of this balance between taxes and subsidies on fossil fuels. It just doesn't do very well in terms of the balance in taxes and subsidies on renewable energy. And then finally, I would actually just wanted to sort of say a few quick things about the carbon trading, the carbon credit trading system. So I know that Montek and Utkarsh had this very nice article in Mint on the design features of the CCTS. So there are these 6 questions that they raised, and I think they are important questions, and I agreed with pretty much everything in that article other than one thing perhaps. So the first one, of course, would be what should be the size. And the way that they put it is that, look, the best way to compute the size of the allowances would be to calculate the emissions, what would be the emissions if a carbon tax were applied. And this requires work, by the way. And I think that Both Indian think tanks as well as organizations like the World Bank ought to be doing that because that's an important thing. The second one has to do with the coverage. And here again, I agree with them because actually one shouldn't be playing around with the coverage too much. It makes no sense to actually, it makes no sense to exclude power and fertilizers, as Montek and Utkarsh say. And this is also what the work that we've been doing in Brazil indicates, that you shouldn't be playing around with the coverage, keep the coverage as broad as possible, and play around with the other parameters. The third question was, should it generate revenues? And I think there, Montek and his co-author, were not sure, right, about this. My instinct would be no, that it should not raise revenues. It should be revenue neutral. And in part because I just showed you that, that India already raises 150 billion from taxes on fossil fuels. And the actual use of that revenue requires all kinds of federal-state relations and so on, which are complicated. And besides, I don't think that India should be taxing people much more than it already does. And then the next part has to do with the rate at which the emissions allowances are reduced, right? Now, here is where I think that there should be some debate about this because you have a trade-off between trying to sort of change that rate depending upon the pace of new technologies in each sector. But Montek, what that does also is that it creates an uncertainty across the economy about what would these allowances be. And our work in Turkey indicates that actually it's better to have, it is far better to sort of settle in favor of certainty about what these things look like rather than trying to sort of match it with the pace of technological change, because this allows the private sector to make long-term decisions. And I know that's been a weak aspect across the world in the sense that we do want the private sector to actually come in on these things. And if one has a pre-committed schedule, even though that might not be very accurate, that actually is much better for the incentives. And then I think that the other 2 points that Montek and Utkarsh raised, the first one is that you would actually have to pass on the cost of the CCTS to consumers, and this can affect poor households. But what they also say is that this should be managed outside of the CCTS through sensible poverty and social impact analysis, as well as transfers. And then finally, there's the sixth point that they raise, which is the consistency with CBAM and other such mechanisms in other parts of the world. This would require India to be much more stringent with the CCTS. And I think this, Montek, this has to be brought up in the WTO, because this has to do with this very thorny issue of special and differentiated treatment for developing economies. And while that is being debated in the WTO, I think it would probably require a bilateral agreement between the EU and India, as well as India and any other part of the world that actually has a CBAM-like scheme. So I just wanted to stop right there and turn it back to Montek.
Thanks very much, Indermeet. I should have interrupted earlier, but since you were giving a good advertisement for my article with Utkarsh, I sort of succumbed to the temptation. We'll pick up some of these things later. Let me now turn to Deepak Dasgupta. And may I request everybody, noting what has already been said, I mean, contain your presentation so you don't overlap.
Thanks, Montek. I'm going to turn to slightly broader view of where India is in the global context of the transition, climate transition. The climate transition is a global challenge. It's not an India-specific challenge. And one of the first point, I'm only going to make 4 points, but the first point is something like 75 to 80% of the increased emissions that's going to happen in the global economy over the next 30 to 40 years is going to be in the emerging markets. So this understanding that what happens in India, and India is of course one of the biggest players within those emerging markets. So success or failure to deal with the transition in India is not just an India problem, it's a global problem. And the only thing that I wanted to highlight for us here is that this understanding that what happens in India is hugely important for the global economy is being understood very clearly, or at least more clearly than in the past, starting in the US. US is a terribly important actor. To the extent that, that the US begins to articulate a point of view that the transition in India that India is trying to make is actually of much greater importance. And it's not just India, but there is the Brazil and the Indonesia and the South Africa, the big 4 or 5 emerging giants. So that's terribly important, because what's happening is, while we're talking about finance, much of the world's largest borrower is actually the United States right now. It is pulling in something like $1.2 trillion a year. So imagine there's a giant sucking sound happening, and that drives out the capital flows that can come to emerging markets. So without the realization by Europe, which is providing much of the money onto the table, or Japan, which is also trying to do the same thing, you can actually drive out emissions. Lowering emissions intensity is much cheaper, faster, and it needs to happen in India. And if without that recognition, the rest of the thing doesn't hold. So that's my point 1 that I wanted to highlight for us here. Number 2 is this gap in financing. How much does India really need to finance, and what's the scale of financing that it's trying to do? The gap is around today's discussion that we had since morning is a tremendous discussion. And you can see the intensity with which both industry and the financial institutions in India are engaged on trying to meet this challenge. Unfortunately, the levels of financing that we're talking about are roughly 1/5 to 1/10 the annual levels of transition finance that India needs, if we are going to meet the global total. If we don't meet the global total, that's a whole different discussion. 1.5 degrees centigrade is already out of the picture. We just finished with the IPCC report, and we said 1.5 C is no longer on the table. It's gone. All we are trying to do right now is to prevent the world from going much worse, happening before 2050. We're not even talking about 2100. We're talking about implications. So the second point that I really wanted to drive home is that the scale of change and the scale of transition financing that we need in countries like India, and India especially because that's the discussion we are having today, is going to need orders of financing that are about at least 5 times bigger than we've been seeing so far. So despite all that's happening on the bond inflows, we are actually scratching very much the surface. This morning was very interesting because you started to hear about where are the financing that the municipalities in India will need, 100+ cities. Where is the adaptation finance that we need? All we're talking about is renewables, and we've just finished with renewables. We haven't even got started on the scale of changes that we need. So every scientific bit of information that we need, we've just finished with the IPCC on the scale of financing that India needs. And the interesting second point that I want to conclude is this financing is available. Private sector finances are available, but it will not happen with the scale of, and we think that the most important instrument is guarantees, public money on the table, which is public guarantees, and we need the World Bank to think much faster. One of the key points in this morning discussions that we had was it is incredibly slow to deal with the public multilateral institutions. It takes us years for SBI to have a discussion on rooftop financing, and even then we can't get a transaction done. If the World Bank is incapable of doing transactions on the speed and scale that we need, then we need a global multilateral guarantee fund. And that's what I'm pushing right now very hard. We need a global multilateral guarantee fund. If the World Bank and the MDFs are incapable of doing it, we need it yesterday. We don't need to wait another 10 years for this to happen. And this is happening. This discussion is going on in the G20 forum right now in Brazil. And part of that discussion is also about guarantees that hit specific market impediments. And one of these has to do with the Bridgetown initiatives which are going on about addressing the gaps in the multilateral guarantees with respect to foreign exchange cover risk. The cost, the morning's discussion that we had, we simply can't shave the cost down to the level. We need a global cost of capital to reduce. It's not an India-specific cost of capital we need to reduce. We need to reduce the global cost of capital. India's cost of capital is about 4 to 5 percentage points higher than the global, and we can't deal with that. We can't do energy transition with that. So that's point number 2. The point number 3 that I wanted for us to think about is that energy access, the energy transition challenge, the just transition that Indermit just talked about, where is the coal and what happens if you do a coal transition, is going to be in the highly vulnerable areas. So we need to do much more, and that won't happen without adaptation financing on a scale and speed. If we think that the scale on mitigation finance is big, the scale on the adaptation finance is even bigger. And we're not even started to talk. When we land in Baku this time, in about a few months' time, that's going to be the issue number 1, adaptation finance, loss and damage financing. And that brings me to my last and concluding point, which is on it's not enough to be reliant on private flows supplementing. You have to have public money on the table. And that public money, we think, we're doing 3-4 papers are already out there. Now is the time for a global benefit, what I would say is a global cess, benefit cess, redistributed. And this conversation is happening right now in Brazil. The size of this global benefit cess is around about $1 trillion to $1 to $2 trillion, and with straight redistribution from where, and there are basically these cesses we've talked about for years on end, and now is the time to close it. One is starting with a small global cess on fossil fuels to be redistributed, starting with maybe about $10 a barrel. It hardly costs anything, people wouldn't notice it. Redistribute, not everything needs to come here, but redistribute according to some metrics of what we think is the right metric of per capita income, and so it's a ability to bear. The second is financial transactions tax, again, being talked about for long. Small cesses, you're not thinking about big cesses, you're thinking about small cesses that allows you to collect the cash. Third is maritime aviation taxes, being talked about for decades, and we can't seem to find closure. And so between these 4 or 5 different, and the ultra-high net worth tax, it's absolutely incredible that we can't get a consumption tax on the ultra-high net worth, and it's going on now. $1 trillion, I think we might be able to see the solution to the problems this morning that we've been talking about. India can't bootstrap itself and do a clean energy transition without these. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think Dr. Gill and Dr. Dasgupta have made my job easier because they've talked a lot about taxes. But I'll step back a little bit and talk about the dual challenge. One is that realizing that your public finances are going to be in strain. And the second is that how do you really implement a tax at all if you want to deal with the transition. So Dr. Gill talked about the current collections on fossil fuels, the tax collections on fossil fuels, and it's about 18.5% of the current revenues. So if at all we're talking about transition away from fossil fuels, which we are, you're going to see that these revenues are going to dissipate and they're going to vanish a lot faster for states which are resource dependent than for the others. And so what you're going to see is that the transition may not quite be orderly or inclusive for some of the states, and particularly where we don't think about the future of how do we raise revenue to replace our current base. At the same time, I don't see that the demand for subsidies will go away. There's a lot of conversation on repurposing subsidies, but as I imagine, there's going to be an interim period where you're going to have demand for subsidies in sectors which are in a way ancillary or related to fossil fuels, at the same time scaling up of renewables. And so that again puts pressure on your public finances. It really depends on what the pathway looks like. So I think the first step is to define how fast are we going to transition across sectors, which would mean what, it would give us a sense of what it means for revenues, what it means for subsidies, and what it means for public finance. And I think the financial sector should care about this a lot more than anyone else, because the biggest bond market seller or the bond market issuer is the government. It sits on the balance sheets of banks, it sits on the balance sheets of a lot of financial investors, and there are interlinkages that need to be acknowledged. Now, that being said, a lot of times the solution to the problem is that we should have a carbon tax. I do believe that taxes, when they are branded in a way that tell you that there is a behavioral shift required, can be useful. So to link this to emissions can be a way of discouraging individuals from consuming fossil fuels. But what is the rate which is compatible with India's growth story? Because we talk about the 2047 target of being an advanced economy. So what is the rate that's compatible? IMF has produced some estimates in the past saying, you could do a $25 tax, which would be good enough for countries like India to start with. But where does it stand in comparison to what the taxes are today? So in my work, I talk about the $25 tax being actually quite high compared to how we tax our fossil fuels today. And as Yanis talked about, that these are all built into the NGFS scenarios, which means that we need to think about what would be the impact of this tax on the financial system and the economy widely. So the other issue with relation to tax, which Dr. Gill talked about, is that there's going to be a shift in the relationship between the center and the state. So who gets to levy this carbon tax? How is it collected? Is a question that needs to be answered as well in the context of a country like India. We had cesses in the past, which were linked to specific activities, including in the environment. And so therefore, do we want to build in this connection between expenditure and revenue is an important aspect, because there are countries that implemented a carbon tax and thought about revenue recycling as well. Why do we need to do this? Because the common criticism for carbon taxes is that it is regressive. It will tax the low-income households higher. I think that is a criticism for any indirect tax. But what we can do is to think of what are the exact purposes for which this particular revenue collection can be used. So like Dr. Dasgupta is talking about a global levy. I have my difference of opinion on whether you can have a global levy. I think the issue of how you redistribute the revenues is an open question. The reason why FTT is still figment of imagination for many countries, including the EU that wanted it, is because of the particular aspect of redistribution. But within a country, I would imagine, maybe it is possible to earmark and reallocate for the purposes of green transition. Perhaps if it happens at the international level, it would be great. I think I'll stop there, because I think I've covered most of the points. Thank you.
Yanis, you're next.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief, and I will follow up on all these points that you have mentioned. And I think I will focus on three issues. One is inflation. The second is I would like to say a couple of things about public debt. And the third one will be about macrofinancial stability. So let me start with inflation, because I think sometimes we don't pay so much attention to that. But there are discussions about how climate and the transition to a low-carbon economy is going to affect inflation. And there are discussions about three types of inflation that come from climate. So the first one is related with climate events. So if we have more droughts, more floods, this might mean that there will be problems, for instance, in the agricultural sector. Food supply can go down, and then you have that prices, or the price of food go up, and this has spillover effects on the overall inflation in the economy, which can have very significant distributional effects. And then one question for RBI, for instance, is how to control that inflation that comes from the supply side of the economy. Because central banks, in most cases, use interest rates to control demand, but if you have these continuous supply side shocks, if you just increase interest rates, this is not going to address the cause of the problem. And I think this is where we need governments also to step in and do things that are going to help. So if we have adaptation, for instance, and we protect the agricultural sector, we think about different ways of doing agriculture, this will help the supply side and therefore inflation. So what I'm saying is that adaptation policies have macroeconomic implications, have distributional implications. We might get inflation if we have high carbon taxes and if we don't do revenue recycling properly, for instance. And again, this will have significant implications for energy bills, for poor people. And there is this issue of how we distribute this negative effect. And again, interest rates are not going to help so much in terms of that. And the other type of inflation, sometimes it is called greenflation, is about green materials. I mean, we need a lot of green materials to build, all this renewable capital that we need in the coming years. And some of this will come from different types of countries, will have current account implications, but there is a risk that the supply that will be there globally will not be enough to meet the demand, which means that the price, for instance, of nickel or copper will go up. And again, investing in the green economy might be inflationary. And how do we deal with that? It's something that central banks cannot easily do. I mean, it's not easy to control this. So these are issues that require some coordination. I think we need to bring more coordination into the problem of inflation. The second issue, you already mentioned this, public debt. If you look at the global level, I think we have the following challenge. Nobody wants to see, most people, most economists don't want to see an increase in public debt in the coming years. But if you do a long-run debt sustainability analysis, the less we invest in adaptation and mitigation right now, the more we'll need to spend later. So if you have a long-run horizon in your debt sustainability analysis, you can very clearly see that. If we don't spend on things that allow us to make the transition, if we don't spend on protecting people from climate change, there will be more losses and damages in the future. We might need to do more things quickly to make the mitigation. So it's very important to think about the alternative options. Sometimes we just see economists saying we don't want to see an increase in public debt, so let's not invest so much in the green economy, but you need to look at the long run. And now the other issue is that this is also important for the perspective of credit rating agencies, because we might see downgrades of countries like India in the coming years. It might be because credit rating agencies will see some transition risks in India because of coal, or more crucially, there will be some climate events that might induce credit rating agencies to change their evaluation about countries like India. And then how do you react to that? This is where we need to bring global coordination. This is why we need to be proactive now. And in my view, it's extremely unjust to have that credit rating agencies are going to downgrade emerging market economies because of climate, right? Because the responsibility is not theirs, and we need to do something about that. And this is why I think the long-run perspective is important. It's also important to bring in the justice issue. And there's also the issue of fiscal space. The US has fiscal space, right? When we had COVID-19, they could easily spend money. It's not the case for other countries. So we cannot just accept this as a reality. This is why we need to change the way that we think about global finance in the context of the climate crisis. Now, let me say a couple of things very briefly about macro-financial stability. The way that I see that is that there will be more risks for banks because of transition and physical risks. There will be, if you do the climate stress testing analysis, you see that provisions have to increase. There will be cases where you can find a way to avoid that, but from a standard perspective, it's important to increase provisions. For me, what is important is what is the next step once you see that there are higher perceived probabilities of default. And you can engage with your borrowers, and I mean banks in India do that quite a lot, which I think is very important. But we might also see cases where banks might decide to divest a little bit or increase the cost of borrowing. And this is where we really need to act quickly. Why? Because if we don't make the transition smoothly and allow years to pass, then we will see a decline in provision of credit because there will be more defaults. We will see an increase in the cost of borrowing, and this is not helpful. So again, we need to deal with the short-run versus long-run issue. The more we support the economy to make the transition and support carbon-intensive companies right now to make the transition, the easier it will be to deal with macro-financial instability in the future. So from a macro perspective, I think these are quite important issues, and in my view, justify the view that we need to act quickly. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, well, that's we're a bit late, but not too bad. Nick, you're next. And then we'll bring in the meet for 2 minutes. So please go ahead.
Thanks, Montec, and thanks to everyone who's spoken so far, and thanks to Climate Bonds for inviting me. So it's always good coming at the end, because then you can just build on what has been said. I think a few points to say. The first is we talk about transition, but essentially we're talking about transformation. And I think we recognize that certainly the shift to a net zero economy is now irreversible. It's accelerating. And I think we're hitting some tipping points already. Investment flows to clean energy are outpacing fossil fuels. We're likely to see peaking of global emissions relatively soon, if not this year, then next. So we're talking about a transformation, and the transformation of the financial system, a financial system which has about $500 trillion of assets. So again, as I think people have said, there's no shortage of capital in the banking system and investment system and in capital markets, but very small proportion of that 500 trillion is in emerging and developing countries, where most of the investment needs to take place. Only a few percentage points if you exclude China. So there's a question of transformation. A dimension of that, I think, which builds on what others have already said, is the economy we're moving to is a more capital-intensive economy. We're investing more in technology, reducing operating costs, particularly energy. And obviously that makes all the things that we have discussed at the margin more important. So the cost of capital internationally becomes more important, and particularly for major emerging economies such as India. Therefore, at the margin, interest rates and inflation become much more important, as Yanis has just said. So I think this sense that this is a transformation of the financial system, moving to a more capital-intensive economy is really important. We've heard already about the investment gap, the investment shift. Many numbers about what the capital that India needs, about $1 trillion maybe over the next 10 years. In terms of the net zero targets. And clearly at the global level, as India has suggested in the climate negotiations, we're going to need $1 trillion a year for developing and emerging economies. We need to obviously do far, far better, particularly the developed world, in terms of the provision of climate finance that has been generally failing for many years. And I think there is agreement that the use of guarantees, sovereign guarantees and others is going to be crucial to close that gap. If we're thinking about transformation, then clearly we need to focus on the system rules, and we've touched on prudential rules here, and obviously Reserve Bank of India is doing a lot of work in terms of reflecting climate risks into the system conditions, as is SEBI and so on. We touched on the credit ratings, but there is, I think, some questions about whether there are systemic biases in particularly sovereign credit ratings towards emerging economies. And we, again, in the system rules, need to find ways whereby the rules that were designed before the climate crisis, whether they're still fit for purpose to enable not just to us to address climate risks, not just us to channel capital towards the green sectors, net zero and resilience, But also, are these global rules fit for purpose for the geographical reallocation of capital that needs to happen, particularly to emerging markets, particularly to developing countries, particularly some of the least developed countries. It was really good to hear Indermeet talk about the sort of the inclusive dimensions. And I think this panel is looking at the macro dimensions and the inclusive dimensions. We talked about growth, we talked about inflation, but also the employment areas. Most of the analysis suggests that the net zero transition, at least, is a job creating transition. So there are more jobs in the green economy than in a fossil fuel based economy. And that is, at an overall sense, globally within economies, a good thing. But as Indermeet suggested, there are major sectoral and regional aspects. And this leads to questions about the just transition. And that, I think, is particularly for India, is going to be key, both in terms of the domestic mobilization of capital and the state and center issues that have already been raised, but also to what extent a really sort of credible and ambitious flow of capital, both public and private, can be arranged on terms that India sets. And I think that's going to be really important to make sure that the just transition is embedded in India's needs and demands, and not necessarily those of the donor countries. I'll finish maybe just on the question of orderly. And I think that's obviously a desire that we want this to be as orderly as possible, particularly to minimize stranded asset risk, as has been discussed. But we need to recognize that this process is already disruptive. It's hugely disruptive in terms of major global sectors like the automotive sector, as we're seeing. And the best way of getting ahead of this disorderly transition is to put in place planning instruments. In the discussion so far today, there's been discussion about transition plans at the corporate level, at the financial institution level, but I think also thinking about the way in which this can be achieved and cost of capital brought down is to think much more about these sort of climate-specific tools such as NDCs really as national transition plans, and to have that comprehensive macro approach, which obviously would be stimulated by the finance minister in each country, notably in India in this case, but really to get that sense of a clear sense, because then we can anticipate these shocks and also harvest the benefits of a more efficient economy, a more inclusive economy, and a more resilient economy. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nick. I'd said we'd give 2 minutes to Indermeet to respond. In what way do you think the World Bank can actually respond to the expectations that have been laid out, including on guarantees? Indermeet, I think you're on mute.
Okay.
Good.
Me now? So, here's a summary of the G20 report, Montague, that had to do with what the MDBs ought to do and so on, right? And I think it's worth sort of looking at this once again. So as Nick was talking about, you basically need an additional spending of around $3 trillion a year by 2030. And what it said was 2/3 of this ought to be spent on climate action, right? And that would mean like a huge increase compared to what we are spending now. And 1/3 of it would be spent on other SDGs, right? Now, I think that you have to sort of keep that in mind. So 2 trillion on climate and 1 trillion on the other things. And if you look at health and education, for example, there are many countries that would actually say that investments in health and education are much more urgent. So, for example, the typical low-income country spends something like $54 per student per year on schooling, okay? And 70 $70 per person on health. Okay, so that's nothing as compared to what middle income countries and high income countries spend. So of course for them that's a very, very important thing. So you have to ask whether or not this division between spending on climate versus spending on the other SDGs is the appropriate one. The second imbalance is that the international development finance system should provide 1 trillion, and the other part naturally is going to come from domestic resources. Okay? So again, here, what we are asking countries to do is to spend a lot more on climate action, which may not be their most urgent priority. It may be health and education and other things like that. But what we are also saying is that they should be raising 2/3 of the money themselves, right? That's the other pain point in some sense. And then the third part, of course, is that the MDBs should actually provide about 250 billion, actually provided in terms of public money, and then mobilize and catalyze all of the rest. Okay, which means that they ought to be sort of trying to sort of get the private through guarantees, through other things, and so on, but try to sort of bring them into it. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing this now and tell you this is the situation that we are in right now, right? And there are all of these inconsistencies one take in terms of it. So how do you get out of this one, right? So I think the first one, of course, is to sort of see that if you look at the current state of things. So you talked about guarantees, Deepak. Now you're trying to guarantee risk. Now let's take a look at the risk element of this one. There are two types. There are two sources of risk. The first is how well are public finances managed in these countries themselves. So Yanis talked about debt. So I think debt is a big problem in these countries. It's at record levels. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one has to do with the investment climate. Okay, and then the third one, of course, has to do with MDBs providing guarantees and so on. And so I agreed with Deepak completely that the fundamentals of capital flows are not in favor of developing economies right now. And they won't be for the next few years, okay, because interest rates are likely to remain high here. So then the question is, where do you actually put all this stuff? So you can do it, you can say that the MDBs ought to guarantee this. Yes, you're right, and we are doing our best to make sure that the IFC, the IBRD, IDA guarantees, and so on are actually scaled up, all right? 3 times, 4 times. But that's the most that we can do, right? And we're doing that. The second part has to do with the developing countries themselves. They have to sort of lower these risks, both through prudent debt management as well as through improvements in investment climate. So here I disagree with Yanis in the sense that trying to ask these risk rating companies to somehow change the way that they evaluate this risk, they will not do it, because if they do it, the investors will ignore them. Okay, they will not take them seriously anymore. So we've actually been in talks with them too about all of these things, right? So then the question is, what do you have to go back to? And I think I really like the interventions by Suranjali, where she's actually leading us towards what I think is the right thing, which is much more on the domestic side and so on. So there I would sort of say is that you have to go back to the principles of public finance a bit. You're saying there are 2 types of climate action that we need to take. One is adaptation, and then the other one is mitigation. Adaptation, I would say, should come from domestic revenues because the benefits are immediate on adaptation. Mitigation, just as we've talked about this, Montek, earlier, basically what we are asking countries like India and all to do is to do today what they would otherwise have under the normal course of things, they would have done 20, 30, 40 years from now, okay? In which case, you need to provide them 20, 30, 40-year money on very, very reasonable terms, okay? This does not have to do, this is not going to come from the private sector. Guarantee as much as you want. This is not going to come from the private sector. It has to come from MDBs. And I think that this is the money that basically we require MDBs to be much larger, Montek, than what they are. Okay, and right now nobody's talking about that. So I'll stop.
Thanks very much, Indamit. You read out from the G20 report, and you said that's where we are at. I mean, the truth is the report is before the G20, and the G20 has very cleverly said nice things about the report, but committed nothing. So I guess we have to wait until after the US presidential election before we can have any credible signal about whether action is going to be taken on this, trebling of lending from MDBs, etc. Now, we have 26 minutes left, and I'm not going to go through me posing questions. I'd much rather have the audience pose questions. So may I first find out how many of you intend to ask questions? 1, 2, 3. All right, go right ahead. Can you give the mic to the second person also so we don't wait for 1 minute? Please, but make it a question.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ahluwalia. My question is to Mr. Gill and to you also, Mr. Ahluwalia. Given the fact that the United States economy is on the very high level of debt, and several countries which have been holding dollars are now replacing it with gold and other things, and if this continues, you could have a situation where it could become cheaper. How do you factor that into mobilization of money?
Okay. Who's it addressed to?
Mr. Gill? Or, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Gill would rather have Mr. Ahluwalia address this question.
No. Come on, you also have a question. Okay, but just give her a mic in anticipation. There are a lot of mics waiting around here.
No, I would say, Montek, I think that the thing to plan for right now is for the cost of finance to be high for the next 3 or 4 years, at least 3 or 4 years, if not more. I would also sort of say is that when one talks about the risks associated with climate action of the kind that Nick mentioned and I mentioned, I think that if you sort of talk with public policy people, they're very, very concerned about joblessness. So any climate action that requires even a small cost in terms of jobs is, I think, dead on arrival, at least at this point, right? So they may not say these things publicly and so on, but this is the calculus they will make because a job killer is a career killer for them too. Yeah. So I would say one should expect the cost of finance to be there. Now, what should be the case for countries like India, where growth rates are high, potential growth rates have been steadily high at around 6% and so on, and I expect it to remain that way because India is at a very good position in terms of demography. India's also, so I think India is also in a very good position when it comes to the international environment, in the sense of India being looked at as a source of investment, India is being looked at as a possible destination for FDI, right? But for all of these reasons, I think India needs to look at its public debt, which I think is at points that is actually crowding out private investment. So that would be the first thing. Before guarantees and stuff, Deepak, before taxing global activities, etc., I think that countries like India have to look at their own public finances and see whether or not they're crowding out private investment, right? So that's the first part. And then the second part, of course, as I said, is that, I think that all these countries can improve their investment climate much, much more, not for green activities specifically, but for all activities, right? And so we're just going to produce something called the Business Readiness Report, which is the successor of the Doing Business Report, and you should look at that. It's going to be coming to you in about a couple of weeks.
Thanks very much. That's very interesting. Yes. You wanted to ask a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may.
But let Neha ask, and then you'll be next.
Yeah. Thank you for the panel and the excellent discussion. My question is going to sort of put it's a prelude to the next session, which is on DFIs and national development banks. And I was, one keeps on hearing about that MDB system has to work like a system, right? But it is trying to collaborate more with each other to really increase the quantum of flows to climate finance and development objectives. In all of this conversation, I think national development banks are not really getting this seat at the table. They are closer to markets, they can price in the risks much better. There are 500 of them globally, and they are actually, the quantum flows of money through national development banks is larger than what flows through MDBs. So I just wanted to have your reflection, Indermeet, on this, that what is the thinking at the highest of high tables on collaborating with national development banks much more proactively to really get this, this puzzle solved?
That's a very good point, Neha. I'm just thinking about it. We spend a lot of time on MDB reform, especially World Bank reform and so on, and trying to sort of trying to get the most out of the capital that we have, as well as trying to sort of make sure that we are using all the instruments that that we are empowered to use, like guarantees. I think there's a lot of discussion about that. I must say that there has not been a lot of discussion about the question that you raised about national development banks and the multilateral development banks. So I don't know if Montek has a view on this one, but I haven't seen too much of a discussion on this.
No, I've not seen any discussion on this either. Let's move on. I mean, lots of interesting questions which will definitely be left unanswered, but that's what they mean by a rich discussion. So,
sure.
Your chance.
Thanks again to all the panelists for this insightful discussion. I think I had a question regarding clearly defining orderly green transition. I think one metric stood out to me is the emission intensity metric which India uses based on the NDC target, that's per GDP particularly. But globally, when you see targeting, it's per kilowatt hour. And when you look at that, India is around 0.82 kilogram per kilowatt hour, where like global average is around 0.4 to 0.48. And I think that's what I think we should be tracking, because maybe by giving the GDP metric, we are not giving the right signals to the market. Because there was discussion about the cost of capital. Are we actually providing the right signals to the market that we are ready for this transition? So clearly defining this transition is going to be important, and that comes down to how we have defined our goals too.
Okay. It's more like a comment than a question.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Because I think it sees this in the normal climate discussions, yeah.
But I have a quick comment on that one, Montek. So given the fact that the climate crisis is being caused by emissions, I think that it is important to focus on emissions. So whether that is emissions per capita or whether that is emissions per kilowatt generated or whatever it is, I think emissions should be. So in that sense, I think it's very good that India is actually reducing the amount of emissions per GDP unit. That should be the primary goal. I do agree with that, actually. But now I think that we can then talk about sources of energy and so on, and that's important too, but not as important as emissions intensity if you really do think that it's emissions that really matter.
Okay. Who's next? Yeah, please.
Hi, it's Prashant Vazai from the ODI. I was very interested in a comment that Nick made, and I think Yanis made a very similar comment about the credit rating agencies and the way they judge debt from different countries. I mean, at the moment, we've had elections in US and UK this year where none of the parties are talking about trying to balance budgets. Debts in the US are in the $1 trillion mark. UK is structurally in deficit as well. And yet, what I hear here is that guarantees need to be offered by some of the developing countries. As we all know, some of the least low-income countries are some of the most indebted. The IMF have put them on a sort of a list of people who've got unsustainable debt already. What do people think about Nick and Yanis's point that actually the way that CRAs work are systematically penalizing emerging markets and the least low-income countries, and essentially some of the OECD countries are being given blank checks to just keep on running debts?
Who's that addressed?
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify a little bit my point about credit rating agencies. Of course, credit rating agencies have to evaluate risks. okay, because this is their work. I think, but there are two aspects that I think are important. The one that I highlighted is the issue of the horizon. So if you have that there is some investment that perhaps increases debt in the short run, but makes an economy more resilient later, it's something that we need to take into account also from a risk perspective. And we need to, at least investors need to know exactly this type of analysis, because if they just look at the evaluation that refers to what might happen in the coming months or the coming years, I think this is not a good guide also for investors. But the second issue is the broader one, which means that, okay, their job is to analyze risks. What is our job to do to deal with this reality, that there might be some downgrades? And this is where I think it's important not to put the burden only on the finances of developing or emerging market economies, because it's a burden that we need to share, because there are responsibilities for this burden. This is my point. So, of course, there are a lot of things that need to be done at the national level, but we also need some global changes in the way that we deal with finance. So these are the 2 points that I would like to make. And in terms of the public sector, I think it's good to talk both about crowding out and crowding in effects. So we know in the past that when governments invested in new technologies, this creates positive spillover effects to the private sector. So it's about thinking in terms of what types of interventions can create crowding in effects and use public finance in a smart way. So I think this is my starting point, not just to say that there are a lot of crowding out effects. I think it's both. And we just need to think carefully about how we spend money.
Thank you. Well, we are, yeah, that's the 2 ladies. Let's give them both a chance.
Thank you. This is a question to anybody on the panel. Globally, stock markets almost never react to climate risk. They react favorably to climate opportunities, but why are they underpricing it? Or what is the reason? We just never see global markets reacting to climate risk. Thank you.
But isn't that rather simple in the sense that they would react if you created opportunities that led investors to invest. But what you've got is a climate crisis and no willingness to create an environment in which there's an opportunity to invest which is productive. As a result, what everyone wants is public sector injection of money, because the public sector is supposed to invest irrespective of returns. That's where Indermeet Gill comes in. He's going to provide a whole lot of money from the World Bank. I mean, frankly, I don't think there's any evidence that any project that's in the money isn't getting financed. The things that are not getting financed is because on a 10, 15-year basis, people don't see a financial return there. And I mean, that's the hard thing that comes back. That's what Indermeet is saying. I mean, get your act together. And I mean, if you do get your act together, his view is there'll be money enough. The main reason there'll be money enough is that not all countries will get their act together. So whoever gets his act together quickly will get a lot of money. I don't think you should be surprised that you're not seeing a response from the capital markets, quite frankly.
I agree.
Just on that question, just to take the fossil fuel majors. Basically, there's been a long series of events where the share markets were punishing the fossil fuel majors. Biggest company is ExxonMobil, got hammered at different points of time. So what they've adopted is a different tendency, which is to buy back their own shares and distribute far more in dividends. So what they're doing is exactly what you'd expect a company to do. It's actually paying shareholders higher returns to offset the greater risks that they're carrying. So it's not quite correct. Just to correct you that if I were a shareholder, they are worried about it. If you look at where now the other question is the time dimension within which most shareholders, banks, I mean, if you think about bankers around the world, bankers are still investing massively in fossil fuels. And it makes no sense to do so, except in the short run, if they're making higher rates of return. So it's a question, it's not, so my answer to your question would be, it's not correct that there's no price to pay for being in the fossil fuel business. There is, but the question is the time dimension and who can get away with what it is. Thanks.
Last question.
No, I just want to quickly come in on that one. So I actually think, Montek, I think that's a very good question, and one has to think about why is it that private companies respond a lot more to the opportunities than to the risk. I think it's because it's not really a climate risk; it is climate uncertainty, and we don't have. I don't think that the information required to convert that uncertainty into priceable risk is there. And there's a lot of hype about climate, and I think far better now, given the fact that the world is actually paying attention to all of this stuff, to actually focus a lot more effort on trying to convert some of this uncertainty into risk through better information.
Could I add, Montek, as well? I think if you look at some of the long-term trends, certainly in terms of green revenues that are captured on equity markets, then these have steadily increased, and also indexes of green revenues are generally outperforming the market, apart from the US tech sector, which obviously has achieved huge outperformance. So I think there's a steady trend, and then I think that's the issue about how equity markets can actually pick up these long-term sort of secular shifts when often they're very, very short term. So I think on the green side, obviously there have been some rebalancing there, but I think that's important. And then I think maybe something to watch for is as we're seeing demand being reduced for oil and gas as clean technologies come in. And I think that is, again, something really for analysts to be looking at, is actually expecting sort of surprises when I think the market realizes that oil and gas globally are X growth, and we're approaching that point very, very soon. That's happened in many economies already, but at the global level. And I think we could see some quite unpredictable results because in a sense, once that economy goes X growth, it's fairly zero sum in terms of how people will perform.
Thank you. This thing says time's up. Do you want the last question or it gets ruled out? Last question.
Yeah, I had a question for Suranjali actually, because you said two very interesting things. One, you were talking about carbon tax. You were talking about how cesses in the past were linked to specific activities, and basically a solution for India in the form. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And the second thing that you said was interesting was how fossil fuel subsidy changes can cause a shift in the relation between center and state, and how that needs to be managed. Can you explain that a bit?
I'll be very quick with my answer to say that we've had cesses in the past, and I was talking about revenue recycling. So one question is, how do you use the revenues? Do you want to really link the tax collections to redistribution? That requires you to design it in the form of cess. And that means it's collected by the center, which then goes on to the question of how do you share that with states? And obviously, as I said, the states are going to be differentially impacted. So in a sense, it's again, redistribution of revenues between the center and the state, which needs to be answered. But these are all questions I think I'm giving myself more work for my research in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. And on your behalf, let me thank all the panelists for stimulating a very interesting discussion. In the meantime, one last comment from me, and that is, you said that India is going to be left with a lot of stranded coal assets. But that, I think, is on the assumption that we are going to net zero by 2050. Our net zero is 2070. So if you accept that, then that coal asset thing, which is for 2050, will not be that big. The transition would take place a little later. Anyway, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, I'm not here to announce any tea or coffee break. But this brings us to the final session of the day, where we will explore the role of public policy banks in driving finance for transition. Gregory Liu from AIIB will chair this session. We met him in the morning. And our panelists will include sorry for the suspense. So our panelists include Bertrand Walkenaer, who's the Deputy CEO at AFD, and he's been the Deputy CEO since February of 2019. He was previously Chief of Staff of the State Secretary to the Minister of Economy and Finance. He's worked for 10 years for the French Treasury, where he occupied several positions with responsibilities in the field of corporate restructuring, export finance in the aeronautics sector, and foreign investment control. He has also been a board member of BPI France, La Poste, and CNP Assurances in the year 2016 and 17. We also have with us Mr. B.S. Venkatesh, DMD CRO of NAPFID. Mr. B.S. Venkatesh has a rich banking experience of nearly 3 decades with primary focus in the areas of foreign exchange, treasury, international banking, large corporate credit, and risk management. He has held several leadership positions in United Bank of India, such as Regional Head, Chief Executive Officer of the European entity of the bank, Chief Relationship Officer, Chief Risk Officer. Up next, we also have Mr. Sanjeev Kaushik, Principal Financial Sector Specialist for South Asia, Asian Development Bank. Mr. Kaushik is the Chief Secretary ranked officer of the Indian Administrative Service with more than 3 decades of experience in finance, both in top policy-making positions as well as global investment banking institutions. As ADB's Principal Financial Sector Specialist in South Asia, Mr. Kaushik is currently leading programs for stabilizing and reforming the banking sector in Sri Lanka, and also working on a first concessional green finance facility for India, amongst others. Joining this panel, we also have Namita Vikas, MD of Octus ESG. Namita is the founder and MD of Octus ESG. Namita is a distinguished business leader with over 30 years of global experience in climate strategy and sustainability. Namita's experience spans climate finance, responsible banking, and sustainable development. And she has played a pivotal role in pioneering initiatives like responsible banking and India's first green bond. Last but not the least, we also have Samantha Adtridge, Senior Research Fellow from ODI. And Samantha is a Senior Research Fellow and Development Finance Specialist with interests in innovative and blended finance, development finance institutions, and national development banks. Thank you so much. I'll not get between the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's my great pleasure to chair this session. I think it's a very lively discussion in the earlier session. It occurs to me if the developing countries like India continue the current trajectory, the Paris Agreement goals will not be able to be achieved by 2030. I heard very loud call, clear and strong, that all parties, multilateral, DFI, National Development Bank, we all need to work together to mobilize more capital. There are few areas, the hypothesis go like this. MFI, DFI can support in multiple ways. For example, by leveraging on the expertise, technical expertise, and also financial strengths, they can contribute in the risk allocation and help alleviate the macro sectorial risk. And also they can provide directly from their balance sheet the concessionary funding. So in this session with all the honorable panelists, I would say maybe we will go through 5 themes, and depending on their background, the questions I will distribute among them will cover how to attract private capital to mitigation and adaptation financing, and also to meet the sustainable development goals. The second theme is risk mitigation through the appropriate structure. I'm very glad to see we have some panel who are very strong in this. The third one is the local currency risk mitigation. And the fourth one is the technical assistance. The last one is the ecosystem enabling efforts, because bearing in mind all these MDB, DFI, IFI, they are not living only by themselves. We have to have an ecosystem. So I would kick off this discussion with the DFI, and then followed by the National Development Bank, and then go back to other panel. So to kicking off the discussion, my first question goes to Bertrand. Bertrand, could you explain to us how are the DFI like AFD will ramp up the strategy to mobilize the private capital for development and the climate transition? And what is your thoughts and the bet on the implementation of the plan on this front? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gregory, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm very pleased to participate in this panel, so thank you for the invitation. And from what I followed from the previous conversation, I found very interesting the discussion on how stock markets, as an example, can factor risk, and how that in return gives a price to climate uncertainty or climate risk, depending on how we consider it. So AFD, French Development Agency, is a public development institution that has one single shareholder, the French state. And our mandate is to invest into transitions and country transitions in several countries, including India. We are a very good partner of AIIB, as an example, and we are in the process of finalizing a memorandum of understanding that will enable us to co-invest together in several countries, including in Asia. We have a subsidiary called Proparco that invests into the private sector, and we have a second subsidiary, Expertise France, that can mobilize technical assistance in order to offer to our clients, states, non-sovereign entities, private entities, a comprehensive set of instruments, loans, guarantees, equities, and technical assistance to invest in the trajectory that they have defined. We focus on enabling the Sustainable Development Goals, and we've been doing this in India since 2008, investing over $3.2 billion US dollars over this a little more than 20 years. Mobilizing the private sector is one of the key roles that has been assigned to us, because our shareholder, the French state, has the conviction that this is something important on one hand, and also because at the G7, G20 levels, the recent G20 presidencies, be it India, Brazil, or the next one, South Africa, consider the mobilization of the private sector as one of the top priorities in the years to come. And for an obvious reason, that is the need to enlarge and to develop capital flows, that cannot be just limited to the World Bank, other MDBs and its bilateral counterparts. So what we do when we discuss with a country, and this what we've been doing with India, is looking at a comprehensive response that we can provide. So we focus on the reforms and the governance that is required so that private investors will be encouraged to invest in a country. So they will need previsibility, they will need predictability over what is required for an investment in the money to provide a sound return over a 12, 15, or even 20-year time. So that's one very important issue, focusing at those reforms. And on the same time, what we try to achieve is working at the project level, either through institutions like public development banks from a given country, or through specific projects that we will finance, for instance, in the climate change area with private developers. And the idea there is to have the experience from the field, from given projects that can then be factored into national reforms, into sound public policies that will provide investors the return, the predictability that they need to invest into that kind of area. So that's one very important layer, the enabling environment, the governance, the long-term policies that a country can put in place to enable private investors to be in the climate sector. There's another issue which is obviously very important, is allowing the necessary or the adequate types of instruments, guarantees, equity to be invested into a country. So on this side, we work with fund managers, and we can provide concessional funding through first tranche loss to cover them as an example. We can also provide guarantees so that we will de-risk and secure part of the investment that is made or that can be made by private investors. And finally, and we've been working with Indian partners, with SBI as an example, we look at how technical assistance and how tailor-made technical assistance can enable actors to secure their long-term investments. Finally, to conclude this introductory stance, I would say that one important thing is standardization and how we measure the progress that are being made. So here, what is very interesting is to look at what is developing in Asia, in the Indo-Pacific as an example, or in Latin America and Africa as another example. Standardization and having a kind of international standard to count carbon emissions as an example, and carbon reduction emissions as another example. Standardization is something which is necessary for private investors, for accountability, for measurability, and in order to be able to show how the investments that are made can reduce in the long term greenhouse gas emissions. So that item, standardizations, is very high on the international agenda, and my true hope is that in the future we'll be able to come out together, MDBs, public development banks, and private actors, with a limited set of standards, of KPIs, that will enable all the actors to have the same grammar internationally, and that will make the investments that are made understandable by the public, by shareholders, and by different actors and partners in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You touch on many very good points, like policy and also guarantee and also standardization. If I'm not mistaken, I think AFD is also a strong supporter of the financing common, which is a platform, brings all the national development bank together, which are probably as many of 500 across the world. So what is the platform looking to do in order to bridge this climate financing gap under FIC? More specifically, maybe you can talk a little bit about the mitigation of foreign exchange risk. How do you deal with the local currency financing under this FIC? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gregory. I'm a bit sad because I think that Indermit Jill left the conference, and when Neha asked the question about financing comments 10 minutes earlier, he said that he had not heard about it. So I know that I have to go to Washington to tell him a bit more about financing common. But for the audience that is still there, let me explain a bit this initiative that was launched by AFD 4 years ago now. The assumption there is that public development banks will be very essential into investing in climate transition, in the fight against climate change. Why is it so? It's so because their mandate is written, is dictated, is defined by their governments, by their local authorities. And as a result, there's a great opportunity for these institutions to coordinate at the G20 level, as an example. And they are the tools whereby governments are enabled to finance the policies that they want to put in place. They are the tools that will finance the transition, and they are the tools that will finance and give the results that are defined by governments. We've identified in 2019 530 public development banks. They represent 15% of the total annual public and private investment that is made worldwide. So it's a huge amount of money. And here our conviction is that these institutions, if they all have mandates that are aligned and that will converge in the near future, they will be a very powerful and useful tool to invest into trajectories and transition trajectories. So these institutions have been gathering once per year since 2019. The last time was in Colombia. It was in autumn 2023. The next time will be in February 2025 in South Africa at the invitation of one of the public development institutions of this country and under the G20 presidency of South Africa. They indeed launched, and you mentioned it, Gregory, an innovation lab that was in Brazil 6 months ago. And this Finance in Common Innovation Lab will focus on how local currency financing can be developed. It's a big issue. It's a big issue to adjust the risks over a long-term period and to factor into the risk, the currency risk that is taken by private developers or by public institutions in a country. That is, as of today, an expensive risk to cover for small players. And that also is a risk which is expensive for players like us to cover. There are several reflections on what can be done in terms of concessional financing to be factored into loans denominated in foreign currency when working in a given country. There are other ideas that have been put in place in Africa or in Latin America. And the aim of that innovation lab is to spread information, see at the different kinds of initiatives that are being taken in several countries, and see how they can be summarized and summed up so that next June 2025, CPI, Climate Policy Initiative, which is a think tank with whom we've been working for a few years now, will deliver a report on the solutions that can be used so that local currency is not seen as a constraint, but as one financial parameter which is taken and has to be taken into account when looking at financing. So Finance in Common, just remember that it's a big platform for public development banks working on their mandates, working on standardization, working on financial solutions that can enable the development of solutions to fight climate change. And I'm very pleased to continue that discussion later on if need be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. Now, if I may turn the question to Mr. Venkatesh. You come from NAFID, and which is the newest national development bank, specifically focusing on infrastructure. There's a huge mandate. So I wonder if you can share with us, how would you assess possibility to funnel all these green financing into the infrastructure area, and what's the plan to do the market making?
Thank you. So as you rightly mentioned, NAFID is a very new developmental financial institution coming with huge mandate through the Act of Parliament. So as a part of that, we have activated most of our developmental activities as well as financing activities in the short span of 15 months of our full-fledged operations. So as a part of our commitment to the green financing, the first step is to have our own in-house E&S policy, which we have already got it approved. And we are working on a broad principles on the ESMS platforms, especially the monitoring mechanism, where it has to be through a process flow, so which we have been designed in such a way that we have taken a lot of consultation from the international agencies. So those people have given us the inputs on our ESMS framework, so that being a DFI, we want to do the catalytic role in terms of inviting the capital as well as in terms of co-participation for the green financing projects. So as a part of that, yes, in the absence of the local taxonomy for the country, but still we are trying to adapt to the best principles which can be made acceptable to the multilateral banks to participate, as well as even the private people to come in and join our hands in attracting the capital or even for the purpose of lending. So that is the first work which we have done. Apart from that, as a lending activity, if you see our book of sanction is almost 13 billion US dollar. That is the sanctions, the committed sanction, of which almost 25% is towards the green financing. So that means there is a great demand in terms of lending to this sector, where the capacity building is quite good in terms of solar and renewable energy complete as a stack. If you look at, even the hybrid structures are coming up. So the lending side, absolutely no issue for us because our capital is fully funded. It's a front-loaded capital institution, so where we are able to lend quite good, and there's a good appetite in terms of lending. But what is required is in terms of attracting the capital. So are bringing innovative structures for the financing to this sector, for which one major step which we are looking towards is the coming with the credit enhancement product, partial credit enhancement in the form of first-class guarantee. That needs some kind of regulatory clearances from Reserve Bank of India, which we have made our request. Once that product gets approved, so probably we will be working quite extensively on that product to give that multiplier effect for the market. So that we also have a mandate to develop the corporate bond market. So this is one area where most of the operational assets, which are sitting with huge bank loans, so there are some bank limits can be released. If we give credit enhancement and they can move towards the corporate bond market, the bank limits gets released. That will further augment the lending activity. So that is the role which credit enhancement can do. Apart from that, we are also working with most of the multilateral banks to develop some blended finance structure. So those things we are identifying the projects where we can look at and what kind of structures we can do it. We are also exploring possibilities of getting into Gift City and set up our own outlet, which can look at building alternate investment fund products and even the blended finance structures and pooled financing structures. Even program-based lending, especially in terms of urban local bodies, we would like to look at whether we can design some products along with blended structure, which most of the multilateral institutions are looking at, so that targeted lending activities for some of the waste to energy sector. So we have multiple such activities. So most of the things are already, ideas have been crystallized and we are getting into action now. Yeah.
Very good introduction. I will come back on the guarantee later to you. Some of our panelists has a prior appointment, so I would direct the next question to Namita. If you can elaborate some barriers and the challenges you observe in the emerging market and development economy phase when they try to get access to climate finance, and also subsequently, what are the solutions that can address these barriers? If you can share with the audience, that will be much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Gregory, and it's indeed a pleasure being here. And Dr. CSG has been working in India across segments. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. But if you stay slightly closer to microphone, probably it's even clearer.
Okay, so I will just do that. Yes. So, to answer your question, I think I'll put it in two parts, maybe. I think one is we all realize that the rapid economic growth, urbanization and industrialization within particularly emerging markets and developing economies demand low cost. And this low cost capital at speed, and one that is also aligned somewhere with the evolving policy landscape, though it's fragmented, but the kind of traction on policies that are being seen in certain geographies, I think that's one track really. And the second is, the challenges around decoupling economic growth from the intensity of carbon emission. think that remains a huge challenge for these markets, which account for, I mean, Asia, for example, accounts for almost 60% of the global carbon emissions, right? So how do we really address this? And then therefore, what are the kind of challenges? So I think from a private sector lens, one of the challenges that I see is unclear policy signals and the economic and financial barriers that exist. So financial institutions, especially private sector, looks at clear, strong policy signals to accelerate and to de-risk, low carbon transition investments. Inconsistency within the policy, complex reporting requirements that don't do good, only hinder the kind of transparency and accountability, making it difficult to attract the kind of finance that is required. Secondly, high levels of debt and limited fiscal space restrict emerging markets, developing economies' ability to invest in climate mitigation and adaptation, because obviously they have other priorities and the capital is only so much. The economic fallout from the global crisis, the geopolitical tension, I mean, all this just pivots them to look at safer havens, or to look at traditional sectors even under the developmental umbrella, like education or maybe healthcare. I think data gaps, so inconsistencies in definitions across markets, widening data gaps and fragmented finance architecture also accentuates the situation further. So, I'm sure there's a lot that is spoken about how we require common definitions and how there is lack of access to comprehensive data. All this does deter the capital that is required. It complicates the tracking, the quantification. I mean, there are mandates to do climate risk assessments, but how to do it? Where is the data on physical risk? All this really, targets towards the credibility of the project at a country level. And then, if we look at how prioritization happens within financial institutions, these are not certainly the areas or the funding that gets picked up. The third point on the challenges front is really the higher financing cost and limited investment opportunities. I think the landing costs of the credit, due to credit ratings that are there for countries or exchange rate volatility, I think that is something that hinders the capital flows. Just take, for instance, LIBOR plus additional spread would vary based on country risk, perceived borrower risk, type of financing, and particularly in project finance, where transition projects would sit, the spread above the LIBOR would range anywhere from, say, 160 to 350 basis points, depending on the sector again and the specificities of the project. I mean, we know that there is an orderly winding down of the LIBOR that is underway, and alternative reference rates will come up. But it would be interesting to know how that will affect the interest rates, how they are going to be calculated, or impacting the loans that are linked to USD, including those with counterparties which are within the emerging markets. And also the given the final landing costs would also include like a 50 to maybe 200 basis points added on account of multiple other fee factors, right? And that becomes very forbidding. So therefore then, and here I want to make a point, maybe borrowing from MDBs could be a little lower in terms of the coupon. However, this just builds on the cost of the capital, and that needs to be looked at. And then, on the pipeline, meeting the risk return requirements, and I'm sure, I heard others also speak about it. I mean, that becomes a challenge. There is also a lack of capacity and technical expertise that is sitting within local institutions in terms of financial management, governance, ENS, environment and social safeguards, project viability, that gets concerning. So what's really, to answer your second question, what's really required to be done, and how can we bring about that, capital deficit? How can we meet that capital deficit? I think a coordinated effort at a regional level across public and private sector banks, including policy reforms, capacity building, innovative financing solutions at scale. I think that is what is required, a systemic institutional kind of a approach, a collective one in nature that brings everybody together. And, we have MDBs here, and we've seen how World Bank, ADB, AIIB, EIB all of them, they've historically shaped the transition journey as far as emerging markets are concerned. They have the collective potential to catalyze the development of and come together. The IMF World Bank initiative on the global collaborative co-financing platform, I think that's great. And interventions at the local level. So how can penetration be done, say in India with an AppFed? Would be very interesting to look at, because that is how the whole influence on structuring financial products, drawing in private capital, supporting technology to develop climate risk assessment platforms, data systems, and market-oriented reforms. I think that's how that would essentially come out. Just one last point two last points that I want to make. One is, looking at prudential norms, and of course, this is the regulatory space that I'm getting into. But look at India. Typically, products like sustainability-linked bonds or sustainability-linked loans are not. There's a very low uptake, and that is because the fear of mislabeling. Given that within the, say, Indian prudential norms, any restructuring of advances wherein modification to interest rates are to be done, this is only under certain specific cases. So how do you then work with products like sustainability linked bonds or sustainability linked loans is something that needs to be looked at. Finally, on innovative financing, I think they do address market failures, institutional barriers, shape scalability in the sustainable finance or the climate finance space. But I think the need is to go beyond commercial debt towards market-based financing instruments that really focus at creating an enabling investment environment and providing opportunity to collaborate and bridge that investment gap. There are funds like GCF that are out there, right, who provide capital. However, the pipeline of viable projects is always a concern. And I have been an ex-banker, and we've seen how that has despite having the credit lines, how the deployment is difficult. So early engagement with project sponsors providing that technology or technical support and ensuring that projects can become bankable even with interventions from a G to G level. I think that would be really very interesting. I'll stop here. Over to you, Gregory. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's a very comprehensive list, all the way from the what is expected from multilateral and also the government and the local banks. I'm sure that will give the audience a lot of things to think. If I may, now I would invite panel Sanjeev from ADB to answer some of the question. As we know, ADB's new goal is to devote 50% of its annual lending to climate finance. And the previous speaker also touched on GCF as a concessionary. I think ADB also has the experience to work very closely with the GCF. So maybe the question I would have put forward goes like this. How do you plan to achieve this type of target? And what portion of that financing ADB's planned would come to the largest, one of the largest economy in Asia, India?
Thank you, and good evening. It's quite late here in Manila, so good evening or good afternoon, whatever. So as we've been saying from all forums, and as you all know, ADB is trying to reinvent and restructure itself as a green investment bank for Asia. Our president has set the goal for us to unlock at least $100 billion of additional capital for climate finance till 2030. And like you said, almost half of our funding, half of our projects, we officially track the impact on climate adaptation and mitigation. Now, that still translates into just about $4 to $5 billion per year for a country like India. And as you know, given the huge climate financing gap in a country like India, that amount seems to be just a drop in the ocean. In fact, all the MDBs, World Bank, ADB, and the others, we don't really amount to too much in terms of the huge requirement that is there. Now, previous speakers, and in fact, in the previous panel, I was listening to Mr. Montek, they were talking about the lack of supply of bankable projects. It's all very well to talk about bankable projects, and if there is really a high IRR project, there will be no limit to the number of investors chasing it. I'm actually more worried about things like cost of capital, even from the MDBs, or in terms of procedural bottlenecks that we face when we operate in an emerging market economy or a developing country like India. To give you an example, the MDBs are no longer really competitive. My friend Venkatesh is sitting there from NABFID. Currently, we are having a discussion with him on, NABFID's own cost of raising finance in the local market, which is around the sovereign rate. Now, the cost of capital for MDBs like World Bank and ADB would tend to be around the sovereign rate as well. But then the task is not made any smoother or easier for us, because you know that at least from the sovereign window of ADB, we have to pay a guarantee commission to the government of India. In the case of NABFID, of course, that guarantee commission has a separate dispensation. But for all other borrowers like the DFIs, we have a guarantee commission added on top. And then most DFIs or most borrowers are now also calculating and adding the cost of hedging the dollars or whichever currency, euros, that they would borrow in. And that makes the financing from MDBs fairly uncompetitive, at least on the like-for-like sovereign side. But so that is on the MDB side, and I will go into the kind of measures that we are taking to address that. But also from the demand side, as far as the borrowers are concerned in India, I mean, you look at the fact that a country like India, we all sit in multiple conferences and pay lip service to the huge task of climate finance. But still, after so many years, the country doesn't have an adopted green taxonomy. I mean, there are organizations like NABFID and others who have their own internal green taxonomies. They are trying to develop capacity and, for appraisal, etc. And ADB and World Bank, etc., are working with them to strengthen that capacity. But as a country, we still don't have a green taxonomy. We don't have Paris-aligned portfolios. In fact, most institutions are at a loss to understand how to Paris-align their portfolios. And we talk about energy transition, but that's another story altogether. So there are these different bottlenecks that even MDBs have to face in financing projects. I've talked about guarantee commissions. I've talked about hedging costs, which make the borrowing expensive. And I talked about some of the regulatory changes that are required. Now, how are we trying to solve some of these problems? At the moment, for example, let me give you the instance of a project that we are doing with the India Infrastructure Finance Company. We are setting up an ESG Sustainable Infrastructure Finance Fund. What we are trying to do is to bring in blended finance. That is concessional finance from a Korean agency, which will actually bring down the weighted average cost of capital of ADB funds and make it more competitive for the borrower. Similarly, we are rolling in credit guarantees and partial credit enhancements. Now, these first loss kind of default funding is essentially trying to attract more and more private investment, facilitate more and more issuances. What we are hoping to achieve is with about, let's say, 10 to 20% of our funding, you can have 4 to 5 to 6 times the leverage, attract not only PPP investors, but also a whole set of syndicate of co-investors, and that will catalyze and accelerate private investments into the economy. Now, there is also the non-sovereign window that ADB has, and of course, the World Bank has IFC. The non-sovereign lending operation actually lends directly without the need for sovereign guarantees, etc. But then they would lend at market rates, right? So for a borrower like NABFID or another DFI, it would not make sense to borrow at 8.5%, 9.5% when they can borrow through alternate means like the local capital markets at much lower costs. So what we are trying to do is to set up a special green finance facility for India. This is a $250 million fund which ADB is setting up together with the GCF. What will happen is this fund, ultimately when it's approved next year, will be able to blend in very low-cost finance in some of ADB-funded projects in the country. For example, if we do projects with SIDBI, with NAPFID, with IFCL, etc., we will blend in some portion, 20% say, as against 80% of ADB monies, and that would bring down the weighted average cost of capital. So these are some of the initiatives we've been taking. Of course, corporate bond market is something that needs to be also encouraged, and Mr. Venkatesh was talking about it. We would also be very keen to look at partial credit enhancements alongside NAPFID and some of the other agencies. I believe a lot of green bond and blue bond issuance could also take off, except that we have to bring down our expectations in terms of the coupon rate. Most people expect lower coupon rates will have to be paid just because the bond issuance is for a sustainable or an ESG purpose. That is actually not really the case. And how do we bring down some of these costs? How do we attract some of the long-term investors who are specialized in the ESG or in the climate finance space remains a question that we have to address. I will stop there. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take any questions later on.
Thank you. Thank you. That's actually very comprehensive elaboration of the challenges faced by multilateral when